Welcome to NLS round number 4, the DMV Grenslandrennen, and always a different field of cars. 146 coming out to play today, but already I haven't even started talking about the possibility of changeable weather because it's beaten me to it. It was a damp track for qualifying, and that certainly made it interesting for the runners because for the ladies and gentlemen out there competing, they haven't really had much rain to contend with. The start of one race, it came down on the outlap, but really, it's not about qualifying. Get yourself near the front of the grid. It's a 4-hour race. Peter Snowden joining me, Bruce Jones, all set.
Bruce, morning. You've been, I think you've sort of beaten it into submission because you've been talking about it for the first 3 rounds of the changeable. That's been our most used word, I think. And it's about this weather going to be changed. What's going to happen? Eiffel Mountains got its own microclimate, a bit like Spa, not so far away, etc., etc. It didn't happen in 1, didn't happen in 2, didn't happen in 3. Plenty of excitement on track, but not up in the skies. Today, as you said, it's beaten us to it and delivered a wet qualifying, and we've seen that in the times, haven't we?
Well, I think what it's thinking, that the mighty god of Eiffel weather is these drivers are getting to know this track really quite well. Of course, we had the delayed start to the season, and the race has been coming at us thick and fast with the double-header weekend just a few weeks back, rounds 2 and 3. But I must say, the level of driving this year, the level of preparation, the level of everything has just gone up and up. I'm not suggesting we start all of our seasons in sort of early summer. We quite like starting in spring in the normal world. But for the teams, they've had a lot to think about. What they could do. And of course, really, the organisers of the NLS, massive applaud to them. They made it all happen with their very clever refueling system and pit work system wherein 2/3 of it's in the paddock behind the pit buildings.
Absolutely. I'd say level of organisation to facilitate this and put it on logistics, quite incredible. And I'd say we're not talking small races here where we've got 20, 30 cars. We're talking nigh on 150 cars, 146 today. That's a lot of cars, personnel, crew, whatever you want to call them, to literally sort out the logistics. As you say, this wonderful paddock system where we've got this, what we call the shopping mall, the one-way system with the roundabout at the end made of tyres. Makes it sound very amateur. I don't mean that at all, actually, but it is there, the little carousel of tyres they go around. But it is quite extraordinary watching race cars go the opposite way past a concrete block in the paddock as they get to their crew, service, come out and then come to the pit lane, get fueled for the top SB9 category cars and go out to the pit lane. Those cars are appearing in the pit lane now, all on their little trolleys to keep them going, getting rid out there before we start to do our grid walk.
Well, but I think the world sort of watched, the motor racing world. A lot of people were planning to have races with 20 or 30 cars for their championships later in the season, but they saw it could work with 150 cars. Through intelligent thought, people really thinking, how can we do this? They made a system that worked. And it was great. The racing has been relaunched. The first race we had was the 27th of June. Then we had the double header, 11th and 12th of July. Now we're back here in August. So they thought high summer, but alas, message at the end of the pit lane, lights on when the cars went out in qualifying. And it was, how wet was it? Enough not to be able to see the cars down the start-finish straight. Just what you want when you're heading out on 24.5 kilometres of the finest racing circuit in the world. It was properly wet, Peter.
Well, I love your I'm going to call it almost conspiracy theory, but your theory that the drivers have got too used to it after three 4-hour races out. They've had plenty of time on there. They've had 12 hours of track time plus qualifying. So let's change it. Let's mix it all up a bit and make it a bit more interesting now. And they're falling into habits. I just said grid walk, didn't I? Of course, there isn't a grid walk at the moment under our COVID-secure conditions, guidelines. There is no grid walk. So cancel that. There isn't. All the crew will go out onto the grid. And it's slightly strange, as you said at the first round, Bruce, that we're used to looking down the grid from whatever position we've got and seeing lots of activity. And as you said, it was, if you saw a door of a car open, you're like, oh, there's a car amongst all the people. Now it's the complete opposite. It's cars, all you can see, and less personnel. So it's a very, very different world.
But one thing every team manager will say, we'll come on to the subject of tyres in a short while, is when you're out in qualifying, do the lap, bring the car back. There were quite a few spinners this morning, but it must be said in qualifying, there was plenty of provocation, plenty of opportunity to do that. But the star of the show the Get Speed Performance Mercedes number 23, and Fabian Schiller, the hired gun in that team, did exactly what he needed to do, and the car looked really fantastic. And those watching in colour will see it has a new livery for the weekend, red and white. But anyone watching the live footage of qualifying, you see GT3 cars sideways, which isn't the way you normally see them, but certainly some of the press-on drivers like Nicky Katzberg in the Rover Racing BMW really hanging it out there. It shows how much it mattered to everyone. But when the checkered flag fell, the quick-looking laps from Fabian Schiller were exactly that. How much faster than the best of the rest? 5.5 seconds. But it was very, very wet. So he'd taken risks, others not so much so. And KCMG, they put the first of their Porsches up onto the outside of the front row. In fact, we've got three makes of cars, the top three positions, Mercedes, Porsche and BMW. I must say, and also in sixth place, we've got a Lamborghini, four makes in the top six. It really has been a feature of the NLS, Peter.
It certainly has. And you're just saying there about the cars being sideways. It's a paradox for the drivers and the teams, because going sideways is the theory says it's wasting time. The drivers enjoying it enormously. And to have some of these lovely GT3 cars here, just a little bit drifting, a little bit sort of, I hesitate to use the word floating in such conditions because it seems really obvious, but literally that just sliding down a little bit, it's a little bit more fun. But of course, that's not the theory, unfortunately. It's not what the data tells us, not what we're supposed to be doing, but it doesn't wear out the tyres as much.
No, indeed. More even wear, but in fact, I'm sure Nicky Katzberg, who did a fabulous drift through the sort of final chicane onto the start-finish straight, did it because he knew that's where one of the cameras is looking. Hey, look at me, friends.
Why not?
Do it. And in fact, they ended up, as pointed out, in third place in their Rover Racing BMW. All Dutch crew this weekend. Stef Dusseldorp coming back to join Nicky Katzberg. And quite a lot of variety in the field as well, because we've got new faces in new places. Garage 59, we're accustomed to seeing them racing around the world in GT racing and the GT World Challenge. And Alexander West and Chris Goodwin, all eyes for them. They're entering the Nürburgring 24 hours. They're not going to be in a GT3 car, which run in the SP9 class in this championship, but they're putting their toe in the water in a GT4 Aston Martin Vantage. And they're toe in the water, well, that was the operative term this morning. Absolutely.
And there aren't many seasons where Chris Goodwin hasn't been racing something in the last 2 decades, ever since he was picked up by Ron Dennis, wasn't he? He was an instructor at Brands Hatch and doing fast laps, and apparently Ron Dennis said to him, you're never going to make any money doing this, why don't you come and drive for us? And what a lovely conversation to have when you're approached by somebody like Ron Dennis in that position to be able to make a career for himself. And here he is out there now, he's in an Aston this weekend.
Well, those McLaren ties, I think they came to an end at the end of 2018 last year. It might have even been 2 years ago now with Aston Martin, but really with Garage 59 and particularly with Alexander West, the sort of very English-sounding Swede, they do a lot of racing. And, you know, Alexander's got a really clear idea of what he wants to do when. I met him a handful of years ago at Spa 24 Hours, and he's come on in leaps and bounds, and certainly tied in with Garage 59 and with Chris Goodwin, always there with advice. You know, that progress continues. They won't be fighting for overall honours today because they're down in one of the other classes. They're racing in SP8T, only a 4-car class, but they're up against quite an interesting entry, Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW M4. That will always go well with young BMW drivers, Dan Harper, Neil Verhagen and Max Hess. 3 nationalities of drivers all sharing a car. That's not unusual. In the early days of the NLS, or the VLN as it was known for many, many years, it was enormously Germanic with a few guest drivers, but now, particularly at the top end, it's almost impossible to find a car that doesn't have at least 2 nationalities in. But as the ante gets raised and we start focusing towards Nürburgring, biggest race of the year, the 24 hours, the calibre of the entry, we noticed this particularly in the second and third rounds. A few more, what we can call them international pro GT races were here to play at the very front end. But perpetually, that is still the mix. We've got the Pro-Am class in SP9 and the Am class. And it's great to see, in fact, the Pro-Am, best of the Pro-Am cars, is knocking on the tail of the Pro class, really. 10th overall in qualifying. Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula, I just have to say that name, it's such a fabulous name. Not very good for sign writing, it takes quite a long time to do that. But going well, sharing that with Marco Holzer and Patrick Kolb, 10th overall. So that's a good job. And let's face it, snowy this morning, the conditions were there to trip you up rather than to help you.
Quite evil around this circuit in a GT3 car. If you're gonna be anywhere in the wet, and it was, as you say, properly wet, none of that horrible sort of drizzly, halfway greasy or whatever. It was proper wet. Can't go into round 4 without mentioning rounds 1 and 3, where on both occasions the winning car hasn't been the car that's classified overall winner. I was championing the cause of the Ferrari last time because It just was quite amazing, doing an extraordinary job, and they got up there and indeed did actually win it on track. Unfortunately, just a few hours later, that car was then disqualified for a left rear tyre not being the correct compound and not declared, which was a great shame, because it was I think you said it was the first Ferrari win in the Nordschleife for 3 years.
Yeah, for 3 years. I think
Octane car. Unfortunately, it's not with us this weekend.
no. Well, but what I love is the fact every time I look at the screen or look down the entry list, there are new entries. Very smart Aston Martin entered this weekend. Car number 176, first sight of that, Pro Sport Racing, Guido de Marais and Alexander Walker. And it's amazing how I had to actually squint at that to work out, was it indeed an Aston Martin? It's funny how different liveries can really change the shape of the car. This one is white with sort of dark green flashes on its side and a red roof, but quite hard to pick out in the spray.
It's quite from quite a different period, that livery, isn't it? Almost. It's almost sort of 1970s sort of styling.
As someone who is very, very fond of Aston Martins, the fact is, I looked down the pit lane, and when it was in the background, I thought, was that? Oh, I almost can't say this, but I'm going to. Is it a Chevy Camaro? It's because they had the grille. They carried on the livery around the side.
It's that catfish grille. That,
yeah, exactly.
It does divide opinion. There are different options available now, apparently. And I had a conversation with Marek Reichman about that. He was a stylist, and it's a very interesting one, but for off air.
For off air.
Yes.
Very good. That works well on radio. Come on, dive in there, Peter. But what we need to tell you now is the race is going to be starting in just over half an hour, and the track it's no longer raining. The track is dry but with damp patches. Is that your assessment? And certainly what we're seeing at the moment, they're in the Grand Prix loop, and obviously you get more wind on the track there to dry it out a bit, but certainly there'll be little patches, and famously, we all know, ladies and gentlemen, that water sticks in curbs for people to drive over and then go, oh, there was grip on the track. There's not now because I'm spinning. But I think predominantly we'd say it's a 95% dry track. But it's a grey day, so who knows what's coming.
Yeah, we'll see when we get a bit further around on the green flag lap. We'll get a better view of all of it. I imagine, just like anywhere on the Nordschleife, there's going to be various dips are going to be very, very different down in the dips, etc., etc. We've got the Group 2 cars lining up on the left-hand side, coming off the main circuit onto the Grand Prix loop as the grid starts to form up. I've got a feeling that not disagreeing with you completely there, Bruce, but I think the Grand Prix track looks fairly dry. I think the Nordschleife itself might be a little bit different.
Okay, well, the Nordschleife... of
course, I'll be proven completely wrong.
But the Grand Prix section is at one of the higher points on the circuit. One driver change that... we often get last-minute driver changes. The number 30 Fricadella Racing Team, Porsche. We knew that Jeroen Bleekemolen was coming in. He was entered alongside Klaus Abelen, but they've upped the ante, and the late moves brought in one of my favourite racing drivers, Maxime Martin, a really, really hard-racing Belgian. And over the years, I must say, you give Maxime a challenge, and he's going to go for it. You get him in traffic, absolutely mighty. Doesn't wait for the second opportunity. And when you're racing in SP9 class cars or in the GT3 round the world, the increments between cars are absolutely tiny. So to make any moves, you've got to really, really be on it. So look out for that. That's qualified 4th fastest. But just to reiterate, the pole position is the Get Speed Performance Mercedes by 5 and a bit seconds. But that is irrelevant. That was qualifying. That's out of the way. It's just given it grid position. But the KCMG Porsche alongside, very tasty driver lineup. Dennis Olsen, flying Norwegian, Josh Burden, Australian, gaining more and more experience in Europe, and Eduardo Liberati. So that is probably definitely, I would say, a stronger driver lineup than Fabian Schiller, Janine Hill, and John Schaffner. No disrespect meant, but the pole-sitting car, that very much was Fabian's time.
As you said, it's becoming multinational, this, isn't it, at the front end? We've got some of the lower classes where the championship is won from, and some of the smaller BMWs, that's still much domestic championship, a lot of German cars. As you said there, just looking at those top 10 cars and drivers' nationalities, American, Australian, Norwegian, Dutch, Belgian, etc., etc. The list continues, quite extraordinary. Maxime Martin, you said there, there are some people that we've seen before, we've witnessed it, where they're utterly decisive in traffic. I think he takes it to a different level, and he's ruthless.
Oh,
in a completely fair, completely professional way, but he is utterly ruthless. There's no second chance. There's no wavering, no hesitation. And sometimes, actually, we've seen it before. We witnessed it before with him. That you don't think there's a gap, and he seems to kind of create one, almost like the parting of the waters. He sort of creates one, and away he goes. And you think, actually, it just looks so neat, so professional, so clean. What did he see that we didn't? Maybe he's got second vision. I don't know, but he is well known for that.
Yeah, and I mean,
a pleasure and delight to witness.
But also the thing that always strikes me is the Bentley Continental has been such a popular car in GT3. It never looks small. So to see him taking one of the largest looking cars in the field up past rivals competing with different cars around them, it just emphasises the point. But anyhow, let's see how he gets on. And for Jeroen Bleekemolen, that's a really, really strong driver lineup. And Jeroen knows this circuit super, super well, because Jeroen is one of those drivers who literally will be driving something every weekend of the year, if possible. It doesn't matter which continent, he'll be there. So this year, you can imagine he's had his number of drives reduced by about 80%. I said, he must be a horrible man to have at home.
Most racing drivers are, apparently.
Yes. When's the next race?
Yeah, exactly. That Bentley, you should say, though, what almost a contradiction of terms. A luxury car on the road that turned into one of the most successful racing cars. Quite incredible, you say, in GT racing being quite something. Great in British GT and worldwide. Wonderful car to see out there.
I think that's been one of the beauties of SP9 class. It is simply that with performance adjustment and balancing, you get a lot of makes of cars, and I can't think of that many series where you get 4 makes of cars in the top 6 positions. So that just reiterates the point. Talking about the car in 6th place, which is the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Last time out, Marco Mappelli, sort of works Lamborghini driver, if you will, dropped in and really gave that a boost. This weekend, it's Axel Jeffries and Michele Di Martino. They go well, but the Conrad Motorsport car has promise. Always has promise. I said that. It had extra promise with Mappelli, who just took it up right to the sharp end of the field in the early stages of the race last time out. But today, let's see how they fare. Mappelli's not here, unless he's the super last of the late breakers. He's not on the entry list for qualifying, though, so one presumes he is elsewhere. But the Conrad car in that aquamarine and black livery that's been famous in Franz's team for about 30 years now. We'll see how it goes. And I just cross my fingers that they can join the dots to get a good result at the end of it, because they've shown fabulous flashes of speed.
Absolutely. I still think of those Maserati MC12s in that colour. It's that to me, that's synonymous with that. It's just maybe just synonymous racing, but it's that car. That was a car that came along and moved the benchmark completely along with the 550 Ferraris when they came out. It just moved everything up a bit, and it's. I remember well being at a particular race when we said it was the end of the race, and somebody said, "Well, that's not the end of the race. That's Ferrari o'clock." As in, that was the new thing from ProDrive, and the Maseratis did the same. And these AMG Mercedes at the front of the field now, these GT3s, they're quite incredible pieces of kit. The Get Speed cars, say they're on pole position by a stunning 5 seconds for the moment, but it was extraordinary conditions. So I'm not sure how representative that is really of race pace. We will see. The Valkenhorst Motorsport car with Christian Krohns, David Pittard, and Mikkel Jensen in 7th, which is a little way down for that car since the beginning of the season. That won the first round, didn't it? It didn't win it on the road. The Mercedes won it, but that car actually got to take the position in the end. David Pittard has been doing some extraordinary opening stints in this car, and closing actually in these first 2 rounds, in 1 and 3, I would say especially. So it'll be interesting to see if he's in that car first straight away. That's 7th, and we've seen, haven't we, Bruce, that at the start of these races that we've said it that discretion the better part of valor and all that, and racing drivers being racing drivers, and it's a 4-hour race, and we wax lyrical about it sitting in a studio, and then people get in the racing cars and you sort of go out there and you're given instructions and they think, yeah, do this, do that, and it's a 4-hour race, mustn't do this, mustn't do that. As you said, one of the absolute house rules of GT endurance racing is bring it home, hand it to your teammate, and then the lights go out and something changes in the brain, and they get to the first corner and there's cars all around you, and they don't get scared. They do quite the opposite. They try and find ways round people, through gaps, forcing the way, and it's just, we've seen it, haven't we, every single start of the race.
But I think one of the things is that natural driver's inclination to gain at least a place. I've got to get one. But of course, that's on the Grand Prix loop where there is space. They're definitely in their mind is, once I get to turn left and the next corner I see is the start of the Hatzenbachs, it's a lot harder to pass.
But it's the best opportunity of the
day.
The 4 hours, ironically, is the first. You don't get any points for it. You don't win anything for doing it. But you're absolutely right. It's that mentality of, that's your opportunity. The whole grid's together, and we'll see it all down the groups down the field. They'll all try and do exactly the same. Doesn't matter whether it's the top group or the second group or whatever. Doesn't matter whether it's M235Is or whether it's GT3 cars. Exactly the same mentality, because it's all relative. They'll all be trying to do it. And that first corner, you've got a long drag down. It's a rolling start. You've got a long drag down, drops downhill, tight right-hand corner with quite a bit of runoff, which we see used considerably, but into a stadium, into the Shell Stadium there. And there's quite a dip into that corner as well. So it's a real arrive, downhill, stop, turn, almost reset and go. So that's the opportunity to find a bit of space. And some people favour the inside to try and dive down the inside. Some people try and go around the outside and take the long bit. Of course, you've got further distance to travel then. But we've seen different people capitalise in different ways at the start of each of our 3 races so far.
No, exactly. And I think they know that there's the tableau in front of them, the scenario can change in an instant. So what you think is plan A, you have to go to plan B. But today, they have to bear in mind, they went out on the track. It was very wet this morning. It's probably a dry track, but only just now. But I think the first corner looks all right. There is the space. Let's just run down the grid just to refresh. Actually, let's explain. If you just turned on to RS1 to listen or live on the streaming and have never seen a race to the NLS, let me just throw some numbers at you. 146 cars, is that enough to entertain you? 24.5 kilometres, that most certainly is. And the grid is split into 3 batches of cars, effectively about 50 cars apiece, but they will be set off at gaps, with the slowest cars setting off last, which does mean fairly soon into this 4-hour race, there will be overtaking as the front runners come through at considerable pace advantage over the slowest cars at the tail of the field. And that makes it very, very exciting, particularly if the lead battle is very, very tight at the time, because the back markers very much have a role to play. And Peter spotted something he wants to tell me about.
Well, just interesting there, in the SP8 category, in the number 128 Audi R8 LMS from Gitty Time Motorsport, had tyres put on in the pit lane, came out to the grid, and has changed, or only going around the GP circuit, has changed to slicks on the grid.
Okay.
Just had a set of slicks put on that, which is interesting. That might validate your comments of the circuit being dry. And that's only the Grand Prix circuit. I just hope it isn't, as I said, get onto the Nordschleife loop and all of a sudden find it maybe wasn't slicks.
Now, of course, at most circuits, you could go somewhere and have a camera that's pointing at most of the corners. Here, an awful lot of the corners around the Nordschleife do not have a camera on them. So there could be a stretch of circuit that could be 2 or 3 kilometres long that is still properly wet. I don't think there will be, but
Eine
they don't know.
Legende. Die gefährlichste Rennstrecke der Welt. Der kleinste Fehler wird sofort bestraft. Denn nur wer auf Qualität setzt, kann das Rennen gewinnen.
Spezialfedern. Das Fahrwerk.
Come on, accelerate your blue. Ignite your blue. Ignite your
Toyo Tires.
back on the radio, and then the team manager making a decision, and the two of you agreeing, and that's what can make all the difference to a race.
It's a grey day, but the grid is clearing. All personnel heading off. Orange jacketed marshals guiding them away from the cars. Now we can see the cars in their beauty, but headlights are on. It's a dark day on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Sunny day. If you're a fan of the Get Speed performance team, white and red, that's the split livery on number 23. And Fabian Schiller, I'm just going to say this again, on pole by a mere 5.445 seconds. Mighty performance. That was in full wet. There's a KCMG Porsche alongside, one of two from the team based out in Hong Kong. And they are really putting a lot of effort into this. They want the big one. They want to shine in the Nürburgring 24 hours in a couple of months' time. But it must be said, this championship in its own right, the NLS, each year it gets bigger, it gets better, or shall I say it gets better because it's always been large for the past 30 odd years. This is the 43rd running of this race, the Grensland Rennen from the DMV. But prestige seems to mount with this championship. It gets bigger and better. And the calibre of drivers at the very front end, they're not just focusing on the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, which of course they'd like to win, but they're focusing in its own way on this.
Well, you did say, didn't you, last time that we had a double-header weekend that was very much a sort of a, yes, there's two individual races to win, but it was a bit of a test weekend for the 24-hour. What is interesting, one of the star performances this year has been the new team, which we know came out of Black Falcon, the Team HRT, which is only fifth on the grid at the moment, which is a little bit way back. That's been an absolute front runner. So does that hint at something? KCMG team that are second, number 19 car, as you said, they didn't perform quite as we expected to begin with, but they've progressed most notably. Rounds 1, 2 and 3, they've got better and better and better. Bit of wet qualifying, and they're on the front row. So I think Team HRT with that's it, Patrick Assenheimer, I think is probably going to be in that car to start with.
Well, look at the lineup in the number 6 Haupt Racing Team entry. Patrick Assenheimer, who won this race last year, showing with Manuel Metzger. Metzger not with him today, but Dominic Baumann and Dirk Muller. How are those? Are a pair of co-drivers. So look out for the number 6 Mercedes, sure to make its way forward. That is a super strong lineup. And Patrick Assenheimer still, I think, holds the award. Over the last year, he banged in 4 wins in the 8 rounds or the 9 rounds. He is absolutely on it. Car normally sponsored by Auto Arena. That will be on the flanks today. But certainly picking the cars out is going to be a little bit harder. It's a greyish day, but with a high shot looking out over the Eiffel Forest, the good thing is you can see ranges of hills, tree-topped hills they are. There are clouds hanging around them, but we've had races here where you can't even see the barriers on the outside of the circuit. Fog, when it comes to the Nordschleife, can be very thick and solid indeed. But today it's grey, the track dampish offline, but I'd say pretty much by the time the field has gone around the 24.5 kilometres, the formation lap, it should be uniformly dry. Got a great mix of cars. Mercedes from Porsche, BMW from Porsche, Mercedes from Lamborghini. But it's not a warm day. It's about 21 degrees. Like many parts of Europe, a huge heat spike yesterday that seems to pass through. The weather has broken, but to be honest, if I was a team boss, I would be delighted to have a race in which a whole load of variables can be thrown at these drivers and their cars. If there's rain today, it could well be some very useful wet running ahead of the 24 hours later in the season. That's in the future. This is the here and now. But again, there is that bigger picture to look for. But down the second group of cars goes into the first turn. This is the group full of Porsche Caymans at the front end, the TCR cars. And I have a little chat about a TCR car in a second. But again, anyone watching this for the first time would go, what, there's more? Oh yeah, there's another group to come yet, with another 50 cars at the back.
It doesn't make any sense, doesn't it, when you think about it? It's so different. You mentioned variables. If it rains, high propensity of safety cars, as we said, could it be so different to the first 3 rounds we've had? Alternative view, it's damp now, as you said. We've got a nice clear view over to the mountains in the background, so we know the weather's so good in the Grand Prix part of the circuit. It might go the opposite and dry up. The rain was heavy this morning between sort of 8 and 11. That's when it was. It was high propensity, about 99% chance of rain. That looks to be decreasing for the duration of the day. So, according to the weather forecast, we're going to get a dry race, which means the track will dry out. So, another variable, what tyres? Tyre wear will be totally different as you go through that first in. So, the first drivers are going to have very challenging conditions of starting the race on a damp circuit, potentially drying out, but it may not.
Exactly so. I'm going to throw some more variables into this pot, Peter.
I knew you would.
Matilda Racing, based up in Cologne, they have brought a brand new Seat Leon Cupra TCR, 410 Newton meters, 340 Pferdstarke horsepower, 260 kph top speed, 4.5 seconds 0 to 100 kph. The beauty about the TCR class cars, they corner absolutely beautiful, loads of downforce. This is the new generation, and again, this is why a lot of manufacturers love the racing on the Nordschleife.
Bruce, I'm laughing.
Well, a bit top trumps.
No, not at all, not at all. Fantastic stats. I'm showing my age here. TCR car, 0 to 100k, 62 miles an hour, 4.5 seconds, you've just said. 4.5 seconds to 60. That's phenomenal.
And it can go around corners. No wonder the drivers enjoy them. And the TCR class, it sort of ebbed and it's flowed in its handful of years, but it always provides great racing. And then when you get the mix with cars of different categories, it provides variety. You know, to see these great big wings on the TCR class cars, it's different ways of doing things. And I think particularly the German race fan loves variety. They love the cars they love, but this is why they appeal to this, come to this championship in their droves when they are allowed in as spectators, because we also have some Mercedes and BMWs that look as though they've been driven off the taxi rank pretty,
I think they probably
race
have.
in, race out.
But there really is something for everybody. You say you've got your full-blown GT3 cars at the front, which dominate the front of the field. The championship is won in the middle class, really. And then you've got what looked remarkably like road cars. We were looking last time at the Mercedes.
It was a C300, and in fact, I saw it qualifying it going for a very low-speed rotation on the Grand Prix loop. So, was it you, Bernhard Weber, or was it Christoph Breuer? It was one of you. Own up. But good thing is that's down at the back, quick in a straight line, but has to watch it round the corners. If anything, I would say it's getting a little bit greyer as the field goes around. A few cars going around with their windscreen wipers on in the third group of cars, so whether they just want to check they work, but...
I'm going to rename you the Weather Wizard.
No, the weather suggestion. I suggest rather than them a wizard. But yeah, about 1 in 4 cars using their wipers. You know why? They probably got in behind someone else who just ran up over the curbing, sprayed the water out of there, and they've got it on their screen. But I think we're going to have a dry race. But 4 hours of racing coming up. We've got great variety at the front, and I'll just read you down the top 10 on the grid. Get Speed Performance, 23 Mercedes, pole position, that time set by Fabian Schiller. KCMG, they've got 2 Porsches entered for the second time this season, or third time because it was in rounds 2 and 3. And their car, number 19 Porsche on the outside the front row. Rover Racing, BMW, the M6, driven by the 2 Dutch drivers, Nicky Katzberg and Stef Dusseldorp, third on the grid. Late driver change, Maxime Martin came in to join Jeroen Blekemolen in the 30 Fricadelli Racing Team Porsche. That is 4th fastest. 5th fastest, the team that broke cover just before the start of the championship this year. Hout Racing Team, Team HRT. Patrick Hassenheimer on board, and he wins these races as though he has a right to win them because he's just so super consistent. 6th alongside the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, Axel Jeffries. This season is now picking up. He's getting drives all over the place, so it's looking good for him. He's 6th fastest. Walkenhorst Motorsport, we've mentioned them before. They won the opening round. They've had a 2nd and a 3rd. That's their number 34 entry. Christian Cronjes, David Pittard and Mikkel Jensen. KCMG with their 2nd Porsche, qualified 8th. And then a car that I think is definitely worth watching, the fastest of the Audis. Audi Sport Team is the entrant, but listen to this driver lineup. Marcus Winkelhock, Fred Vervies. They have more experience between them than almost anybody else in an Audi R8. But the one you want to watch is the little Italian in between them, Mattia Drudi, who it's been a very short start so far to the GT racing season, but he has been absolutely on it. 2nd generation racer. His father, Luca, raced up to Formula 3000 level, but he is mighty this year. And they're the best of the Pro-Ams, the Huber Motorsport Porsche. They've had a really good season so far. Marco Holzer, Patrick Kolb, and Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula, 10th fastest. It's all to play for, but more and more windscreen wipers are being waved and waggled around the circuit. But I can't tell if it's little drops of spray or just off the car in front or a little bit of rain. But if you're a veteran racer on the Nordschleife, this is a mere nothing. Tell me about the rain when there are rivers across the track.
When you can't see the car in front, that's a time to start worrying. Or go for the gap.
Or go for the gap. If your name is Winkelhock, you are going for the gap.
Yeah.
So, different conditions. We did have a little flurry of rain on the formation lap a couple of weeks ago, but that was coming out of a sunny sky. Today, it's coming out of a very leaden sky, but the good news is there's fairly long-distance visibility. So, hopefully that means something. I can't tell you what it does mean. For now, we'll take it. It's a 4-hour race. It's the timing of the pit stops that really can make the difference in the race. We can often get packs of cars that run very close indeed, but making a passing maneuver, well, that requires either racing against a car from a different manufacturer where your car's performance might be stronger at a certain point, and a corner that Peter Snowden and I often talk about. As the rain becomes heavy, they're halfway around the formation lap. It's not spray, it's proper rain on the windscreens. Oh, ho, ho, the weather god has rolled the dice. Funny, a little short oh, this is very Eiffel Forest-esque. We have rain coming, you're in the rain, you're out of the rain. No, you're in it again 3 corners later. So the drivers always say, please rain or don't rain. Don't be in between. But there was a little flurry, and I would say that was around Bergwerk that they... no, just before Bergwerk, actually, that they were getting that. Keep an eye how it is around the rest of the lap. But as, in fact, it's coming down to... We've just hopped to another car and looking at their onboard footage, and that's going over Adnau Bridge. Certainly a bit further around the track, it was wet as well. So all drivers, all the starting drivers, they're the ones who really need to know, because the conditions will have changed by the time they get to the first pit stops and their teammates take over. But certainly they'd have to be right on their toes, not wet enough to really affect them, because by the time 146 cars have driven over that, as long as it doesn't really pick up, it should be sort of what they've had this time around when they get here at full racing speed.
Yes, but the problem, of course, is the speed.
Exactly.
Formation lap, nice and steady, little bit of spray, as you said. Not sure the wipers are on, because is it spray from the car or is it actually descending from the sky? Wipers are going to have to go on these bits, as I said, on the, what I potentially predicted, on the Nordschleife, because it is definitely wet there. And once the cars pick up speed, there's going to be lots and lots of spray. So that's going to be that opening lap. And of course, all 3 groups bunched together to start with. So there's going to be lots of spray. So you need to be at the front of that, which is great for those that are. But it's going to be a little bit busy, I think, on that first lap.
Certainly will. So the value of that qualifying lap for pole position from Fabian Schiller is really starting to be felt all the more. Conditions towards the end of the formation lap appear to be a little bit drier, and pleased to report that the car on pole is carrying a TV camera, an onboard camera. However, luckily it's carrying a rear view one as well, which is great. If you look on the live streaming, down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see, well, you can't see 145 cars, but there are 145 cars in 3 groups spread out behind that number 23 Mercedes. But right now, that's at the sharp end of the field. It is the sharp end of the field. Drivers just trying to get heat into their brakes, because they know they're going to have to do a fair bit of braking when they get down towards turn 1 on the opening lap. And as Peter pointed out, there will be spray, but in fact I don't think there'll be so much there. If they were accelerating away from halfway around the lap, they get a lot of spray. But we just had a high shot over the pits. There are little puddles in the paddock at the back, but I think the track itself is pretty much dry. Certainly in driving terms, it's dry, unless you're a driver who likes to garner every story with an excuse. And we know there's some out there, but we won't name any names at all, Peter. Now that you've retired.
Have I retired?
No, I thought I'd broken it.
I missed that memo, so thanks for breaking it to me gently.
Yes, your wife phoned in and said, could I just pop that into the show?
Fine. Okay, well, that's official then. That's absolutely official.
That's in triplicate.
That is it, yes. Yeah, unquestionable. So, what we've seen at the start of these first 3 rounds is some surprises from sort of row 3. Not saying row 1 and 2 have been napping, I don't mean that for a minute, but each time there seems to have been, and it doesn't matter inside or outside, no relevance, just suddenly we've seen a couple of cars. Of course, now I've said that, it won't happen, as the curse of the commentator, etc., etc.
Well, the grid looks pretty much dry. The slightly damper line is on the side of the pit side. But I think what happens when you're on row 3 or 4, you have a few eventualities in front of you that does sort of force you wide, and sometimes that could be the enforced choice. It turns out to be an inspired one. Certainly we've seen David Pittard gain few positions that way. And a couple of races ago, 3 races ago, we had the Octane 126 Ferrari spinning just before they went out onto the Nordschleife itself, and those behind had to starburst around it, and that's when, certainly for every person who gained a position, there's someone else who lost one, and you just have to ride your luck at that point. But today they'll have to realise that if they go out wide and get on the grass, then that might not be quite as friendly a surface as if they stayed on the tarmac.
Not at all, because the mentality is that the first 2 rows, the first 4 cars, they've got to defend that sort of position, even at the very beginning before our race. They've got the work to do there immediately on the defence. Rows 3, 4, 5, certainly 3 and 4, they can attack. They can afford to. They'll come out onto the grid. They've seen the right-hand side of the track is wet. Don't dive down the inside. I'm not sure diving down the inside is always the best line there, although people aren't expecting it. Element of surprise. Go to the left-hand side where it's dry, but of course you don't want to run. You've got much further to go round, more track to cover, run off, and the potential of a spin. And the problem is everybody else does it. You're going to get there with 2 or 3 or 4 other cars doing exactly the same, so the net gain is 0. Makes it interesting though, doesn't it? Of course, having now explained all that, none of that will happen.
No, but it's important to remove the elements. Cars now coming onto the Dottinger Höhe. That's the long drag down past the main road up towards the final twisting sequence of corners. There are little damp patches at the side of the circuit, but really about 95% of what I'm looking at is dry. Further back round, we've got spray coming off the curbs for those riding further down in the pack. So it's we're not out of the woods. Actually, some of the cars are out of the woods, but in terms of the weather coming our way. But right now, let's just reiterate. Front row, Get Speed Performance Mercedes. Second position, the KCMG Porsche on the front row. Will they still be in those top 2 positions by the time the cars come around? But right now, drivers would have paid attention, thinking, right, what rain have we got? Where can I make my move? Or if you're at the front of the grid, I just want to consolidate on that run to the first corner, get it sensibly through the Grand Prix loop, and then out onto the Nordschleife itself. I'm going to need all the heat I can have in my tyres. I'm going to need all the heat I can have in my brakes. And drivers, of course, will be doing all of that right now. They'll also be thinking, what tactics did we discuss? What's plan B? What's plan C? What happens when the rain comes? But really, that will then be just narrowed down to the focus they require to be first down into that first corner, or to pull off the passing manoeuvres they're talking about.
Keep it on the black stuff. That's the important bit. It's a team event. You've got to hand it over to your teammate. There's so much pressure that it's not like many other forms of racing. Grand Prix we're seeing this weekend at Silverstone, one of first of 2. You've got 2 supposedly identical cars in each team. They never are identical. They're always set up different. Each driver will do their own thing. This is one of the things I absolutely love about endurance racing is the car has to complete the entire length of the race, no matter who drives it. So that car's got to be set up differently to each driver. They've got to have a compromise. They've got to work together. You've got to go at the pace of potentially your slowest driver, because if he can't drive it the way he wants, he or she, then it's not going to work. It's no good having a 5-second advantage and then it being wiped out. So it's all part of it. But they're going to come around onto our pit straight any second now. Ready for the start, Bruce?
Here we go. Safety car, the Porsche safety car just peeling off towards the pit entry. It's the red and white number 23 Mercedes from Get Speed Performance on pole position. That's the side by the pit wall. The number 19 KCMG Porsche on the outside. Didn't make such a good start. Immediately tucks in behind the Mercedes. The BMW from third position. Their line astern. This is most unusual. We normally have 2 or 3 abreast. The Lamborghini making a bid on the outside. And also the Avalon liveried Porsche with Maxime Martin and your own Blake about it this weekend goes up into 4th place around the outside. Assenheimer's car, the Auto Arena Mercedes, gets squeezed. The pole starting Mercedes ran very wide, but had enough of an advantage, 2 or 3 car lengths, to afford the generous line into turn 1. Gets through it. Those behind, almost all of the top group that we've seen have got through the first turn, into the second turn, out of it. But the first 2 cars already starting to make an escape.
Well, that said, but the pole sitting car, I say, running wide in the first 3 turns there, whilst he's maintained the lead in that pole position. He was challenged by the KCMG Porsche straight down the inside, trying to get the BMW did exactly the same, and they got that doors closed completely. But the lead in the pole sitting Mercedes seems to have, I'd almost say understeer, running wide turns 1, 2, 3 and 4 consistently, which has allowed that KCMG Porsche to tuck in right behind it, and it just doesn't look like he's able to do it there.
Right, we said early in the show that the number 34 Walkenhorst BMW normally tends to have a very attacking start. 2 positions gained already, up from 7th into 5th place, right on the tail of the Fricadelli Porsche. The red and black Porsche seems to have more traction coming down the hill. It's going to try and make a move into the kink before you rise up behind the paddock. He's pulled it off up into 4th place. Can't tell you who's driving that as yet. It's a choice of David Pittard, Christian Cronjes or Mikkel Jensen. Mikkel qualified the car, but that's the car that's having the fight. And suddenly we've got BMWs in 3rd and 4th, up from 7th. That's very impressive for the Walkenhorst car, but it has class. It's had a 1st, a 2nd and a 3rd in this championship so far in the 4 rounds. A bit further down, the Audis are fighting very hard indeed. Almost had a place change there. And the car that I really fancy, the 20 entry, just lost the position to the number 50 Audi. So it's a bit of inter-Nissan battling.
What I did notice there was on that opening lap partway around the GP circuit, the leading Get Speed Mercedes, once it had got a couple of car lengths ahead, it was weaving down the straight as if it was on a formation lap, still trying to get heat into those front tyres, which kind of belies what I said, those first 4 turns. It seemed to have understeer. You said Bruce running wide, but I've never seen a race-leading car halfway through his opening lap still weaving, trying to get heat into the front tyres.
Well, he can afford to do that. As you said, he's got that little advantage. Second group of cars just heading off now, but certainly if you're down in the pack, you can't be concentrating on your tyre temperatures. You're trying to either attack or defend. But as we've seen so many times, the Caymans dominate the second group of cars and the regular runners at the front, but again twitching as they try to get enough braking done down into turn 1. First third of that pack, a bit more strung out than the top class batch. Certainly very nicely indeed. But again, we talked about it, greasy track, cold brakes, cold tyres, and the first corner of the Nürburgring, slightly downhill, very wide, but it tightens on you as you exit. And it really encourages drivers to brake too late, which is not what you want in conditions like this. Go out beyond the edge of the circuit, and that mysteriously is where a lot of water tends to sit. Hasn't been driven over on the formation lap, so go a little bit wide, and it's almost like a negative dividend.
Well, no pay. But exactly you say, that going over those curbs, painted, water on them, cars don't stick, you don't want to get on the paint at all, on the curbs. Not so bad on the apex, just pretty well unloaded, but on the exit, cars running wide, car can just suddenly just rotate, swap ends on you, and you're facing the pack, and you've got an embarrassed phone call to the pits then to say I've just spun it, which you don't want to be doing.
You certainly don't. And again, the second batch of cars, this wonderful grid with the Caymans largely at the front, but then harried by a couple of TCR class cars in well, I was going to say 4th and 5th in the group, but the little Hyundai up the inside, bouncing over the curves, the last corner before they go onto the Nordschleife. And what, did he get in position? No, he didn't. Got pushed over the curves, lost a position. So the 623 Hyundai losing ground there, but the car that's not losing any ground at all, in fact quite reversed, stretching its legs, leading the field. Is the number 23 pole starting Get Speed Performance Mercedes, but the car that started second, one of the 2 KCMG Porsches, is still in there in second, and they seem to have got really quite a gap. And if one looks a very long way back, you may see the car in 3rd place. They have made a fabulous break on the opening lap. We know 3rd and 4th are the 2 BMWs, but we haven't seen them for a short while. What we can tell you is that Get Speed Performance car, pole position, got it right in the first corner. But as we go around the lap, suddenly the KCMG Porsche has come from, gained about 4 car lengths in the space of 2 corners. Maybe taking a few more risks. The track looks quite greasy at the back.
Well, we said it earlier in the show, didn't we, that the KCMG cars that are based in Hong Kong, they came over here with a bit of razzmatazz and a lot of expectation, and they delivered, but not quite the way we expected. And they have improved. I think that first race sort of made them have a bit of a reset and a rethink of, okay, perhaps this isn't quite as easy as we thought. I'm not saying they necessarily thought that, but we certainly had a higher expectation of it, and they got better and better and better. And all of a sudden now, that Get Speed car under huge challenge.
In the UK, we have fireworks night rather later in the year, come November. But looks like we're about to have fireworks in the 3rd batch of cars, because a few of the cars from about the 3rd or 4th row, pretty much what Peter was saying earlier, decided they were going to have a better start than those in front. In fact, now they've got down to turn 1. They're not 3 abreast. They are 2 abreast. I thought we were going to have carambolage, as we say in Italy, but certainly one of the Pixum adrenaline sport BMWs gained 2 or 3 positions, then didn't go any further forward. But I thought, here we go, prepare the intake of breath. But again, I think a lot of drivers showing a lot of caution and sense. They know it's a 4-hour race, let's not blow it after just the run down to turn 1.
And always in the thick of those there, the gold BMW 650. That's always evidence. They're having a little moment there on turn 4.
Yeah, the Saw Grensport BMW pulling clear at the top of that class, and the Pixum Adrenaline, the orange and blue car number 651, has gained another position. That was the one that was a really, really fast starter. Goes well with different lineup this weekend. Sven Markert, Lars Harbeck and Richard Fruser. But for all the runners in these BMWs, they really enjoy the Grand Prix loop, but they know the track's going to become narrow. They're taking their chances now. Down the drop, they go to that fabulous fast right-handed kink before the pits, behind the paddock. But class leader is about 10 car lengths clear. Lights flashing further down in the pack, but no one can do anything about that car at the front of the group. That is a luxury. It doesn't look like an opening lap if you're including the leader, but then from second place back, it's almost nose to tail right down into the thick of the action. But what a start from the Saw Grensport BMW. That was a super job. Very tidy, not just into turn 1, but out, and maximised its advantage at the front of the M240i Racing Cup class.
Well, it's the age-old adage, isn't it? Slow in, fast out. I'm glad you identified the number on the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport car, because there's 4 of them. 650, 651, 652 and 653.
They should sometimes help us by having them in reverse livery, orange on blue and blue on orange. But anyhow, that was quite useful. So, tidy opening lap, waiting to see the order, but certainly at the lead of the race, the KCMG Porsche that started second is really, really harrying. Looking inside, looking outside the number 23 Mercedes, an occasional twitchy moment from the 2 of them. It's not fully dry around the back. The little flurry of rain on their formation lap, but of course the formation lap is a long time ago because it's such a long lap. But race leader really getting crossed up. The Porsche being driven with a little bit more brio, it must be said, but there isn't space. Keeps on looking left and right. The driver at the wheel of the race leading 23 Mercedes really working very hard. Car put on pole by Fabian Schiller, shared with John Schaffner and Janine Hill, and this is a team, Get Speed Performance, with these drivers that knows this circuit supremely well, but a team that gets better and better, getting more help from Mercedes this year, and really paying it back. But will the 23 still be in front at the end of the opening lap? Get Speed, great name. Performance, well, that goes with it, and going well, but certainly KCMG haven't finished higher than 8th in their 2 races. They're now right at the sharp end and could be the sharp end any moment now.
Well, it's interesting, Bruce, because we've commented on this before in the previous 3 rounds, that the Mercedes all around the lap in the dry has looked more reliably stable. Not always the fastest car every part of the circuit, but it's looked consistently quick, the same way, nice and linear, if you see what I mean. The Porsches haven't looked the same. Now, that appears to, on the evidence of this first lap, which we're just coming towards the end of fairly shortly, it looks almost as if the Mercedes, he's still trying to get a heat in those tyres. He's going to home back. He's actually, again, he's weaving that lead GT3 AMG. The KCMG Porsche right behind it, coming through the Twitter bit, is going to be the Mercedes leading, the Get Speed Mercedes leading across the line. We don't know whether it's Fabian Schiller that actually put that pole position up, or whether he's in the car to start with. We'll find out in a moment. But the KCMG Porsche right on the back of it towards the end of the first lap and threatening, ready to have a run down the pit straight. But that Porsche looked mighty strong in these damp conditions.
Well, I can tell you there is a massive gap back to 3rd and 4th positions. The BMW fighting, and in fact, just to change of position, the Walkenhorst car has just gone ahead of the Rover Racing car, and behind it, it's about 10 cars nose to tail. That yellow, white and black Rover Racing car, very much the slow one in that pack, still coming across the end of the opening lap in 4th place. Now, though, the Walkenhorst M6 has been released and is heading off after the leaders, but it's just 0.6 of a second, 2/3 of a second between 1st and 2nd place. That's the 23 Get Speed Performance Mercedes, the 19 KCMG car, but then another 6.5 seconds back to the Walkenhorst BMW in 2nd place. Mistake out of turn 2, or maybe just being a little bit cautious. The race leader, number 23, is about to have a Porsche up the inside, but the inside becomes the outside, so it ducks in behind through turn 3. Out of turn 4, so they've got through the Mercedes arena, and it is still a Mercedes in the lead of the race, but for how much longer can that stay there? Fabian Schiller being pushed super hard by Dennis Olsen.
And it is David Pittard in the Walkenhorst BMW that's done another one of his famous starts. I'm not surprised they put him in there, to be honest, because they've done that in the first few races, but that's got cars up to 3rd overall already, having started 7th. I think it was, 7th on the grid. He said he got 2 at the start and he's at the 3rd overall now. But it's the get speed performance with Fabian Schiller at the wheel, but he is being harried. The distance gap between the two across the line, 0.6 of a second at the end of that first lap between Fabian Schiller and Dennis Olsen in the Mercedes and the Porsche. 3rd is David Pittard, and he's still only 7.2 seconds adrift there in the Volkenhorst BMW. Rover Racing BMW make it up in 4th place, so Mercedes, Porsche, 2 BMWs. Martin in the Fricadelli Porsche is a car to be watching in 5th place at the moment. Times for the first two cars, 1:11.9, 1:11.9. There's only a couple of hundreds in it between the two there. But that's Dennis Olsen having an outstanding opening lap in that Porsche, and I'm still intrigued as to why Fabian Schiller looks like he's still trying to get heat into the front tyres of that Mercedes, even towards the end of the first lap. It's not something I've witnessed before, to be honest. It just looks, never seen a car weaving there, and it wasn't about dodging or position or defending or whatever. He just looked like he was still trying to get heat into the tyres at the end of the first lap.
Well, he did, and going out into turn 3, the 3rd part of the Mercedes arena, really struggling and taking a very, very high line, tempted Dennis Olsen to take a look up the inside into that tight left, but then had just enough an advantage to come over. We've already got a few cars deciding, maybe it wasn't a good idea to go out on rain tyres, or quite the reverse. Suddenly, from the second group of cars, we've got a flurry of Caymans heading into the pits. So whatever their tyre choice was at the start is not the right one to have. Car 371 at the back of their grouping as well. That was a little TCR class car. Can't tell you right now who's at the wheel. But of course, don't just go down the pit lane. You've got to turn in under the pit building, into the paddock at the back. Then there's a one-way system around there, and in and then out. But a lot of teams, as I said, they can't see all of the circuit when they're standing in the pit lane and the pit garages and the paddock before the race. They have to guess somewhat. But some of them will have decided it was either wetter or drier than the conditions are at the moment.
And that's where the teamwork comes into play, doesn't it? That you go out there, the team put you on a set of tyres, you agree it between you before you go out, depending on weather forecasts, etc. But the only person that really knows what the circuit's like is the driver, who's got the car underneath him, gets out there. And as we said, the Grand Prix loop can look lovely and bright and sunny and airy almost, and get out onto the full circuit, and all of a sudden it's a totally different thing. As you say, they say it's a game of two halves of football. It's almost a circuit of two halves here, although they're not halves, because you've got a small Grand Prix circuit, modern day Grand Prix circuit, and the old GP circuit, 14 miles. And all of a sudden you say it's totally different. You've got gradients, we've got through woods. It's totally different. It's not as open as a GP circuit. And your driver can go out there and agree with the team, make a decision, get out there, and all of a sudden get to another part of the circuit and go, this is impossible, I can't drive this. But of course, if it remains dry and 146 cars keep driving over it, as they will, it could be different a lap later. So that is when your teamwork really comes into it. So your team principal, your strategist, your team manager, and your driver all conferring together, whilst of course driving the Nordschleife in a racing car. Just saying, as if you haven't got enough to do on a Saturday afternoon.
Then you get the team manager in your ear. How are things out there with you? But it must be said, out front, it's a really, really serious battle. But the good thing for Dennis Olsen as he attacks in second place for the KCMG Porsche team, he hasn't got to contend with anyone else other than the car he's fighting. He's got about 6.5 seconds clear of David Pittard. Pittard has now dropped Nicky Katzberg under pressure from the Fricadelli Porsche with Maxime Martin. So I suggest the Walkenhorst car will start to go up towards the lead battle. But I really feel at the moment that Schiller is, as you pointed out, really fighting to keep the Mercedes where he wants it to be, whereas Dennis Olsen, the Norwegian, is taking some really pressing on. Any onboard footage of his car is very exciting and lively at the moment. So that battle is going to rage for a little while, I would think, but I do think there's a chance that David Pittard will be able to eke away and try and join them. He's in the clear now in third place.
Yeah, he's got the point with Dennis Olsen is, as you say, nobody behind him. What that really means in real terms is he can focus on what he needs to do in front. You wouldn't have thought that at the beginning of the race. You'd have thought those first 4, 5, 6 cars might be a little bit more close together. Not the case. Schiller and Olsen is that have broken away from Pittard. I think Pittard, as you said, Bruce, is pulled away from Katzberg and Martin now. So Pittard can now start to concentrate on closing that gap to Olsen. But Olsen can just get on with what he needs to do and get out and get chasing Fabian Schiller in that get speed Mercedes at the very front. They were 0.6 of a second apart across the line. Their lap times were 1 minute 11.977 and 9.29. So almost nothing between them.
Just waiting for the next timing interval to see if Fabian Schiller is able to make a break, or is he really going to cede position? And is David Pittard going to be able to catch them? Long timing intervals here, just waiting for them to get to the next interval around the lap. But the early stages of the lap, it's been very, very even between the two drivers. Pittard fighting back as he goes around, closing in all over again. But as we pointed out, when you have multi-car classes, you have different areas on the circuit where the performance is strong. And one thing where it's always strong, this is bad news, the second place, well, we've now had a change of position. I was going to say the second place Porsche, it's now gone the other way out of our sights. The change that we expected was going to come has happened, and Fabian Schiller has been passed for the lead of the race. But what I was going to say, if he was still in the lead of the race, it'd be a problem for Olsen, because when they get into that final corner, the really tight twisters onto the start-finish straight, the Mercedes always, Peter, seems to have massive grunt, really good attacking speed, and that's great for defending position. But now he's got to use it in attack. He's got to try and hang on to Dennis Olsen, not let the Norwegian pull away, and be there to get those Merc horsepowers firing on past the pits.
Well, if these weather conditions were the same today as they have been for the first 3 rounds, we'd be saying now it almost looks as if that get speed Mercedes isn't quite dialed in. Something's just not quite connected. It hasn't quite found the sweet spot yet. Is it that, or is it the changeable conditions? The change of conditions, my apologies. Does it just not work? It's the first time we've seen these cars have to perform in these conditions, and at the moment it seems to be favouring the Porsche. Certainly Dennis Olsen had a stunning opening lap there, and to be honest, he was the quickest car on the track on that opening lap, and he was all over the back of Fabian Schiller. I suspect a little bit of the thinking there was, he knows it's quicker, he's got a better car under him, there is no need to do it all on the first lap, but it's as we saw from some of the onboard footage looking back as well that we get to see on the live streaming there, if you look back, he was all over the back of that Mercedes, dodging side by side. And I think he was basically keeping Fabian Schiller busy, just saying, I'm here, I'm going to do it when I'm ready. There's no need for it at the moment. It's a 4-hour race, as we say quite rightly. That said, Fabian Schiller has just done exactly the reverse on him, going up into Tiergarten, and got past the Porsche again and re-established the lead. So maybe that Mercedes has dialed itself in as we're talking, because he's retaken the lead. Oh man, Fabian Schiller retakes the lead.
Well, I was just
at the end of the second lap.
I was just absolutely so the gap between them last time round was about 0.6 of a second, and it is this time. And if you're a BMW fan, you've got 2 options, because I reckon the Walkenhorst car, having passed the Rover Racing M6, would pull clear. It hasn't. The Rover car right back onto its tail as they go into and now out of the final corner. Then we've got this run of 4 cars very tight together. The Fricadelli Porsche with the Lamborghini right under its rear wing, and then the Auto Arena Mercedes comes charging through and tucked in behind it. The second of the KCMG Porsches, then the Racing One Ferrari in the background, but that's falling away a bit. So you've got 2 2-car battles and then a 4-car battle. 4-car battle from 5th through to 8th position. The Lamborghini taking a very wide line through turn 2 to try and get a swing down that little run in the Mercedes arena up to turn 3. Manages to hold off Patrick Assenheimer, but Assenheimer certainly fancied his chances in the Auto Arena Mercedes, but now suddenly he's got the KCMG Porsche, Alex Imperatori at the wheel, all over his tail. But the first 2, just over 1/4 of a second, Schiller in front of Olsen, so the gap's smaller than the previous lap, but don't forget there was the passing manoeuvre, and now they're starting to lap the tail enders of the 3rd group of cars, the moving variable on a circuit that's both moving and variable. Will it affect the front runners? Not so far. Walkenhorst, Pittard ran a little bit wide on the Grand Prix loop. There's a chance the Rover Racing car, Nicky Katzberg, by the time they get to the kink behind the paddock, he's got his nose in front. Pittard didn't want to back out, but knew eventually he's going to have to. Up the hill to the Vidal chicane they go. So the BMW's having fun. Those behind will probably love the fact they're having fun. This is their chance to make their 4-car train join the 2-car battle in front of them, and I think it's going to happen very soon indeed if the Rover Racing, BMW and the Walkenhorst car continue to fight so furiously over 3rd place.
not like David Pittard there, from 7th up to 3rd and back down to 4th again. Not like him to lose a bit of space on the first couple of laps there. Times at the front cars, I did of course quote a few minutes ago the first sector times, not the lap time. Just to realize what
No, I realise that. It's a long lap.
Everybody listening, I was going to say, I was thinking, hang on a minute, it doesn't work quite, does it? 8:52.7 and 8:52.3 for the two front-running cars. They were only 0.279 of a second apart across the line there. The get speed, Fabian Schiller Mercedes getting the jump then on Dennis Olsen's KCMG 911. But the battle for the moment is those two BMWs in 3rd and 4th place, David Pittard and Katzberg in the Valkenhorst and Rover Racing M6s. Across the line, it was Pittard ahead, but of course we saw that change in the part of the Grand Prix loop there, which was a little bit unexpected, not like David Pittard to lose a space there, placed on the opening lap. Fastest car on the circuit, again, it's still the Dennis Olsen KCMG Porsche, number 19. Only by a few tenths, but he is there. It is the fastest car on the circuit, so it's still got the legs. But I was quite surprised to see that Fabian Schiller come back past again, because it just didn't seem to have the pace early on. But he seemed to get that car dialed in. It's taken a lap and a half to get it done.
Well, we've had a few cameo performances on the opening couple of laps. I had to scratch my head, blink my eyes several times, because the car running at the tail end of the top 10 was from the H4 class. But that's pulled into the pits. That's car number 600. It's a Porsche 911 GT3, so in terms of performance it should be there, but running in the H4 category. And that is not alone in making a pit run either at the end of lap 1 or lap 2. Front running cars, no such concerns at the moment, but certainly plenty of concerns about keeping it on the black stuff, or it's not grey stuff today, it very much is black stuff after the sprinkling of rain this morning. It wasn't a sprinkling, it was a full-on hosing down, but the track is generally dry now, but certainly any footage of the front running cars, they are twitching and bucking their way around the circuit, finding less grip than they would if this track could get some sun on it or some strong wind. Still just a little bit greasy for all the runners. The first two, quarter of a second or thereabouts between them at the end of the second lap. They did have the change of positions. Olsen putting his KCMG Porsche ahead of Fabian Schiller's Get Speed Performance Mercedes, but then it was reversed again. Still more cars diving into the pits. A lot of teams will have just guessed wrong about their tyre compounds. Those at the front are just trying to brave it out, because if you're going to come in to make a change, you want to be really sure it's going to work, and how many laps is it going to take if you're on another sort of tyre to make up the ground you just lost.
We say when you commented on that, Bruce, I thought that'd be interesting to see what the top category could do, the SP9 cars, and to a person, not one of them's come in. So they've obviously made their tyre choices and very happy with it, but it was the lower categories that, certainly to say those Caymans, that we had a flurry of activity in a couple of TCR cars in there, and I was intrigued to watch what happened at the front, but they've stayed out there, they're happy with their decision and they're sticking with it, and it seems to be working for them at the moment. Patrick Assenheimer running in 7th at the moment in the Hauptsport Mercedes. She's only the second of the Mercedes at the moment. We've got the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini doing its usual good start, first stint. That's running 6th at the moment.
Right, well, inevitably there'll be little points on the circuit where we've got yellow flags, but the incidents are being cleaned up. They're about 2/3 away around the lap, just on beyond Bergwerk, a fair bit beyond Bergwerk, but it's not surprising. Conditions are very tricky indeed, I must say. In fact, everyone's done a really remarkably good job over the opening couple of laps so far. In fact, it's more towards Klostertal. Trying to identify a car off at the side of the circuit. Looked like a Subaru BRZ. So out of the slow zone, wait for the signal, green flag, off you go. Full acceleration for the race leader, Fabian Schiller. He's got Dennis Olsen. It's like the opening lap all over again. The two of them and no one behind them that can be seen in a rear camera shot. Again, this time, Olsen, the chaser, Schiller leading the race. But Olsen has proved very brave so far in the race, and comes from really quite a long way back into some of the corners. Happy to make a move from 4 car lengths back. But again, snaking around a back marker there. Always the trouble is, if you're a back marker early in the race, you see the bright red and white nose of the race leading car coming up. You can't necessarily see the car in behind, and it's certainly led to a fair bit of swerving as the Subaru pulled across in the face of the KCMG Porsche. So a bit like a slot car race at the moment, certainly for the first two runners.
And contrary to that which we discussed only a few minutes ago, pre-race and also opening laps of the race, Dennis Olsen able to monster the curbs in that Porsche, which you wouldn't have thought was a wise thing to be doing in the dam. But
No.
he just is able to absolutely monster. Notice though, he's very careful not using the exit curbs where it's loaded, but unloaded, he's absolutely bouncing that over as if it's a qualifying lap.
Schiller in the race-leading Mercedes is staying on the black stuff, but certainly looking for an advantage, going bang into a slow zone. They go, and suddenly the KGMG Porsche right onto the tail all over again. Out of the slow zone, a couple of backmarking BMWs to be picked off. Into the carousel they go. Out of the carousel now. In fact, to tell you what, slightly further around the lap. But it really, really does ebb and flow between the front two runners, and certainly advantage there, clearing those two back markers, went to the race leader. He gained about half a second, and in their battle, that is quite a large chunk of time. They're dealing in tenths of a second by and large, but down the Dottinger-Hoa they go, BMW to be picked off, about 4 or 5 car lengths between them. The chasing KCMG Porsche getting right behind the BMW, grabbing what little toe he could get to try and sling him back towards the tail of the race-leading Mercedes. But I must say, it's been a very, very good lap for the pair of them, because get your binoculars out. Where is the car in third place? In the background of the shot, really having fallen some distance back. It should still be Katzberg and Pittard in the two BMWs, but these first two are clearly taking far more risks than those behind.
Well, they certainly are. Did you just look there on that coming to Dottinger, how they both used the back markers and sat in immediately? There were 2 5-6 car lengths apart, and Schiller just went round one, tucked in behind it, got that team, used that advantage, and Olsen did exactly the same thing. They sat there and, as you say, got a toe even up there. Olsen looking down the inside to try and take the lead going into the 4th lap. He's put it down alongside, not quite made it. Schiller's left a bit of room for him there. Very clean bit of driving there. I did think Olsen got that done there, but he hadn't quite got it alongside enough. Olsen not able to squeeze through there, but Schiller did leave him in just enough room. I would say there was probably about a Porsche and enough for probably a bit of vinyl wrap or respray gap between the two of them there. He did leave him enough room. He didn't quite pull it off. That's ended up, and Olsen then dropping back a little bit, because I think he probably caught himself out a bit there and thought, oh, it didn't quite work there, and not this time.
Yeah, up the inside can be diminishing returns, but again, just mentioned the fabled Mercedes grunt onto the start-finish straight certainly helped Schiller, but using the toe down past the pits, Olsen thought, I might have a chance up the inside, didn't quite work. Be sure he'll be trying again. 0.236 of a second between them. Katzberg and Pittard, their BMWs in 3rd and 4th, but against this, they're another 19.5 seconds back, and that wasn't all lost lap time, that was also where the slow zones affected them. For these first two, it's like they've been given a joker to play in their race. You don't get a lead this big in an NLS race without assistance or a lucky turn of events. It's gone their way. They've fought really hard from the start of the race. We have had that place change, and the lead then going back to Fabian Schiller. So it still gets Speed Performance Mercedes at the helm of the race, but it must be said, it's a very difficult place to be, being the first car to come up and overtake. Now we're getting up towards not quite the midfield, we're certainly clearing the top cars in the bottom batch of the 3 cars. I think that's one way of describing it, but I must say driving has been exemplary, and just having a look, see, it's been a better lap for 5th place, because Axel Jeffries has got past the number 30 Fricadelli Racing Porsche. There's a place change. So Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini clear of the car behind by nearly 5 seconds. That's been a really, really good lap from the Lamborghini. And do you remember I said that the fighting BMWs, Peter, might get the 4-car train behind to join them? Well, they've almost got Axel Jeffries, but he's only 2 seconds down on the 2 BMWs. But that's been a good lap from the Lamborghini. And for Martin and those behind, they're now falling back. But Martin, Nassenheimer, Imperatori, all very close together. A second covering the 3 of them. And then quite a big gap, another 4 seconds back to the car in 9th place, which is Jules Simkowiak. Car number 39, the Dutch racer. Late entry to share the Racing One Ferrari. That's car number 39. This is a feature of the NLS. You get drivers who they're hoping to find a seat in the car, and in the case of the young Dutchman, his turn. He's driven a lot of cars in the last handful of years. I remember him 5 years or so ago racing for Bentley, run by Team HTP in the Blancpain GT days. since then done a lot of other work. And let's complete the running. That's leading the AM class in SP9 ahead of the number 20 Audi, Fred Vervisch on board that. That was a car I reckoned might have a chance in this race. He's down in 10th place, so he's going to require a little bit of something to change in his benefit. And leading the Pro-Am class is that 25 Huber Racing Porsche down in 13th place. So at the moment, the AM class runner, Jules Simkowiak, better than the best of the Pro-Am crews. So good job there.
It's more than a good job, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary. Weather. We keep saying about this weather. Let's throw a variable in. Is it going to rain? Is it not? I've got a feeling it just might yet. We're only, just over half an hour through. And I've got a feeling it's not getting any lighter and brighter. And that would throw in, that said, just looking at the pit straight, it looks nice and bright and sunny now. But
I was going to interject.
It didn't on the previous camera shot, it didn't. So that which I saw was correct. Wouldn't that throw in a variable though? A little bit of rain, just, even on one part of the circuit.
If you want to be evil and scheming, you want that, if you really want to shuffle the field, have it just after the hour mark where everyone's made their first pit stop.
That is the definition of evil in terms of a race strategy. Yes,
Yeah.
you're quite right there.
Some cars going particularly well. SP3T being led by a car as high as 18th place overall. That's the number 10 Golf, and you don't normally find it that high up the order. Benjamin Leuchter on board this weekend. He's showing with a young Dutch racer. You might have heard Tom Coronel. 45 years of cheekiness or whatever.
New boy to it, isn't he? Yeah, new kid on the block.
Yeah, that's Max Cruz Racing. Max Cruz, a pro football player, really enjoys his motorsport, and his cars always look great. And I see there's a third name on the window. Looks it must be Andreas Gulden, but the veteran Dutchman will be getting in for his stint soon. But young Benjamin Gulden knows TCR class cars very well indeed. Now driving an SP3T, the Class 4 TCR class, and making it look very easy indeed. In fact, most camera shots show almost no one around him, such is his advantage. Next car in the class, in fact, sorry, I've looked at the wrong car. That's Leuchter in that car. It's number 10, it's the other one. Coronel is in the 333, which is second in class. I have confused my Max Cruz cars. I apologise for that.
Got a slow car coming up towards Tiergaard. She's just producing a white flag at the moment, as I think our race leaders are not quite there with them at the moment. No, that's fine. But might create a slow zone coming up to Tiergaard and into the pits. Just keep an eye on the pit straight.
Just to complete my housekeeping there, I was thrown. I said, there's a third name on the window. It must be Andreas Gulden, because I saw Gulden. Benjamin Leuchter is in both of those Golfs. That's what threw me. I saw his name on the list as leading the class, but he's in 10 and 333. Greeny.
In your defence, a very easy mistake then. If it's in both cars, that's quite easy.
And they're both in the same team. I hadn't sussed that they have two cars in the field.
Tom Coronel, that's one of those people that if there's racing on at a weekend, he's probably in a car. Highly unlikely that he's not.
I always used to remember Spa 24 Hours long ago, thinking, please, for that noisy Mazda retired the days of his father racing Van der Beek Coronel, that rotary Mazda wine. If you were sitting bleary-eyed in the press room doing a race report, in the small hours of the morning, and you got a headache, that was causing the headache. But the family through and through. Tim and Tom absolutely love their racing, generation races. And let's see where they can go today. But at the moment, Tom is second in the SP3T class. Quarter of a second between our first two cars. It's still the Mercedes Get Speed Performance leading from the KCMG Porsche with Dennis Olsen on board. They've got nearly a 20-second advantage ahead of dueling BMWs. Nicky Katzberg back in front of David Pittard. They're both being caught by Axel Jeffries from the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, completing the top six. Then you have a train of cars. Maxime Martin, late arrival, joined the Fricadelli Porsche crew. He's sharing with Jeroen Blekemolen. They've got company, Patrick Assenheimer, the HRT Mercedes racer, tucked in behind, and the second of the KCMG Porsches with Alex Imperatori. 6th, 7th and 8th, very close indeed.
And the Haupt Racing, as you say, HRT Assenheimer, Patrick Assenheimer car, number 6 in 7th place. A little bit off the pace, certainly compared to its counterpart leading the race at the moment, but 9 seconds difference in lap time, which is not the performance we've seen from Haupt Racing in the first 3 rounds of this series.
Okay, here's a caveat. I will throw into that I want to see their next lap time, because I think the first couple of cars suddenly had that huge advantage because they weren't interrupted by a slow zone. I think they got through ahead of it. Now we've had to change of positions. We've got up the Dottinger Hoa using the Saturva back marker any instance he could, and Dennis Olsen is now in front of Mercedes. Mercedes go through the fast left kick up the rise, the fairly sharp rise, looks flatter on TV. Got a back marker ahead of them, but it's still the KCMG Porsche in front. I thought it was an opportunity for the Mercedes, but that was Olsen being bold. He grabbed the moment, and the Mercedes is going to be nearly half a second down in second place, but that's the second time it's been passed for the lead of the race. Waiting to see the timing interval. It was 0.236 of a second. It's 0.6 of a second behind now, as they come up on a TCR Audi down the inside into turn 1 goes the race leading Porsche. Easier for the Mercedes in second place. Didn't have to make a decision because the Audi pulled to one side, but this battle is really good. Just as soon as you think Dennis Olsen has an advantage, Fabian Schiller seems to suddenly pick up his pace. Schiller now starting to take different lines, and you know why? He's no longer the race leader. He's not defending, he's attacking. That's why he was taking a tighter line down into turn 3 and then into turn 4 as they go through the Mercedes arena. But it's the Porsche in front, and now the hunter has turned into the hunted. Olsen leading from Schiller by half a bonnet length.
An interesting point you made there, Bruce, that on the opening lap we saw Schiller's Mercedes taking some running deep and running wide, almost understeering quite a bit there. It didn't have to do that now. It is as if that car is now completely dialed in. It was Olsen that on turn 3 was running really wide now. Olsen, when he came through those traffic, you mentioned it to turn 1, he took the lead. He was strafing the TCL cars with his lights, and he is doing so now. But in turn, so is Fabian Schiller, flashing and strafing his lights behind 2 race leaders, as if to say, and there's no other traffic, just saying, I'm here too, my car's dialed in, I'm ready. You've had a couple of goes at the front, my turn.
One thing I really wanted to see there, we knew the top few had got clear, Olsen and Schiller. Long gap, it was nearly 20 seconds back to Katzberg, but it was Katzberg and Pittard, but it isn't now. Pittard's gone missing. No, he's gone into the pits. And Assenheimer. So that was from 4th and my memory serves me 7th.
Yeah.
Assenheimer was in that batch a bit further back, so not happy with their car's performance. Rolled the dice early on. So just remember that 2 of the top front running cars have issued, well, they haven't issued anything. They've decided they're going to take a risk, come in now, change on to different
Very clever move, I suspect. Very clever. The car's not working. Get it in the pits, get it changed, get it out there. We've got 3 hours 21 minutes to go anyway. So why wouldn't you go into the pits now and get it sorted?
If I went to the pits, I get a sandwich, but that's me.
So I think that could be a very smart move there, because Pittard did his usual thing, as he said, predicted short in the first 3 races. He even won the first one outright after the HRT car was disqualified. Pittard, great start, 7th up to 3rd, dropped that down to 4th, but still didn't make the progress he has done in previous races. That might be down to the damp, but dived into the pits, as indeed is Patrick Assenheimer, another pilot who makes his way through and is not normally running down in 5th, 6th, 7th. Not normal position for him. It's not the status quo. So I think that's exactly why those 2 cars have pitted. Get it in there sorted. Tyre change is probably what it's going to be.
Well, you know what? If I was
added a different type of tyre to go out to the second stint.
If I wanted to take driver intelligence, driver Nordschleifer intelligence, I would just wire into Patrick Assenheimer. He has had so much success here. He will probably pick up nuances of the weather, the possibility, the rate of change of weather that is absolutely vital. And with his driver lineup, he started the race. Dominic Baumann, Dirk Muller, what a strong 2nd and 3rd driver in that car. They can afford to take risks because they know that all of their drivers are on the money. And
I think that's a very key point. And Assenheimer's probably forgotten more about this place than most other people remember or learnt. And as you said, not just out of place being down there, but it's out of kilter. Something isn't right when Assenheimer's that far down the order. We're saying that far down the order. We're still talking only 7th. But I think that is a car to watch. That is Pittard out of the pits now. Assenheimer will follow very shortly. It might be in 9th on our timesheets now. Of course, that's not relative. The other cars have not yet taken their pit stop. I think that is a car to watch. I'm going to say now, that's going to be on the podium at least, that car.
Well, I think that's very impressive. Peter's just put £1,000 on the table.
I love how I say podium and you mention money.
So if you a house to go on.
Yeah.
Now, it does always pay as a commentator to do your research. Read the whole way down an entry list, and with the NLS, also be on the toes for those who've joined seemingly on the morning. But one entry I must have glossed over, 481 in the VT2 production car class. It's BMW 330i, looking fabulous in a black and orangey and white livery. Robert Van Hoosen, Swiss racer, and then Giacomo Altoe and Andrea Caldarelli. Now, how about those for an illustrious pair of teammates? They're not doing it because in their heart of hearts they really dreamt of racing a 330i BMW, but they're doing it because there's a race here later this year that goes on for 24 hours. So Altoe and Caldarelli, normally see them, of course, in Lamborghinis by and large, and very, very impressive indeed. Obviously, Caldarelli had a phenomenal season last year with the FFF racing team, cleaning up in the Blancpain GT World Challenge, and back again this season. But out not just to play and to learn here on the Nordschleife. So that's car number 481, and that's in a pack class with sharing with Hyundai i30is, VW Golfs, BMW 328s, F30 BMWs, but out here getting experience. And being the Nürburgring Nordschleife, there's always a flatbed somewhere around the circuit picking up a car. We've got one making its way up towards pit entry. So all the tail end cars that are just coming past it now will obviously see the flag marshals waving their flags in warning, but it's not something that hasn't been seen before on the Nordschleife, and all the drivers have to be totally primed, Peter, before this event. But I mean, each corner is a bit of an eventuality in its own way, but the fact is you do have other members of the cast that might be driving at rather lesser speed, so they have to be on their tippy toes.
Well, it goes back to what we said, I think a few rounds ago when talking to Win Percy about this circuit, a famous endurance driver, Le Mans driver, Spa 24-hour winner, Bathurst, you name it.
Tick.
Exactly. And he talked about the Nürburgring, and he said don't try and learn it, just know what's coming up next, which I thought was a great description from a very, very highly qualified driver and race winner, a TWR man. To don't try and learn it like you do a normal circuit. As long as you know what's coming up next, that's fine, and that's key, not to worry about it. Going back to Caldarelli, you said there, very, very experienced man, Lamborghinis, big cars, high performance, whatever, in a 330. What did we say a few minutes ago earlier on? Never stop learning, and you can't beat seat time at the Nürburgring. So exactly that. 330i, does he want to really drive it? It's probably not high on his list. It's not a bad car to drive, but it's a great car to go out there and learn some experience of the Nürburgring, ready for that 24-hour later in the year.
One thing, all the drivers, if they've just done top-level GT3 racing, but not done a VLN race, or what we call them this year, the Nürburgring Landstrecke and the NLS race, it's the cars in the other classes just being treated to the lead duo coming through past one of the probably quick midfield cars, and it was as if they were in another game entirely. One went one side, one went the other, and again, just the way you looked at their cornering potential when they got to the next twister versus what our camera car was showing us, and so the drivers just have to keep on responding, but more positive in traffic, possibly easier because he's leading the race. Dennis Olsen has built a lead. It was 0.6 of a second at the start of that. Coming down the Dottinger, it's almost out to a second. That seems ridiculous. He's gained nearly 0.4 of a second, around 24.5 kilometres. But it's about making those moves through the traffic. Everyone, well, not everyone's going to work, but it's about having the law of averages on your side. But now he's got enough of a lead not to give a toe to the chasing Mercedes, and that's what he needed for the Dottinger.
But that which we just witnessed, I know you guys can't see it unless you look at the live streaming, but what we just saw there with Fabian Schiller was absolute poetry, the way he followed Olsen's Porsche through. Olsen made a bit of a gap, but there were two slower cars that he wasn't necessarily too easy. And let's take it, an AMG is not exactly the smallest car in the world, and he just simply didn't. It was just utter poetry the way he just slipped through there and just followed that through and gained probably 2/10 on the Porsche in front of him. Not only is he dealing with back markers, he used it to his advantage and gained a bit of time. That's got to be so satisfying.
Drivers on a different plane. At the end of the start-finish straight, however, the Mercedes is right in onto its tail, down into turn one. There you go, 2 and 3 have been negotiated. And again, the punch of the Mercedes, it made it all up again. 0.7 of a second when they went over the start-finish line. 0.2 of a second as they go out of the Mercedes arena, braking hard, trying to take a tight-ish line. Don't want to be super, super tight through the long right-hander. It's a shortcut on the Grand Prix loop, but the Mercedes is now officially all over the tail of the race-leading KCMG Porsche. And again, it's entertaining because this battle has been swapped around twice now. So each of those drivers has had a spell at the front, had a spell overtaking the leader, has performed all of the roles in the front battle, and in behind, how far back to third place? Katzberg has brought that down to just under 11 seconds. Bear in mind, that was 17 seconds. A better lap for him. It's where the traffic falls. Is there a slow zone? Yes, there are slow zones. But what the leading duo gained on that opening handful of laps when a slow zone went their way.
Come on, accelerate your blue. Ignite your blue. Ignite your blue.
Toyo Tires.
the conditions, and certainly for the race leading KCMG Porsche, it seems to be dry everywhere because he seems not to mind hitting the curves. Peter's pointed out that Dennis Olsen, the race leader, is very happy and wisely hitting them on the way in so he can make a shorter line around the circuit, but staying clear on the exit when you've got to be putting the power down. And also it seems to be working, but the Mercedes is still giving chase, getting through a whole gaggle of back-marking cars just past a KTM, done with no problem at all, as you'd expect. But it's also just those moments, Peter, when you get shoved a little bit wide, and that's when it can all suddenly start to go a little bit wrong.
As you say, it can just change in an absolute instant. They change the whole face of the race. And as we've commented before, on so many parts of the Nürburgring here, there is no runoff. There's tiny, tiny little verges that are strips of grass at the side. So once you do make a mistake, or if you're pushed off, or slightly, I don't mean physically, but just a little bit of back manoeuvre between back markers, you end up running a little bit wide. There's no margin for error on the actual Nordschleife. The Grand Prix circuit, being a modern Grand Prix circuit, of course, has lots of runoffs and lots of a much greater opportunity. You can relax there as a driver, I'm sure, to say, right, we can do that, we can do this. On the Nordschleife, no, it's a little strip of grass, and it's almost a token gesture of grass down the side to mark the edge and saying this isn't track, and then it's barriers. That's it. There's not a great deal of room. You don't want to be getting out onto that stuff, especially as it's rained overnight, and of course the grass is soaking wet. What happens to motor cars on wet grass? They pick up speed. They don't slow down, they go quicker.
And what happens to racing cars when they get tight behind another car? They get a fabulous slipstream, and that's exactly what Fabian Schiller has got right now, halfway down the Dossinghur, right under the rear wing of the KCMG Porsche. So it's been a better lap. Very, very tidy through the Mercedes arena. That enabled the Mercedes to get onto the tail of the race leading KCMG Porsche. Quite some way back now. Last week, and pick out the car in third place, the Rover Racing BMW. That was 11 seconds down on them. That has just had to work through a 5-car gaggle of Caymans and the faster of the BMWs in behind, but did well there. But who's going to be in front over the start-finish line? Is it still going to be Olsen? Will it be Schiller? Certainly Schiller's got the punch out of the final corner. And this time around, it's still going to be Olsen. Has it? Hold on, have we had people diving into the pits? Just having a quick look. No, down to the first corner they go. Turn 1. The Porsche on the inside, covering that inside line totally. 0.3 of a second back is Fabian Schiller in the Get Speed Performance Mercedes, and again looking really, really tidy through that long left-hander at turn 2. Looking so balanced, that Mercedes.
He's even going around to try to look around the outside. It is monster quick through this section. We saw this last lap there. Back marker sitting out the way the Hyundai. They're through. That's cost a little bit of time for Schiller. Tiny bit.
Time is important because Katzberg didn't get any advantage from slow zones. He was 3 seconds a lap faster than the race leaders last time around. He's 7.7 seconds back in third place. Not so long ago, that was 19.5 seconds back to him. The slow zones went against the cars from third place backwards, and Katzberg had been fighting with Pittard over third place. And now, at Rover Racing BMW, don't forget that was slightly falling down the field after the one lap that started coming up, is now in third and is hunting down the race leaders. We're getting towards the end of the first of the 4 hours, 3 hours and 6 minutes remaining in this race. And that's the point at which we start to see people diving for the pits. Don't forget, 2 cars have already come to the pits from the SP9 class, as Olsen continues to be harried by the Get Speed Performance Mercedes of Fabian Schiller. David Pittard, Patrick Assenheimer, drivers who have considerable success on this circuit. They came in after 4 laps. We now have 6 laps on the board. Who's going to jump next?
At the risk of repeating yourself, Bruce, you've mentioned the 2 different circuits here, the Grand Prix circuit, then they go out onto the Nordschleife loop, and it does seem at the moment, as it is at this point, so many, what are we now, almost an hour into the race, the second place car, Fabian Schiller driven Get Speed Performance Mercedes that was on pole position. It's led for a bit, they've swapped places, but it does seem the quicker car over the Grand Prix loop. But then you go on to the current Grand Prix loop, then you go on to the Nordschleife. And that's where the Porsche just seems to have enough at the back again just to hold its own. But I do think that is changing lap by lap, corner by corner. Of course, lap here is significantly longer than most. We're only in, or it's just under 9 minutes now, aren't we? We're doing 8 minute 13s they're doing. That's going to change, and I do see that Mercedes getting stronger.
Okay, I concur with what you're saying. I also asked a question a short while ago and immediately gave myself an answer. Who's going to be next in the pits? 6 laps on the board. Maxime Martin, the Fricadelli Racing Porsche, that dived in from, I think, 6th place. And Fred Verviche, who was the tail end of the top 10. Belgian racer, brought the number 20 Audi from the Audi Sport team. They've decided they're coming in early. I would expect the vast majority of the SP9 runners at the front end to come in next time around. And don't forget, if you pit for your first tyre change early, it means later in the race you'll be running, well, you have to run a longer stint in one of the remaining 3 hours of this race. Running you down through the classes, SP9 Pro-Am, 10th overall, that's Patrick Kolb for Huber Racing. SP7 in 7th place overall. Very close, actually, just under a second between Nico Menzel and the number 80 CP Racing. This is the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class. And Nico Menzel leading, but only by just under a second from Moritz Krantz, who shares with Marcel Hopper. That's the H&R Spezial Federn Porsche. Frequently fighting with each other in the nicest way possible. SP8T, Gabriele Piana. That's effectively the GT4 class. And Flying Italian, sharing with Mustafa Mehmet Kaya and Mike Stursberg in the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes. So Black Falcon not running in the top class for the remainder of this year, having effectively transferred that to the Hout Racing team, but very much a fixture in classes further down through the field. So they've got a potential class victory. I know I'm saying that with just 25% of the race thereabouts having been completed, but certainly a good run for Piano.
Now, you mentioned Pittard was a man that had pitted earlier. He's still in the car, so it looks like it was just a tyre change. It's still like he's in the car. He just had a change of place and got down the inside of Adams' number 50 Audi. They had a long run down the pit straight, managed to get down the inside, just managed to get down. He did run a little bit wide on the exit, but managed to nail it, and now is pulling away. So Pittard, we said before, is a guy that's done some fantastic opening stints in this race and closing stints, but really made his mark at the beginning of the race. Almost, we said, I think it was in that first race, almost operating without a safety net, taking some risks that we were like, crikey, this, if he pulls this off, he's a hero, and he kept doing it lap after lap. So fair play to him. He stayed in that car, so that was one of the early. He and Patrick Assenheimer very early to pit, came in virtually the same lap. Clearly not happy with the setup of that car. It went all the way. It went from 7th to 3rd to 4th, and was hovering around 3rd, 4th, 5th. They've obviously sorted that car out. He's now coming back up the order. He's 15th at the moment. Of course, other cars pit in front. Verviche is out. Fred Verviche out in the Audi, back from the pits, and the number 36 Valkenhorst M6 also coming in.
Well, drivers often have to change the chip in their brain when they move onto the Nordschleife. They go over the Nordkera bridge, effectively start diving down, and someone's just dropped it at the side of the circuits. That's being tidied up at the moment.
The yellow flag at Hatzenbach.
Exactly, that's just the very moment, and that's. But amazingly, Hatzenbach is effectively about the 8th corner of the lap, but it's Marshall's post 63. you compare that to a regular sized circuit, and it's extraordinary how many marshals are required, and that's another factor. You think how many people, volunteers, all of them, make this race happen by turning out, standing in a forest for probably 8 hours. Even though it's a 4-hour race, they had to be there for qualifying. I know it's quick fire, they have to be there until all is over, and then for a lot of them they've got to walk back through the forest to find their car.
Like I said, I bet it's a 10-hour day in reality.
Yeah, actually, as I was thinking about doing the qualifying too.
Key to making any of these events around the world work, whether it be Mallory Park, Brands Hatch, Silverstone in the UK, Nürburgring, Monza, Imola, whatever. It's we talk about the teams, we talk about the organisers and the promoters, etc. But we forget about the personnel that are on the track or so easily overlooked that make this actually happen. You mentioned a short while ago, it being the Nürburgring, there's always a flatbed out somewhere. Somebody's got to drive that and operate it and be in radio touch and all that, and it doesn't just happen. It doesn't just pull out and say, "I'll go and pick that car up." There's a very clever process of choreographing that nice and safely to make sure that happens, and nobody gets caught out with faster cars coming through. To also let the drivers know this, because safety of drivers and marshals.
Well, also just to add to that, is the fact that when you've done your business, driven onto the track, picked up a car on your flatbed, driven it back to a point either at the side of the circuit or back in the pit lane, there has to be a procedure where you can get back to the original opening or an opening to still be of use. And these things, you know, it comes with years of experience. The fact this is the 43rd DMV Grenzland Rennen just goes to prove that this is a tried and tested formula. But newsflash to be added to that is Mercedes have had a brilliant lap, started in second place, Fabian Schiller. He's now, I sensed it around the circuit. He got past, then took a few moments just as I was talking there, trying to work out exactly where he's pulled off the move. But coming down the Dottinger, he's about 2 to 3 seconds clear of Dennis Olsen's Porsche. Didn't see the momentum change. Did Dennis just get caught in traffic? Did he run wide over a curve? Did he run slightly off the track? But in fact, if I say it's 3 seconds, that was the foreshortening effect. It looked rather more than that. Into the final right, then left onto the start-finish straight. Now the full grunt. Is he going to dive to the pits? Yes, he is. So 7 laps on the board. I wondered when that change was going to happen. I'll write it down on my notepad. And I presume the Porsche, yes, the Porsche comes in as well. I said 7 was the lap that I reckon most who didn't go early. And really, we only had 5 of the top running cars pitting on earlier laps. 2 on lap 4, 3 last time around.
And Katzberg straight in behind as well in P3. So 1, 2 and 3 straight into the pits. That's going to put Jeffries at the front of the field in the Conrad Lamborghini at the moment.
I expect that to come in as well. He's running in 4th at the moment. He was another 19 seconds down, so we didn't get to see him in the background of the shot, but I expect as the front 3 cars, with, may I say, the Rover Racing BMW an awful lot closer. He's almost a second down on the Porsche coming down through the paddock. They've got to go round the roundabout, back through. That's been a fabulous lap from Katzberg. He really was coming on song.
Exactly as you said, the Conrad Lamborghini into the pits as well, Bruce. Well predicted. So round the into the shopping mall, as I call it, in the back of the paddock. It's very reminiscent of it. It does look like some sort of retail outlet, doesn't it? Gone to. Beautifully well organised by for the NLS.
Well, let me just explain what it is. It's a loop. When you enter the pit lane, you turn after the main tower, you turn hard right and then hard left. You run down through the paddock. That is where the teams, not the top teams, but the teams in the junior classes make their pit stops. So all their crews are behind concrete panels. They then climb forward and service their cars on the slow lane. But there's a fast lane, but still with the speed limiter, pit limiter. And all the SP9 cars run through that. They go round the roundabout and then back through, out into the pit lane, having done this long loop. And then they drive down, and some of them, like the Get Speed Performance crew, they're in the final garage down towards pit exit. Only now is Fabian Schiller coming to a stop. That was a good lap for him. So it's a question of who is going to be changing. It could be John Schaffner or Janine Hill taking, I think it's Janine, but I'll wait till they come out from pit exit, taking over the 23 Get Speed Performance Mercedes. The crew swing it round, so the nose is at 45 degrees. Approved angle of departure. And Janine Hill and John Schaffner really love the VLN in recent years, now redubbed as the NLS, the Nurburgring Langstrecken Series. They've done a lot of performance with the J2R crew. John Schaffner from the States and Janine Hill from the UK doing their drive change. It all looks nice and leisurely. Of course, social distancing is being maintained in the paddock. All the marshals there with their face masks on as required. And the pit stop is still refueling, still going on, tire changing. Jules Simkoviak came in as well, so all of the top 5 SP9 cars came in. That means that not having called at the pits, Moritz Krantz is leading the race in the SP7 class Porsche. That's the Porsche Cup class. They traditionally run a little bit longer and take their pit stops after the end of the first hour. We've now passed that mark, so next time around, expect them to come in. Slow zone on the Grand Prix loop. That's a little unfortunate. So you down through turns 1, 2, 3, 4. That's Mercedes Arena. Down to turn 5. The long right-hander, and then out of turn 6, someone's dropped it and put it at the side of the track. So just where the drivers are relaxing, there is something to be paid attention to.
Relaxing?
Yes, relaxing on the Grand Prix loop. Sunday paper, even though it's Saturday.
Always ahead of the game.
So the car that started second, got up into the lead, back into second, up into the lead, back into second again. Came in second, but that's the 19 KCMG Porsche, one of 2 from the KCMG crew. But the news on that, the last lap before the pit stop, is the Rover Racing BMW really was catching the race leaders and came in well, listed as 3.5 seconds down on Dennis Olsen, but I think it will be closer than that. And that looks ready to go. It's like a shorter pit stop. Is he going to get a jump on both the KCMG?
Looks like it is, yes.
But no, it's ready to go. Now it's the first to move, but it's going to come out behind the Get Speed Performance Mercedes and the KCMG Porsche. Now that was a trick of the light. Obviously the KCMG Porsche had got into the fast lane before the Rover Racing BMW, but was from further up the pit lane, whereas the last of them to move was the Get Speed Performance Mercedes, but their pit garage right down by pit exit. So they've gone out onto a dry circuit, brighter conditions, and it really is pretty much positions as they were before. It's still the Mercedes.
Janine Hill in that car now,
Yep.
you said, and Josh Burden in the KCMG Porsche, taking that car over. Rover Racing BMW taken over by Dusseldorp.
So driver change is a chance for them to, well, they wouldn't have had a chance really to speak to the driver they're taking over from. Well, a few snatch comments, but that's it. But what they can see is the weather is improving, and now actually, good grief, there is even light bouncing off the wings of the cars. Waved yellow flags early on the Grand Prix loop for all the drivers to slow down to next to nothing. In fact, that's at the Nordkehrer where they turn over the bridge and they go down onto the Nordschleife. So the Rover Racing BMW, really frustrating for drivers. In this case, Steph Dusseldorp, where they want to get going and they're immediately on the circuit and they have to sort of back it right off. But that was a great opening stint by Nicky Katzberg. Let's see what his fellow Dutchman can do. The car came in third, has gone back out into third, about 3 seconds down on the KCMG Porsche. But really, it was advantage to the Get Speed Performance crew. They came in with not an enormous lead, and now they've actually got a comfortable one for the first time in this race. 1 hour gone, 4 hours overall, so we have 2 and a bit hours to go, 2 hours 53 minutes to be precise. And suddenly it's not the battle between first and second, it's the battle between second and third. And the best of the rest should be the Lamborghini of Conrad Motorsport, but just get to see where that slots in with, of course, Pittard and Assenheimer should be charging up the order. They made their pit stops earlier in the race. They came in after 4 laps, race leaders after 7. So a lot of the cars owe us a pit stop. Half of our top timing screen, which is nearly 40 cars, still to make a pit stop. But the cars from the SP9 class have all done theirs. And it's the Get Speed Performance car that was the first of the front runners to get into the pits and out again. Now Janine Hill has taken over from Fabian Schiller, but it was a great lap for Fabian, Peter, before they came in. To suddenly not just get into the lead, but build a comfortable advantage. First time all race.
And it's also that marker, isn't it, just coming into the pits as well. It's that sort of almost that bragging right. So if you're in the pits there, as you said, we watched them come in through that wonderful system they've got where you come into the pit lane, turn 90-degree right through garage 1, 90-degree right again into the one-way system, hairpin back all the way down. But that Porsche, the KCMG Porsche, sitting there following that Mercedes, which he wasn't doing on track. It's that marker, it's that mental bit of you sitting there. It's the one time they have got a little bit of time to pause. The driver's sitting there on the pit limit, going around thinking about it. Okay, yes, you're going to. It's almost a routine drive to your garage, in through 1, around the system, back out again, through 2, into there. You're sitting there. And what was he watching? That Mercedes in front. It's that age-old thing of that car. That's the car that's just got ahead of it. It's just pit me. It's that bragging right. It's that throwing that gauntlet down at the end of the first stint and just saying, I've done it and I've been beaten to the pit stop, which is infuriating after all the work they've done as well.
Yeah, it's again, mind management as well. Right, put that behind you, concentrate. What are the track conditions like? I've just got into my stint. But it certainly is getting better. Started the race, if you weren't listening or watching, cars went out and there was rain on the windscreen, so they went around the formation lap. Ooh, whoopee, they cried. But it was a factor for the first couple of laps. Now really looking around the circuit, no more wet patches or damp patches at the edge, all fully dry. Nearly 3 hours of racing to enjoy here. We started late, right at the end of June. 2 quickfire races a fortnight later. Now this is the 4th, but we're going to get a full season just starting late. But hats off to the organisers who made this paddock system work so we could go racing, so we could have pit stops. Pit stops clearly rather important in a 4-hour race, but I'd say really, really good job. But fabulous job for the Get Speed Performance team. Must be said, came in with a small advantage and have doubled that in the course of the pit stops. But Janine Hill's going to have to be right on her tiptoes to see what she can do in terms of keeping ahead. Josh Burden, the Australian driver, will be the one giving chase for KCMG. Driver changes include the 44 Audi. Now, Winkelhock at the wheel of that, took over from Winkelhock doing a double duty. Oh, sorry, yes, Marcus is driving that, which is for the car collection crew, sharing with Milan Donci and Mike David Ortman. And he's also very busy because he's in another one of the Audis. He's in the number 20 Audi, sharing with Fred Vervish, who started off, and Matthias Drudy. So just have to make sure I pay attention to which car Winkelhock is in at any time I see that famous name up on the screens.
Now, Bruce, you've mentioned frequently about the weather, changeable, all that kind of stuff we talked about. Just looking at the weather forecast for the Nürburgring, it isn't guaranteed, but on my app that's fairly good, and been fairly accurate the last few years, you noticed it's getting brighter, it's sunnier. It looks like it's going to stay that way for the moment. Of course, that won't happen now, said it. But interestingly, it's about 18, 19 degrees now. In the next hour or so, it's due to increase almost 10 degrees to 28 odd degrees, 29 degrees predicted, is what it's saying. Now that's a big increase that's going to have a huge effect on drivers' dehydration in the car and tyres on the track. It seems like it is bright and sunny there, but a 10 degree increase, do you think, in the next hour or so? It seems a lot to me, but it's possible. It's what's predicted. It is extremely bright and sunny out there now compared to how the race started only an hour and 10 minutes ago.
Okay, well, a handful of moments ago I was talking about how Marcus Winkelhock is driving a couple of entries this weekend. He's not alone in that. I noticed Dennis Olsen is driving both the KCMG Porsches, so hard enough to do 2 stints around here. But if you're suddenly getting in for your second stint, you're going to be starting a little bit tired having done one already. And then it's 10 degrees hotter outside the car. Multiply that, it always goes up incrementally more inside a racing car. The hotter it is outside, the greater that rate of increase. So for Dennis and for Marcus, their second stint is not going to be that nice at all. Now, a car that always goes well in the Porsche Cup class, just finally coming in. It was leading the class. Car number 62 in the pits at the moment, looking fantastic in the H&R Spezialfedern livery of metallic blue, black bonnet, white flashes. And that's being handed over to Marcel Hopper. Really good pairing with Moritz Krantz. Moritz did the opening stint. And they're one of the crews that are performing out in the paddock pit lane, if you will. So the crew have to climb out over the concrete barrier, which is sort of waist height. Well, it depends how tall you are, I guess. And then perform the refueling over the pit wall and the tyre change.
Ankle height in your case.
Yes. Notice. A mere nothing. So actually, that 62 H&R Spezialfedern car is listed as our race leader because it hasn't its position in the paddock rather than the pit lane, and the fact that the Porsche Cup class cars always seem to be the last of, pretty much the last of the runners, certainly the last of the fast cars to call into the pits. But remember that David Pittard and Patrick Assenheimer were the first cars to pit after 4 laps. They're right together now. Pittard is still in front of the Mercedes, but not by a great deal, flashing over the start-finish line. Race leader Pittard, second place. Patrick Assenheimer, 0.3 of a second down. Again, around the Nordschleife, I was looking at the screens trying to see where they were. Clearly, they were going to be ahead of the race leaders before the pit stops. We're going to have to wait and see if Janine Hill will come across the line in effective 3rd place. In fact, no, she probably won't, because still car number 50 has not made a pit stop. Will be in this time around. Surely Rudy Adams running the SP9 AM class. They keep Vitesse Audi. But in a way, you get these little performances that you know will fall away. But what is absolutely real is the tactic that Walkenhorst Motorsport and the Hout Racing team pulling their drivers in, Pittard and Assenheimer, 3 laps ahead of the rest. It's going to cost them later in the race, but they decided getting them on the tyres they wanted to be on as soon as they could after those greasy early laps was something worth going for. Do you reckon they got it right, Peter?
I think it's the right call to do at the time. Whether it'll work out at the end remains to be seen. But they weren't making any progress, so there's no point in just staying static. So you've got to do something. So better to get on with it. Whether that plays out at the end, of course, the conditions can change. Who knows? But I think at the time it was exactly the right thing to do. Backmarker trying to keep out of the way of one of those 2 cars we're talking about now as they go onto the Nordschleife. That's the number 34 Valkenhorst car, chased by the Mercedes. Backmarker kicking up a load of dust, trying to keep out of the way there. And talk about keeping out of the way, completely kept out of the way, almost drove over the grass to keep out of the way of them.
Again, that's one of those variables. So that's the Vidal chicane. You're on the Grand Prix loop, so you think, this is the space to do things. But in fact, looking in his mirrors, or her mirrors, the Seat Cupra driver, just ran wide over the second part of the chicane and then bounced up in the air. Oh, number 19 has gone for a spin. That's the car that, of course, was second early in the race.
Yeah.
Josh Burden only just taken that over, and he is stationary at the moment. Now he's got it going.
Restarted by the look of it. So presumably stalled it there. That's just coming out of the
turn 6.
shell. Yeah. Got it on Grand Prix loop, isn't it?
Well, that is a big blot on that car's race. It's been really tight at the front. The advantage was swinging the way of the Get Speed Performance Mercedes, but one would have expected that Josh Burden would have been able to hunt that down again, and instead of being about 3-4 seconds down, number 19, confusingly just being shown, car number 18, that's the second of the KCMG cars. I think that's Romain Dumas at the wheel.
Yeah.
I love the way we just started that. It's just Romain Dumas.
Yeah, exactly. Nice and casual. A little bit of Porsche experience, hasn't he? To say the very least.
Well, he wrote it on his CV. I hadn't had a chance to check it out, but you know. Yes, I mean that's the thing. If you look down the entry list now and you just see the sustained quality, not just in the SP9 class that tops the tables, but in a lot of the classes further down, such as having drivers like Gabriele Piana driving in the GT4 class.
You mentioned the Spa 24 Hour a while ago, and a few years ago, and of course that memorable win by Romain Dumas in the pricing of the Porsche from the what was then the N1 category. What's it called? N2 and category M?
Oh, I forget.
Back in sort of 15, 16 years ago, 2003, in that pouring rain.
The N1 class,
and N1 class, and they beat all the GT1 cars, and that was Stefano Ortelli, Dumas, and I'm trying to think who the third driver was. We have to look it up now, aren't we? But
right.
Somebody else sent it to us.
While you're doing that, effective race. Well, the race leader is David Pittard. Patrick Assenheimer giving chase. So don't let anybody tell you don't need experience to get things at the sharp end on the Nordschleife. But third place overall, Reinhard Koffler from Cup X. If you had an entry list, you had to scrabble all the way to the penultimate page. That's class populated solely by KTM crossbows, running third overall. But Reinhard Koffler, he knows those cars super well, the Austrian racer, and he's seizing his moment. How fast is his best? Well, his best lap is not representative because it's about 20 laps slower, about 20 seconds slower. But it's by dint of making his pit stop. Not yet, you see. That's why he's at the front end. But KTM's very light on their toes. And from the ether, Mark Lieb was the third driver in Porsche in 2003. So Le Mans winners, all of them. And you don't luck into a win at Le Mans. So thank you to the ether for the answer. Now, who is leading? I'm just seeing at the Porsche Cup runners. Of course, we had Moritz Krantz come in to hand over to Marcel Hopper. Been having a great battle with Nico Menzel in the Huber Motorsport Porsche Cup class. That's SP7, but they've tumbled down the sheets. It's car number 80 leading that class by dint of taking an earlier pit stop. Nico Menzel's car handed over now to Philipp Neufer, leading that class. The number 85 car is now second in the SP7 class. That's the one with the two American racers, Shane Lewis on board and Charles Espinal from CP Racing. He's having a good run today. One thing that I really did expect to come on strong, it's only really happened at one of the NLS races this year, Peter, is the Audis. It seemed last time out they'd finally sort of found the key to the door, but today the best place of the Audis is not at the sharp end, to put it mildly.
Certainly not. And you said they had some amazing starts and amazing first stints, but they seem to fade a bit. It's almost like the Mercedes we commented before that just didn't seem to cope with the damp, drizzly conditions as well. And the Audis just don't seem to come on song or found that sweet spot yet. I'm sure they will. Equally, the Porsches, certainly KCMG, they just didn't. I wouldn't say flatter to see, that would be too harsh, but they didn't deliver what we expected in those first three rounds, to the point of surprise of, cool, thought they'd be a bit better than that, or a bit higher up, not better, but higher up the order. Certainly changed the beginning of this race, but once again.
Yeah, I think you're entirely right, because I think the thing is, I really expected cars like number 20, which is down in 13th place at the moment, with Fred Vervish on board, to be going much better. But with those greasy conditions, the first 2 or 3 laps, they just didn't seem to have it. But again, a lot of this circuit, you're going to be running line astern, There isn't the space to be side by side on the Nordschleife. So if you qualify 10th or 11th or 12th, that's just stretches out and it sort of manifests itself. But with the caliber of some of the driver lineups in the Audi Sport Team crews, you know, if the conditions are right, they will come forward. But certainly that greasy track seemed to sort things out for a few people. Up the carousel, just exiting the carousel, there's been someone doing something that wasn't according to the script. Well, one of the scripts, not the one they wanted to write themselves. Someone's gone off. And so there's a slow zone there. And as we've seen in this race so far, it can give and it can take away a slow zone. And certainly that's there. Keep the drivers on their toes. But it's still David Pittard leading the race, but only by 0.3 of a second. That seems to be the margin that a race leader is allowed to have on this circuit this weekend. And the black Mercedes in second place is right under the rear wing down Dottinghoe of David Pittard. Pittard's had an outstanding season. He's really put down a few markers last year. And certainly living up to Walkenhorst Motorsport. Love him, but Patrick Assenheimer, he's been, well, he was the most successful driver last year, seemed to win alternate races, really, really on it. New driving partnership this year for Assenheimer. That's the number 6 Mercedes. He's got Dominic Baumann and Dirk Muller right with him, but right now he's the man in the driving seat. He was 0.3 of a second down last time around. It stayed at almost exactly the same margin, 0.35 of a second. Can he make a move down into the opening corner? Surely too far back. David Pittard thinks, what are you doing, man? And takes the wide line, but then immediately closes off. Saw the black Mercedes looking up the inside. But Peter, that was just one of those little looks, wasn't it? Just to keep you on your toes.
Good spot there, Bruce, because as you said, surely too far back. And as we said, this race on this circuit with these cars can change in the blink of an eye. And in 2 or 3 blinks of the eye there, it went from being too far back to maybe not so far back to, oh, this might be on. I think he's done, oh, he hasn't quite done it. And almost like 4 stages there in a matter of 2 seconds, a second.
But also, there was a backmarking car in front of them, and that's always a variable. Can I use it? Will it obstruct me? Can I use it to obstruct the driver behind? Doesn't sound very sporting, but that's what drivers will be thinking. Can it be used to my advantage? But it's still even Stevens, a half a second between them as they drop down the hill behind the paddock, and there goes that fast right-hand kink up towards the chicane. And you know what? There are 2 back markers that may be just out of the chicane when they get there. Luckily for the race-leading duo, luckily for Pittard, who's leading this race, and Assenheimer, who's giving chase. Locking brakes there from Pittard, cutting. Well, there was a very near collision. Right, let me just slow that down and explain it. Very tight exit from the chicane for the race-leading BMW of David Pittard. 2 back markers were some of the slowest cars in the field. These are not regular back markers. These are the back markers were on the left, exiting the chicane. The second of those then decided he was going to take the shortcut into the back entrance to the paddock and started turning right precisely as Patrick Assenheimer was trying to work his way past. So that was a moment, one of these moments, say, can happen, does happen sometimes. But fortunately, all it's done was delay Patrick Assenheimer by about a second. But I was just thinking, was I not saying as they came up to the chicane, fortunately those cars should be out of the chicane when the front runners come. Yes, they were, but only just. But second place of the cars in the backmarking duo suddenly decided, I've got to go see my crew. In fact, did he touch? He put the Mercedes into the rear entry, and there was a touch.
There's a little bit of there's a dive plane or something's come off there, something off the Mercedes, a little bit of carbon on the track there. That will have got everybody's attention there, and what a great job actually to have not had a bigger incident from that. That will have certainly got their attention, but again, for proving yet again how quickly this can change in an instant. Something totally unexpected. You cannot relax there. You're chasing the race leader, and you're thinking. All of a sudden, the back marker decides, oh, I'm going to take not unauthorised, but a different place into the pits.
Safety car deployed on the circuit. We've got a car that nearly made it back. A Hyundai that has 4 wheels, but the front end is on the deck right at pit in. So yellow flag there, but I've got a message, safety car deployed. I have to see who and where and when. But that was very close for Patrick Assenheimer. And it would be really unfortunate if either of those cars were denied a chance of tilting for victory, because they have been the class of the field.
I would say there, Bruce, that all of Patrick Assenheimer's experience came into play to avoid that BMW going into the pit lane there. he was already jinking mercifully. If he hadn't taken some action and turned right as it came across, that made it a side-by-side tap rather than a point which would have perioded the car around. So I think that's huge. No great mistake on the BMW's part. Maybe just didn't see him there. It's just one of those things. I don't think it wasn't remotely malicious. It's just one of those things. Caught him out, but that could have again changed the face completely. But they got away with it. I'm intrigued to know what the safety car about that. Hyundai that's in the pit lane, that's come in off by the
loop.
GP loop by the look of it, so it's a bit further back, so it may not be coming in off the loop, but it's certainly in there. It looks like it's front left suspension or tyre is down, and it's down low.
Right, what we've got a slow zone from the carousel, and then through the next couple of corners we have another slow zone over towards the exit of Adenauer Bridge, so they've been busy, and there's a third slow zone. Let me just suggest where that might be. Getting towards Whipperman, just after Whipperman, so all totally contrasting corners. Well, that's a statement about any corner on the Nordschleife, but again, it's not just one point on the lap the crews have to pay attention, it's every point on the lap.
And that incident we just mentioned between the BMW and the Assenheimer Mercedes, that's on the chicane just before they on the GP circuit, before they go on to the Grand Prix loop. Slippery surface flags now being waved there, red and yellow flags in there, so obviously something's come down there. That might have been, because we saw a little bit of smoke on that earlier, that might have been what caused that incident, to be fair.
Well, in fact, I think race leader David Pittard did a good job, because he locked up, possibly because of the slippery surface, got through the chicane, but not on the best of lines, but he had to have a tight exit anyhow, because those two BMWs were on the left-hand side of the track as he came out of the corner. He did really well to get up the inside of them, and then, of course, trying to do the same was Patrick Assenheimer, but unfortunately the second of those two BMWs decided now was the time to dive into that rear entrance, and so suddenly his BMW wasn't in the pit lane entry from the back, but it was the black Mercedes instead. Big miss. A big avoidance there from Patrick
Assenheimer. It was a big avoidance, so yes, yeah.
Just trying to work out how far back Assenheimer has fallen. Janine Hill now has fallen down to 9th place overall. Can't match the pace of Fabian Schiller around the Nordschleife, but no disgrace in that. Fabian very, very much at the sharp end. And he'll be telling people for some years to come how he qualified nearly 5.5 seconds clear of the field. But just to reiterate, it was fully wet this morning for qualifying. And I mean, fortune clearly favoured the brave. But I mean, some of the cars that qualified in the tail of the top 10 were about nearly best part of 20 seconds down. So I suggest it was one flying lap that was hooked up by Fabian Schiller. That was enough, job done. And the rest didn't want to take too many opportunities, take too many risks to see if they could close it, because if they were starting on the second or third row, it doesn't make too much of a difference. Where it really falls on its face, though, of course, Peter, is if you didn't take enough risks. You have to take a balanced amount of risk, but if you suddenly were on the 6th row, that's a very different game from the start of the race. Walkenhorst run quite a few cars in quite a few classes. The number 36 BMW M6 is not their race leading one. It's the sister car shared in the AM class by Henry Walkenhorst, the boss, and Andreas Ziegler. It's the 34 that's leading the race in the traditional white, pale blue, red and dark blue Total livery 36 car that is going around on its own very much at this point in the race. No one immediately in front as it runs in the AM class. BMW 21st place overall, but many moments down, a big twitchy moment for it. One of those things, if you're the driver and you're having a moment, that's the moment you don't want the cameras on the car. It's Irva Hans at the moment at the wheel of that 36 Walkenhorst Motorsport Mercedes.
Now, the Hyundai that you mentioned that's just was in the pit entrance is being removed, or certainly a flatbed ready there to pick it up. By the look of it, it looks like it can't be towed at all. That's the number 482 Hyundai, which is currently stranded, let's say, on the loop back from the Grand Prix circuit pit in. I don't think it affects them coming in off the main track, as it were, but it is sitting there in the way at the moment, so there's recovery vehicles in there, so that's yellow flags and warnings in the pit lane.
Assenheimer on the attack. He's made good all the ground he lost. He's right on the tail of race leader David Pittard. Final couple of corners of the lap, just went past VW Golf. Dispatched that, no problem at all, but half a car length between them and the Mercedes right under the ribbon, going to the outside, the grandstand side down the start-finish straight. And he's going to see if he can take it around the outside. There's a Porsche Cayman up ahead. The cars are side by side. I suggest the nose of the black Mercedes just in front, but David Pittard is, well, not where he wants to be. He's still in front, but he doesn't want to be that tight on the turn into turn one. He's going to go wide on the exit. Will that give an opportunity for the black Mercedes to go around the outside into turn two? Well, that's where Assenheimer's put it, and Pittard just ran that little bit wide to make sure he stayed in front, but Assenheimer is now looking at the inside. Doesn't come off into turn three, but Pittard too deep into the corner, running a little bit wide, and he's now got to suddenly throw it across the other. He's got through turn four, he's still in front, but a slower exit. Now's the chance. The right-hand hairpin coming up. Pittard does get across to cover the inside line. If he hadn't done that, there would have been a change for the lead.
Great job by David Pittard there, and it did nothing wrong there, as you say. Just blended to the outside a bit. Opened, I think as David Coulthard used the phrase, just opened up the steering a little bit. Just let the car use all the maximum width of the track there. Nothing wrong with that. No sudden change of direction.
It's
no
natural
jumping.
shape around the corner.
Correct.
Let the car breathe.
If he hadn't done it, though, you would have said there'd have been a change of position there. And Assenheimer, as you say, all over the back of Pittard's M6 at the moment in that menacing AMG Mercedes with that fantastic grille aspect on them. And it's also black and dark and menacing. And it just looks, having that in your mirrors, but it didn't bother David Pittard because he just let the car just move around and just, as you say, how wide is this car? Oh, it's about that wide. That'll do. And perfect job done there. I did think the Cayman that was coming down to turn one there, I thought David Pittard might have used that a little bit more to his advantage, but he very generously didn't. Kept out of the way, but he dived to the inside, as you said. Not quite the line I was expecting him to take, and not where he'd really want to be ideally. But as you said, he went in nice and deep and then ran wide to use it. And of course, then you're turning right. You've got the turn two is the big left-hander. So Assenheimer having to go all the way around there, and that's where that Mercedes is really quick through that bit. Not so much turn one, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's where that Mercedes comes into there. And that's why David Pittard had to dive down the inside and consolidate that, because you said, had Assenheimer got it done there, it had disappeared off the next 3, 4, 5 turns.
Now, one thing
I'll hold on to that. Sorry.
No. I just, there's always timing screen action to look at. I just wanted to see the pace of Josh Burden in the number 19 Porsche from KCMG. Don't forget, this started second, led the race twice in the opening stint, but was right on the money. And he spun on the Grand Prix loop, and he's down in effective 6th place overall. His last lap was 13 seconds slower than David Pittard, who's leading the race. So, of course, though, Pittard is further into his stint. He's got a lighter fuel load because he came in, as did Assenheimer, after lap 4. The majority of the front runners came in after the 7th lap, pretty much around the hour mark in this 4-hour race. And the best of those now is Steph Dusseldorp in the 99 Rover Racing BMW. But how far behind David Pittard is he? Similar car, they were fighting for track position, or those two cars in the opening stint. 1 hour and 1 hour. Start that one again, Bruce. 1 minute and 1 second is the gap between them. That's the different routines. Don't forget, of course, they will have to be longer stints now for the first two, because they did that short first stint. So that will have a factor. That will definitely allow those behind to close up. But you have to say, I think it was an inspired move. Yeah,
of course, that Rover Racing M6 in 3rd place. That's where the car started on the grid as well. That's where it was initially. So it's only back up to its natural order now. The car that's doing really well, so those two at the front. We said Pittard, and you particularly, Assenheimer. If anybody has probably forgotten more about this circuit than most other people have learned, and there are, okay, we've got Dumas in the field and other people like that, and Coronel for that matter, knows the place inside out as well. But Patrick Assenheimer in 2nd place. We've got 323, one of the TCR cars, looks like one of the Seats, going very slowly. Can't see any puncture on it there at the moment.
It's a Golf. It's either Johan Wanger or Stefan Trimmelhorn, but no, it's one of those rare things, a front view of a seemingly undamaged car, but the right-hand indicator is on. He's going to be taking the back entry to the pits. Actually looks completely fine. No, I've got a right rear puncture. I can't quite tell.
No, certainly on the right. It doesn't look like a problem there, but that's why I was going to say, that's going to dive into the pits, keeping out of the way of everybody else at the moment. It shouldn't affect anybody, but just keeping offline. So indicator on, trying to inform everybody that he's got a problem. Straight bit here, that's a tiny bit coming to the S's. He'll keep out of the way there. We don't want a repetition of what we saw with the race leaders just a lap or so ago. But as you say, a seemingly undamaged car there. So not normally it's a puncture that brings the car into the pits that slowly, but can't see anything happening for that at the moment. The Toyota Supra is still out on track, having a battle with that, the Porsche that we saw earlier in the pits, the 170 Supra.
Yeah, that's the novel racing entry. It looks incredibly standard, running in the SP10 class. But Uwe Kleen, Andreas Gulden and Michael Tischner. But this is a car, a lot of the teams that took over a Toyota Supra for this year were very excited about doing it. Then, of course, frustrated, 3 months of racing went missing and testing was limited. But it's been very impressive since it came out to play, the number 170. And I certainly think a lot of people were keeping a weather eye on these Supras. Certainly every team I've spoken to that's got their hands on one has very much enjoyed the experience. Not fully on the pace yet, but I think they all feel there's a lot of promise.
I was going to say, it's certainly not disgracing itself, is it, as a new build? I think that's work in progress, and they will just get better and better. They're doing nothing wrong. They're learning data, information, collecting it all the time. And good to see if that car's out in the 24 hours. I think that could have a good strong result in the 24 hours. It looks nice and steady and reliable. Nice is not a word we'll confuse the race car, but it looks a nice, reliable. I said it again, didn't I? Reliable car. What you need, and with pace.
I mean, that's been the thing. That's why the NLS is such a good testing ground. You've got to deliver in a one-day format. You've got to get it right in qualifying. You might have done some practice during the week, but then you've got 4 hours. 4 hours that will provide variable for all sorts of aforementioned reasons, namely the circuit, the opposition, the weather. And as we've seen, the difference, even on a dry circuit from one day to the next, it could be about 3 or 4 degrees air temperature different, or 5 or 6 degrees temperature, track temperature different, and yet it's almost as if you're at a different venue. And that is where the experience of the likes of Patrick Hassenheimer come into their own, because it's just being able to analyse the data and the feel, the seat of the pants feel about what the track is giving and how much it's taking out of your tyres.
And that's the thing, it's that constant. You've got to be assessing it all the time. We've used the phrase before, never stop learning, never relax. You can't on a circuit like this just by the various variables that can throw up. But that constantly feeling what it's doing, we so often use the term over a lap. But a lap here is so different to anywhere else on the face of the planet and any kind of race circuit. So you've got to stop that mentality, as you said earlier on, quite rightly with the driver. Make a mistake, something happens, somebody gets past you, whatever. Park it, no pun intended, it's done, move on, it's happened. Here, you've got to get rid of that mentality of, how are the tyres this lap? Which is kind of irrelevant. How were they a few corners ago? Because that's the difference of this circuit. The lap is, some of these slower cars are in sort of 9-10 minute laps. Even the front cars are only just doing just over 8 minutes a lap. That could be normally about 5 laps over an ordinary race circuit. So you've got to think of it in that way. It's a lap here is 5 laps on a normal circuit. Would you not worry about your tyres for 5 laps? Of course you wouldn't. You'd be doing it every 3 times a lap, thinking, is it different, is it not? And reporting it back. And you've got to log all that information in your brain whilst you're driving the car and think about because the pit crew might come onto you at some point, because they'll be looking for that information too. What tyres are they going to put you out onto next? What's their strategy going to be? And they're relying on you. You're sitting there happily in your little bubble, driving your car around, having a wonderful time, driving your racing car around the Nordschleife, and all of a sudden somebody very rudely comes on the phone, as they say, and said, how did the tyres feel? You're like, I haven't thought about it for 4 corners or whatever, and what's this, and what's the diff temperature? Because they wanted to work out strategy, and you're a vital part of that. You're not just driving the car around, you've got to give that information back to the team as a driver so that they know what to do next.
There is always an element on the Nordschleife that the teams still rely on not just the data on the screen, they still rely on looking to see what comes up at the start-finish straight. And this time it's a black car ahead of a white car, which means Patrick Hassenheimer has taken the lead in the race. Did it about probably halfway around the lap. By the time they were charging back down the Dossingerhöhe, he had about 2 seconds advantage, 1.6 seconds on the start-finish line. And where it went all fully bright, or as near to fully bright as they left the pits, a little bit darker over towards Nürburgring village in the background. Certainly a warm, humid day for all involved, but better lap for Hassenheimer. 8 minutes 24. The previous lap he did an 8 minute 23, and Pittard did an 8 minute 22. This time around, Pittard an 8 minute 26. Might have been circumstance. Maybe he went very hard early on, but certainly a better lap. Steph Dusseldorp in 3rd place, but a long way back. Don't forget, different tyre routine. He was, in fact, the quickest in that trio, but only by 1/10 of a second. But he's not in the heat of a battle. He's effectively on his own, pressing on. Really, the most important thing for him is the gap back to the car in 3rd place, 21 seconds. Romain Dumas has just moved ahead of the Lamborghini of Michele Di Martino. So KCMG expected their number 19 Porsche to be the one challenging, having started second, whereas the sister car was towards the tail of the top end of the top 10. But it's the number 18 Romain Dumas car, which is their better place. It's 3 positions up, or 2 positions up now on Josh Burden. Josh Burden had the spin though.
I was going to say, number 19, Josh Burton had that spin, didn't he? Which
He's 21 seconds down on Dumas.
which he'll still be kicking himself for and ruining it. So, and I'm sure it's one of those things. I'm sure the team will say to him, "It's done. Forget it." You won't. He won't want to. He'll be annoyed that he'll be kicking himself because it's also handed the position to his teammate ahead, which is what you won't want at all, because that's the one car you do want to beat.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll tell you what, last time around, the difference between Dumas and Burden was, let's just call it 7 seconds between. Just 7 seconds. That's a stormily good, decent lap from Dumas, not a good lap from Burden. Don't know if there's any damage. Might have made his tyres a little less than round with his rotation right at the start of his stint. But the Australian driver's just going to have to focus, keep pressing on. He's 8.5 seconds up on the best of the Audis, which is Frederick Vervisch, car number 20. 6th place overall, the Audi Sport Team entry. But just to reiterate, that's Fred Vervisch, Matthias Drudy and Marcus Winkelhock. Winkelhock down to drive 2 cars in this 4-hour race, so they'll have to get their stint allocation very clear, so he's got time to move to the neighbouring garage or a nearby garage when he goes to drive number 44. In fact, he's in 44 at the moment. He'll be going in 9th place overall. He'll be coming across the 20 garage later in this race. Not yet at the halfway point. 2 hours and 18 minutes remaining in this 4-hour race. The DMV Grensland-Rennen, the 43rd running of this race. It's a race that's swung backwards and forwards between the Get Speed Performance Mercedes, that's car number 23, and the number 19 KCMG Porsche. However, they are not in the running at the moment because the 19 Porsche is in 5th place overall. The 23 Mercedes, I'm looking down the order, to 7th place now, Janine Hill. With the 2 cars at the front, the cars that were running behind them in the first stint of the race, but pitted early. 4 laps on the board, they dived for the pits. Their rivals came in 3 laps later. That's why Patrick Assenheimer and David Pittard are way clear, nearly a minute clear of the rest. But they owe us a pit stop, and making a pit stop with rear bodywork damage. The Lamborghini is coming and it's been biffed up the tail. That's Di Martino. Left rear damage from the driver's point of view.
And that's going to be quite a pit stop there for that, because there's quite a bit of rear end damage there. The rear wings are totally out of shape. As you said, it looks like it's been hit. It's either gone off and tapped something or the barriers, or it's been hit and out. He's outbraked something and something's clouted up the back.
Rear wing is definitely askew. It's down on one side, up on the other, but it's the rear bodywork on the left-hand side of the car, the driver's side, that is going to need care, love and attention. But I think that car we put up onto the Dodge Jacks and swung out of the way. So yet again, Conrad Motorsport with their Lamborghini, the Huracan, shown great pace. You're right up in running in the top half dozen, but right now it's driver out. Di Martino is out.
If they didn't have bad luck, they'd have no luck at all, would they? This race, unfortunately, it's just not being kind to them this year so far. The NLS Series, and I think that car will be in the pits for a while. That Conrad Lamborghini, which is a great shame, but not seeing what caused that in the first place. But it's quite a lot of left rear damage. Or something's had it. I think it's almost as if he's lost it and clouted the barriers at a slight angle. I just wonder. It's one of the quicker cars. It's unlikely that something else, unless something has outbraked himself, just not. He's had to stop suddenly and being. I don't know. We'll have to see what's happened with that one. But it's a lot of damage for that car. That'll be quite a bit of a repair there, and it might even be a retirement. That said, we have been talking for an hour and 3/4 about this race, and we've got 2.25 hours to go.
Exactly so.
We're talking about laps here being 5 times longer than an ordinary circuit, and it's a 4-hour race still.
Well, people here gaining experience all the time. Garage 59 brought their great-looking GT4 Aston Martin. Chris Goodwin's taken it over from Alexander West. It's running just at the tail of, just around 35th position. I think it's just possibly fallen down a few more places, but it's all about mileage for them. Of course, they'll be gearing up to running in the SP9 class. That's the GT3 category class later in the season for the Nürburgring 24 hours. But the team down from Leicestershire, cross from Leicestershire, putting in a good performance. Car looking very sweet indeed. I always thought that Goodwin was a very, very cool individual, but he's coming behind someone, inverted commas, called Iceman in the race. So at that time, Chris got himself some inverted commas.
A meeting of the minds. I'm sure Chris Goodwin, with all his experience, will dispatch that short shrift. Supra making its way out of the GP chicane and around the 710 BMW onto the Grand Prix loop. So
just take a look if anybody had run a totally different tactic, what the stage of their tyre life was, because the first two cars, Assenheimer's Mercedes number 6 from Auto Arena, which is run by the Hout Racing team, and the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW number 34, David Pittard, they're lapping, let's call them 8 minute 25. Sometimes they do a 23, sometimes they do a 27, so cut the middle. But the chasing cars are now getting down to that pace as well. But don't forget that at this point in the race, Assenheimer and Pittard probably owe us a pit stop this time around. They've completed 11 laps. They did only 4 laps on their first stint, but they can't afford to really come in for at least one more lap, because they want it to be around, if they can get 2 pit stops of their 3 pit stops done at the end of hour 1, hour 2, then they're back in the swing. But I would reckon this time around will be the time that we see the black Mercedes from an increased lead. It was 1.6 seconds on the start-finish line. It's much more over David Attard now. Assenheimer into the dip. Tiergarten really fast in. I'd say it's about a 6-second gap for Assenheimer. That's been a really good couple of laps. Will he be pitting after 12 laps? That would be an 8-lap stint. Yes, he is. So here we are. The pit stopping round number 2 for the SP9 runners has started, but don't forget that was a long stint. That was an 8-lap stint for the 2 cars that have come in. The 6 Mercedes, the Auto Arena Mercedes, Patrick Assenheimer, and listed as, I'm just waiting for the timing beam to be broken, David Pittard in behind. Lost a bit of time on that lap.
You mentioned earlier about pit stop strategy, Bruce, and what happens towards the end of the race. It's not yet, it's not just approaching halfway point, but it does start to make the team start to think about strategy, what they're going to be doing now. They're going to be working towards the end of the race now, working back. What do they do in this middle stint? What's important? What tyres do we use? What fuel loads do we put? How much of a run do we now run, as you say? And yet again, sorry to hark on about it, but an extra lap here is different, as you say. Normally you can say a long run, 8 lap, a shorter run, 7 lap, a 9 lap run would be amazing, probably not even feasible. But it's such a difference. It's not just a question of stay out there for an extra lap while we have a think. You know, it changes the whole fate of this race for them.
Totally does. What I wanted to see, would Stef Dusseldorp, who's in 3rd place, go on for one more lap? The answer just provided itself, because he is now leading the race. Don't forget, he was running about a minute behind. He's going to come through. Romain Dumas is also staying out for a further lap. So just waiting to see how quickly Pittard's car, 34, in the hands of one of his teammates, can get back out. And Assenheimer, likewise, the number 6 Mercedes. But don't forget, just before those pit stops, it was the Mercedes that had the better lap and gained an advantage. So a pivotal time in the 4th round of the NLS. One more lap and we'll get the true picture.
Now on the Acura number 930, front left damage on that car. It's KTM Crossbow, my apologies, of Teichmann Racing, 930. That car with quite a bit of front left damage on it, and I just...
Well, that was the one that got right into the effective lead of the race by running out longer than anyone else. It's made its one pit stop, but that hasn't helped its team. But really, it's a story at the end of this lap. Yeah, exactly. But it's a story of what's going to happen at the end of this lap that will keep me on my toes, because we've had Assenheimer and Pittard bring their cars in from 1st and 2nd place. Dusseldorp in the Rover Racing BMW into the lead of the race now, but he will owe us a pit stop next time around.
And Josh Burden in for that's a fairly short run for Josh Burden in the number 19 KCMG Porsche.
That's a 5-lap run.
Yeah.
So that is different. Of course, he had the spin. I reckon that looking at his lap times, the pace required was not there on those tyres. I'm sure he didn't do them a favour by rotating very early in his stint, but really maybe all hopes for KCMG. As I said, they came here with expectation, hope to get towards the front end. Their highest finish so far this season has been an 8th place, so it's not coming their way. Today could be definitely a step towards a podium for them, but Burden's spin probably means it's going to be from the 18 car rather than his car, the number 19 entry. Where is it going to go? Another low loader, flatbed coming in, lights flashing, and a safety car tucked in behind and rescuing another car. KCMG in the pits. Number 1112 Porsche also in the pits. It's relatively empty if you're used to a regular NLS race, but of course we have 2/3 of the car making their pit stops in the paddock. The distancing required, the solution that was achieved to enable us to go and play, means a lot of the cars dive into the pit lane. They all have to go into the paddock and come back in, but some have their service being made out behind the pit building. That's how we're able to go racing. Ooh, times are suddenly getting quicker. Romain Dumas, 4th place overall, bangs in an 8 minute 11.9, and Fred Verviche in the best of the Audis at 8 minute 10.185 seconds. That's the a whisker off the fastest lap of the race. Still in the hands of Nicky Katzberg in his opening stint in the Rover Racing BMW, but you can see the difference when you get a clear lap and your fuel load has gone down. You really can go out and play. And actually the Audi's coming good, not just Verviche in 5th place, but a very good lap from Finkelhock in the number 44 car, which is running in 9th. He got down into the 8 minute 11s as well.
It's never going to be a poor lap from Finkelhock though, is it?
No.
It's not going to happen, is it?
So things are changing. They're going to change a whole lot more. We've got Dominic Baumann now in the number 6 Mercedes that was leading before the pit stops. That's the Auto Arena car run by the Hout Racing team. And it's Christian Cronjes, Norwegian racer, Spa 24 winner, who is now into the car started by David Pittard. 2 stints from Pittard, 2 stints from Assenheimer. They've earned themselves a cup of coffee in the pit lane now because they've done really, really solid stints. But would it be good enough with that early first pit stop for them to still be ahead when every one of the front runners has served their second pit stop? Well, we're going to get the answer to that very, very soon indeed. But for now, it's Steph Dusseldorp leading the race, the Rover Racing BMW, but I'm sure that 99 car will be heading into the pit lane next time around to serve its second pit stop. Romain Dumas, just a point of interest, Peter, 18 seconds down on Dusseldorp at the moment, but has been gaining by about 2.5 seconds a lap. So time will tell, and we'll know the answer to our questions very soon indeed. And haven't talked about the 23 Mercedes Get-Speed performance, led away from pole position. Fabian Schiller at the wheel, fabulous battle with Dennis Olsen in the better of the 2 KCMG Porsches. At that stage in the race, it was his car, the number 19 car, but he'll have a bite at the 18 car as well. Olsen's one of these drivers also, like Finkelhock, doing a 2-car day here on the Nordschleife. Quite good if your car's going well and then has a bit of a spin as his did, and you've got a chance to hop in the sister car that's now moved ahead. It's called insurance. Running down through the classes, the 62 car still leading the SP7 Porsche Cup class. That's Moritz Krantz who started, and Marcel Hopper. Leading the way in SP9 Pro-Am is Lorenzo Rocco di Torre Padula in 11th, and the AM class, Janine Hill, the car that started from pole position, but she hasn't been able to run at the ultimate pace set by Fabian Schiller, but again, happy to work away through this 4-hour race. John Schaffner would be on board next. Let's see what he can get up to, but yes, another solid performance from the Get-Speed performance team.
New personal best for the number 160 Aston Martin of Chris Goodwin in the SP8T class on 8:59.3, so he'll be very, very happy with that. As you say, it's a learning curve. They're not out to set any records and stuff at the moment, but that's just getting all the data, getting all the information, and getting to learn that car, which is exactly what they're doing, and what place to learn it, 4 hours on the Nordschleife. Great way to do it.
No, exactly so. And the Alexander West, Swedish teammate who started the race, got to experience the trickiness of a greasy track after there was huge rain, heavy rain in qualifying this morning. The track was a little bit damp when they went out, a little flurry of rain on the formation lap. Oh, yes, please.
You can always imagine Chris Goodwin being asked that question, would you like to start the car? No, go and learn. Go on, I've done all that. You go and learn.
Yes.
Go and learn what it's all about. Yes, as in, oh, thanks. Okay.
Really?
Yeah. I thought you were the pro driver. Yeah, go and learn. You need to learn. I've done that. So, but he's proved his worth there with, say, an 8:59. That's quite an impressive time for an SP8T car as well.
Further down in the classes, just taking a look, we talked about SP7, SP9 Pro-Am, SP9 AM, SP8T, we talked about their car before, 14th place overall. It will fall down when it deserves its second pit stop, but number 144, Kaya, at the wheel at the moment, well clear in class. SP10 is being led by number 169, Hopper. This is the class GT4 class, that's BMW. Going very nicely in class. No one else quite around them at the moment, but a flurry of pit stops coming their way very, very soon indeed. But right now, just waiting to see Steph Dusseldorf, the Rover Racing BMW, surely coming in at the end of this lap. This will be the end of lap number 13, and he was one of the majority of cars who came in after 7. So he could do another lap. He could go on to 14. But let us see. It's also about changing conditions. It's about reading the conditions correctly. And let us see. But again, sometimes you have an advantage if you're a two-driver lineup. It's just Nicky Katzberg and Steph Dusseldorf in that car, fully attuned. Let's see where they hang out.
So,
Baumann leading the race.
Third place man. As you say, apologies, Bruce, third place man is the car that's got to come into the pits very soon.
And he hasn't. He's done what he's going for one more lap. He just put 13th on the board. I'm just doing my maths. If they came in after 7, of course they can do another 7. If they can squeak it to 8, it makes it advantageous later in the race. But an 8-minute 14-second lap, that's tidy in the circumstances. We've seen some of the other cars behind getting down into the 8-minute 11s, but Dusseldorf.
It's a respectable on that run of tyres. That's a very respectable time.
Yeah, that's a longish stint. That's 6 laps under his belt. Next time around is probably the lap he will come into pit to keep it tidy.
With the run out of either tyres or fuel before the end of that lap.
Right.
So let's hope it's tyres, not fuel.
Yes, yeah. Dumas has decided not to go for a 14th lap or get the car into 14 laps. He's pitted from 2nd place. Fred Vavish has pitted from 5th, so starting to get the majority of runners will be coming in this time around in effectively the top 10 runners in SP9. But of course, don't forget that Christian Crodjers and Dominic Baumann, they're running respectively in 5th and 4th overall, running a very different series of laps. They did a 4-lap stint followed by a 7-lap stint, so out of kilter, but it all will come together towards the end of the 4 hours of this race. We'll see who's got the smile on their face.
You say that it all there, it's just casually all come together at the end of the 4 hours of this race, and we are still just under 3 minutes off halfway through the race at 2 hours. Not even got there yet. So a lot to do yet. A lot can happen. We've got a slow car on Dottingher. Our race leader just come through. That's not going to be an issue for them.
Oh, another lap going on for the number 23 Mercedes. Yeah. That's fallen down the order in the hands of Janine Hill. Next time around, one thinks that she will... Well, that was a regular thing. If they do 7-lap stint, which they've done, followed by another 7, that'll be the end of lap 14 when they come in, so that's absolutely fine. Best lap that time around, 8 minutes 43, so that's a slow lap. It's 30 seconds down on the very, very fastest of the runners. Janine presumably be going around to hand to John Schaffner. Anyone around her on the track? No, not particularly. She's 6th overall at the moment, but she's 16 seconds down on Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi, but nearly 25 seconds up on the other car that's fighting with her for the AM honours, because don't forget, though it started from pole position with Janine Hill and John Schaffner, very much an AM entry in this, with just Fabian Schiller as their gun teammate. He did his job, he put it on pole, he fought for the lead in the race, but really their battle is to make sure they stay ahead of the next car down the line from them, the number 39 AM class challenger from Racing One. That's the Ferrari 488. It's the one with the sort of shades of mid-blue with a sort of equivalent of a checkered flag pattern being waved across it. So 6th and 7th overall for the AM runners in SP9, but it's Janine Hill leading from that class by a fair margin from Stefan Aust, driver from the Munster region of Germany. Great rumble every time you hear any mics near cameras. Ah, right. What's it going to be this time around for Dusseldorf? No, why not? Go for a further lap. So 14 laps on the board. Tell you what, I jumped too soon there. I looked at the wrong BMW down the start-finish straight. Sorry, I've got the nose of, that's really poor. Christian Cronje, also white from the front end, but once you get the side flanks, it's not the yellow and black of the Rover Racing BMW team, but it's the multicoloured flashes. It's the red, the blue, the orange, all over the nose of that 34 white BMW.
That's Baumann and Krones, isn't it, running in 9th and 10th, and they're only a 1.5 seconds apart, 1.5 seconds between them.
Yeah, well, that's been better for Krone, because don't forget that advantage for the number 6 Mercedes had gone out to about half a dozen seconds. But I sensed in the pit it looked a bit tidier from the Walkenhorst crew. So yes, is that the lead battle? We're looking between 6 and 34. It's as it was, but they're down, as you point out, Peter, in 9th and 10th. But they have done 2 pit stops. Their rivals have only done the 1, so it'll all come square at the end of this lap, I would think, when Dusseldorf surely will come in to follow a 7-lap stint with a 7-lap stint. We're still waiting, though.
I think you're absolutely correct call there, Bruce, that this could be for the race lead in a lap's time, when this is all shaken down and the others that have owed us our pit stops have indeed. Olsen is back out, so...
Yeah, but he's in a different car. He's back out, but he's in the
18 car now.
Yeah.
So that brings in yet another variable. As you say, the 2 KCMG cars. Yep, they're both Porsche 911s. We mentioned earlier that unlike a lot of formulas, like in, say, Formula 1, you've got 2 car teams. You've got 2 Mercedes, 2 Force Indy, whatever they may be, Racing Points, whatever they're called now. They're always 2 different cars. They're built identical, the same regulations that year, but they're different. Each driver has a different setup. You mentioned earlier about a driver doing, say, a first and last stint in a car, that the car feels slightly different. It's got a different set of tyres, it's got a different fuel load, the weather's conditions, whatever, so and so. Essentially, it's the same car. Now, they're swapping within their own team from one car to the other. So what experience you've had in that first car, and let's face it, Olsen did a fantastic stint, in that Dennis Olsen, in that opening bit, in that other car. He's now jumped into the team car, which might be totally different to him. It might not feel like it belongs to the same team. It might be perfect, of course, but there's yet another variable to do. And are there not enough things to be thinking about driving around the Nordschleife anyway? Let's jump in a different car that you don't know how it's set up. Or has he had time in that car already this weekend?
It makes you smile, and that's, I think, the way to see it all, because there's just so much happening out there. At the moment, it's Nicky Katzberg's car with Stef Dusseldorf, his fellow Dutchman, leading the race. That's after 2 hours. As near as, and it's the number 18 Porsche in second place, but don't forget that just dived into the pit lane. Romain Dumas handed that to Dennis Olsen, and Matthias Drudy up, just taking over from Fred Vervies. That's in third, but that's also just in the process of its pit stop. The real answer to any question is what's going to happen when we get to the end of lap 14. Surely Dusseldorf will come in from the lead of the race. 29.2 seconds to the good at the moment to serve that car's second pit stop. But for now, it's the Rover Racing BMW M6 that's leading the way here in the 4th round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. It started late at the end of June, but it's coming thick and fast. And the teams hopefully are learning from their errors, because don't forget, Peter, we mentioned at the start of the show, 2 of the 3 winners in the opening 3 rounds ended up not winning. One got pushed back to 6th place for drive time, and then last time out, the Octane 126 Ferrari took that Mark's first win for a very long time, since 2016, he said, looking back. 2017, Team Monschau won at the end of June. Oliver Keitz, Jochen Krumbach and Jörg Weiss. Things have moved on considerably since then, but they celebrated, well, not long and hard. They celebrated hard, but not for long, because then it was discovered, unfortunately, a tyre that wasn't on the list, but they thought was on the list, had been used, and I'm sure there was no performance gain, but rules are rules, so they lost that victory. Leading the way in the GT4 class overall, SP8T is still the Mercedes that was started by Gabriele Piana, Mustafa Mehmet Kaya driving at the wheel at the moment, but they're some way clear in class. In fact, really having a very good run indeed. But really, it's all about attention on what's going to happen at the end of this lap. Will the Rover Racing BMW come in from the lead of the race and emerge back into the lead of the race, or will it be the duo, the 6 Mercedes, Dominic Baumann now driving it, and 34 Christian Cronje in the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW? They're 1.5 seconds apart, those two, but are they going to be in front of that BMW when it comes back out after its second pit stop? Time will tell, but different ways of doing things. 6 and 23. came in. They started down the order somewhat. 23 was on the front, sorry, but 6 and 34, I beg your pardon. They started down the order in 5th and 7th. They decided to pit after 4 laps. The majority of their rivals came in 3 laps later with 7 on the board. Steph Dusseldorp has just started his 15th lap. Hasn't dived for the pits unless the timing screen is suddenly going to tell me that is what he's up to. But right now, he appears to be continuing for 1 further lap. So that will be the 99 car, pitted after 7 laps, has just done 7, so he's going for an 8-lap stint.
Well, full of surprises again. We didn't think that was going to happen, but indeed he has. That's going to have quite an effect at the end of the race there. So that's a very brave manoeuvre there, taking an extra lap now. It's just over half distance. And we'll see how that one plays out towards the end. Of course, that puts the second place car at the moment currently is Dennis Olsen in the number...
The 18. He's taken over from Duma.
Yes.
Yeah. Just took that over from Duma, but right, let's just have a little look at the lap speeds of. Of course, they're slow at the moment for Dominic Baumann and Christian Cronjes because they've waiting for the screens to update as they complete. I'll do that very soon, because the lap time on the screen at the moment is one that's including leaving the pit lanes. Obviously, not as quick.
Fricadelli, Bleakmore, and Porsche into the pits.
Yeah, sudden flurry. That's the car that he's been sharing with Maxime Martin.
Didn't expect to say this in a hurry either, that in second overall now is the car collection Motorsport Audi of Winkelhock.
Yep, he's down to drive. He's driving that. He's down to drive the number 20 Audi as well, but that's been driven so far by Fred Vervies, who did a double stint, and Matthias Drudy, who's on board at the moment. But if the seat has been warmed up for him, he'll take it for the final stint of the race.
I feel like I've stepped back in time seeing that name at the top of the timesheet, so top of the sheet there. So a car that's still, or a team that's still, I think, to play their hand and have been a star of this series NLS 2020, rounds 1, 2 and 3, has been the Haupt Racing Mercedes. Currently number 6, that's currently in 9th, for Baumann at the wheel, but they've been there or thereabouts all the time. They actually won on the track at the first round, but of course then had that time penalty delivered just afterwards, which gave the win to the Valkenhorst BMW of Pittard and co. They then won the second round, and then of course they were right up there again in round 3, and it was a team largely built out of Black Falcon staff while they've gone to the lower level, coming back next year 2020 back to the SB9 class, we know that, but it's all the same. It was a great delivery of a new team and a startup, and just this time just not quite there. They've not really being in the... Yes, they're in the top 10, but I say that, they're 9th. We will see.
Yeah, but it's still a car that's going to keep coming forward. Of that, I'm sure. They rolled the dice differently. They pitted after 4 laps. The rivals stayed out until 7. Now we've got to 14 laps. And not that many. It was still waiting for those top half dozen cars to pit. Blake Amola's listed as 3rd. He's pitted the Fricadelli Porsche, number 30. But... looks so, well, certainly the BMW leading the race, but 99 car from Rover Racing and the number 44 Audi with Winkelhock at the wheel. That's Car Collection Motorsport. They're going for a long second stint, but they'll owe us that pit stop. I'm sure next time around they will be coming in, because of their rivals still waiting for the 23 Mercedes to see if that's going to... No, that's going on to its 15th lap. Janine Hill goes on for 1 further lap. That's the AM class leader, 17 seconds further back, 1 position further down the race. Another car going on to the 15th lap is the 39 Ferrari from Racing 1, Stefan Aust at the wheel, and the last of the real front runners not to do a second pit stop. 6th place overall, leading the Pro-Am classes, Lorenzo Rocco di Torre Padula, the number 25 Audi. So they're all going for a long middle run, and that's the Huber Motorsport entry.
I was going to give you a little drum roll there because I think you love saying that name as well.
I say it in my sleep.
Tape. Well, I can tell it just flows. You've got a little tape that goes into your head and just pops it in and out it comes. I can't even, I can barely say it, let alone as quickly and eloquently as you can. But
elephantly. So who is flying at the moment? Waiting to see, surely after 15 laps, we will get the entry to the pit lane from Dusseldorf and Winkelhock. But the gap between them, don't think Winkelhock in 44 is close to Dusseldorf. It's 1 minute 43 seconds, the gap between first and second in the race. So Winkelhock is there by dint of... actually, he's been putting in some very good laps, 8-minute 12s, as has Dusseldorf. But... it's an artificial position because certainly the cars that led after those early pit stops, the number 6 Mercedes from Auto Arena, run by the Hout Racing team, and 34 Christian Cronjes, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, they are going to pop back up into podium positions. They're separated by just a quarter of a second at the moment, pretty much as they have been the vast majority of this race. Feeling hungry, and of course, what do I really not want to see? A car sponsored by Schnitzelarm. That reminds me that it'd be a nice place to go and have a schnitzel next time at the Nordschleife, but a very popular sponsor, the number 666 car. Marcel Marchewitz, Tim Neuser, but they think you read their names on the side of the car. I'm just reading Schnitzelarm, feeling lunch is due.
People are putting in some pretty good sector times there. They're lapping quite a bit quicker than the Rover Racing BMW in front, bizarrely.
Maybe he's hungry.
So it might be slightly false, as you say, Bruce, where he is, but he's not delivering on the times.
No, exactly so. When tyres are getting down, fuel load is down, you see some pretty quick times. But it takes a brave and experienced driver to really keep them sweet when they're on their last legs. Rubber. So Dusseldorf, surely the 99 Rover Racing BMW will be in this time around. But the real question is, where will Dominic Baumann and Christian Cronjes, currently 7th and 8th overall, where will their cars slot back in? They're running a different tactic, having gone 3 laps before the others at their first stint. And I reckon it would just be 2 laps difference for their second stint, but it's not. It's going to be 3 laps again. They've been ahead because Dusseldorf is eking it out in the Rover Racing BMW and staying out as long as he possibly can. But this will be the end of 8 laps. That's a long stint on the Nordschleife in weather that's getting warmer, track that's getting more and more grippy as the temperature rises, but takes more and more out of the tyres. Fabulous battling going on in the classes. 917 and 979 in the Cup 3 class just had a change of position in the Mercedes arena, and the 917 car has gone through. Riemer has made it work. He's also driven onto the dirt on the outside and lost the position by the time they get to the next corner.
Well, the back marker stayed exactly where it was, and then both decided to go either side of it. That's the M4, I think it is. It was an older M3, E36 M3 sitting there, and they decided to go, having swapped positions already, battling into the arena at the end of that lap, at the beginning of the new lap, and then decided to go either side of a back marker. And for one, that meant going left and onto the grass, unabated, didn't lift, carried on, kicked up a load of dust and rejoined, but lost the position.
Yeah, but the position was gained by Torsten Jung. He stayed tight. His dark blue and whites Cayman now at the head of that little group. Running in class, let me just see, there of course are running in the Cup 3 class. They are fighting over 3rd position, but he's going to carry on this battle. 917 with Riemer on board, getting closer and closer again, trying to go down the inside as they turn left onto the Nordschleife. That hasn't worked in the history of the Nordschleife. Why start today? But anyhow, backed out just at the right moment.
And it's still
Dusseldorf into the pits. There we are. I was waiting to get the trumpet out. The fanfare to begin, but really very few people had stayed out on their rubber. Surely Winkelhock in a minute and a half will be coming in as well, by which time Dusseldorf and the Rover Racing car, or Katzberg and the Rover Racing BMW, should be pretty much back out onto the circuit. So what have we got left on the clock? Well, time aplenty, but we've got effectively an hour and 3/4 and a little bit of small change thrown in for good measure. Only now is the black Audi Car Collection Motorsport car coming along the Dottingher. Marcus Winkelhock pressing on. He's got to drive another Audi later in the race. He'll get 1 stint out. He wants this one to end as soon as possible so he can have the longest rest before taking over the number 20 Audi from a Matthias Drudi.
Well earned longest rest.
Oh yeah. So as predicted, the number 44 Audi comes in. Winkelhock into the pits, but of course into the pits means into the pits, into the paddock, back into the pits. Then the SP9 class cars take their pit stops.
So, as Bruce has just said, an hour and 45 effectively this race to go. So we're in just over half distance. It seems incredible to think with the amount of action and changes we've had so far that we're only halfway through. Weather is bright and sunny. It looks like the rain that we certainly had qualifying was tipping it down, torrential this morning, and lots of spray. Yet another factor to add into this circuit. And that the race did start that way behind on the formation lap and the first couple of laps. There was not quite as much spray as I anticipated, but it certainly was wetter out on the Nordschleife part of the circuit than the Grand Prix circuit. But so far the weather's just brightened and brightened, temperatures going up into the mid-20s now, which affects driver, say, in the car. As you say, it's always a little bit hotter in the car. Obviously have cool suits and aircon these days now, mandatory, which it didn't used to have. And also tyre temperatures and how much it wears, because the ambient temperature, the track temperature, and how much it wears the tyres out on the car. Number 23 car, Janine Hill, bringing the number 23 car into the pits. That was our pole-sitting AMG, the Get Speed car.
That is the second pit stop for that car. We've had Fabian Schiller to Janine Hill. This will now be Janine Hill to John Schaffner, one would presume, and
Racing One Ferrari just behind it.
The Racing One Ferrari, which is fighting for position in the AM class with that car in behind. That seems to have gained a bit over the most recent lap. In fact, gained really quite a lot. And the Huber Porsche that's leading the Pro-Am class just in their slipstream about 5 seconds further back. But so we've got this odd situation. The two AM class cars, or the leading AM class cars, are ahead of the leading Pro-Am crew, just as one of the Walk and Horse Motorsport BMWs rejoins the circuit. That's car number 36. 34, which is their one at the sharp end of the field, goes flashing past the pit exit, right on the tail, trying to get the inside into turn 2 of Dominic Bauman's Mercedes. The number 6 Mercedes stays just in front, but Christian Cronjes better run deep into turn 3. Can't get across to go up the inside into turn 4, but certainly looking a little bit more on it right now than Dominic Baumann is. About a second, no, not even that much, half a second between the pair of them as they go up to turn 6. Porsche came in to be dispatched, and they do that very well indeed. Again, it's lovely to see, Peter, the use of the indicator for a driver to indicate that he's letting a front runner go on through.
Yeah, and I've got to say, we commented earlier on, Bruce, that the standards in the driving of these 3 rounds so far have been exemplary. People, we had a slight moment a little bit on between the second place car Mercedes and one of the slower cars we've got. Is that the
Toyota Super 170?
Yeah.
Slow on the Grand Prix loop. It hasn't even got as far as the Vidal chicane. Pulling off. That's one of those moments where flag marshals very quick to indicate that something is running slowly. But that's one of the rare points on the circuit where you can actually see some distance ahead. Stopped just by the 150-meter braking point on the right-hand side of the circuit on the climb.
Now it's rejoined. So he pulled out of the way. Now, whether that was a recent... now he's pulled off onto a little bit of hard standing, the Novell Supra, that is, and then stopped, kept out of the way, and now restarted it, pulled it further up to the grass, completely out of the way. So, and again, he's almost turning the car around the opposite way now. So I think he's trying to get to a bit of an escape point there and get it as far off the track as he possibly can, which will take away the yellow flag zone. That's just on the chicane at the end of the Grand Prix loop before they go on to the old Nordschleife circuit. So the number 170 Novell Toyota Supra looks like its day has been run at just over half distance, but no damage, no tyre deflation there that we can see on it easily. So it looks like it's a mechanical error.
Right, while all this is happening, the leading runner in SP7, that's the 62 H&R Porsche in the Porsche Cup class, moves its way pretty much into the top 10, because that will pit probably another lap into this race. But of the front runners, all the SP9 class cars have made their pit stops within
it's
the
also
first...
just run extremely wide and onto a bit way the other side of the white line, shall we say. But it is hard turning and not grass, so that was not too bad.
I remember, said the man with the silver beard, being at the Hockenheim long ago in the days of Formula 4 2000 and JJ Leto, and he was way quicker than everyone else, and they worked out that around most of that he was marginally faster. Entry to the stadium section, there was a bit of that grass crete. He was using it, none of the rivals were, and it just meant he carried so much more speed. He said to me afterwards, I pay attention, I did a track walk. But also, there's doing a track walk and doing a track walk looking for advantage, and that was mark of the man back then.
It's the whole point of a track walk.
Exactly. Not just looking where the trees are or marshal's posts, it's a lot of things that do need taking in. So Katzberg back into the Rover Racing BMW. It went Katzberg, Dusseldorf, back to Katzberg. That's their rotation pattern. But the real key is what's going to happen in the remainder of this race. 1 hour and 40 odd minutes remaining in this race. And the number 6 Mercedes from the Hout Racing team with Auto Arena and the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW have done things differently. They pitted very early indeed. Their first stint was only 4 laps. Majority of the rivals did 7. A lot of the teams have just done an 8-lap second stint, and it's going to come home and swing the other way for 6 and 34 after taking that different tactic early in the race. But right now they're the fastest cars out on the track and gaining positions hand over fist. Marcus Winkelhock, we said he brought the car collection Motorsport Audi in. He did. He was listed as second place, but it was a sort of slightly boosted second place by doing such a long first 2 stints. Now Mike David, no, who's on board? Milan Donci has taken that over. So he is in. The Dutchman taken over from Marcus Winkelhock, who now has another car to drive. He has other duties to be done today, so he's moving down to the Audi Sport team to take over car number 20. Another Audi for the final stint of the race. So he gets about half an hour off. Luckily, he's not a day over. Hold on, Marcus. Let's just check. You're 100.
I was going to say, be very,
78.
I'm going to be very careful on that one. Yeah. But so Schiller back in the 23 car, as we said, handed over by Janine Hill. Kohlhaas in the Ferrari 488, the Racing 1, and Holzer in the Huber Motorsport Porsche 911. They're all out and back onto track now. Holtz have been the last of those to go out, so need things to shake down a bit. But Katzberg it is, and the Rover Racing BMW M6 is at the front. 15 laps completed. Jonte in second, car collection. Of course, we need this to have another lap just to sort of reset. Everybody comes out of the pits here. Schiller, Fabian Schiller in the Get Speed car. He was the quickest man in that car, put it on pole position. He's going to be phenomenal again. It's only in third position now as it stands, but I think Fabian Schiller is a car to watch. I think it won't be very long before that car's right back up at the front.
I think a bit too much time was lost for that. We know it's great, but unless they've totally rejigged the outfit, it means the 4th stint will be John Schaffner. So what Fabian will gain, unfortunately, just by dint of experience and caliber, will be lost again. But it had a clean run in third place, but most times I looked at the lap time, it was losing a fair lot. But then you're comparing AM with Pro, and it's not a fair comparison. This is the very essence of sports car racing. You have people in these different classes.
Exactly why you hire somebody like Fabian Schiller, as you say, the hired gun to go and do what he do. And it's no disgrace, as you say. Janine Hill did a great job in there, as you say, good clean run. No, it's not the pace of Fabian Schiller, but nor would you expect it to be. Fantastic job there, seeing that. So I still think Schiller might surprise us.
He will surprise us, but I don't think he's going to.
He won't surprise himself.
No.
he might surprise us. He'll just think, it's normal. Yeah, that's what he does. But we will see. I just think from those first stints, that qualifying time, say 5 seconds ahead on pole. Let's see. But I've been known to be wrong before. Not very often, but I've been known to be wrong. Bruce, you're so good. Can you be my agent, please?
One thing I just
very benevolent.
One thing I wanted to just check on was the relative positions of the 2 KCMG Porsches. Don't forget the number 19 fought for the lead, held the lead, lost the lead, etc., in the opening stint of the race. Really good run from Dennis Olsen when he was fighting with the aforementioned Fabian Schiller. Then there was a spin, unfortunately, for Josh Burton, but it's still the 19 car that's ahead. But it's being chased by the driver who did the brilliant stint in the 19 car in the first stint of the race, Dennis Olsen. He's hopped from one KCMG car to another. He's faster than Burton, so he's catching, but he's 17 seconds down. But it's such an interesting thing to hop from one car to another within the same team. And you can imagine he'd be cursing those quick laps he did early on, because otherwise the car wouldn't be so far ahead.
Well, it's almost difficult to convey it, isn't it? Because as we said, we're so used to single make formula. You drive a car, or if there's a two-car team, as we said before, time and time again, there's two drivers that each set the car up how they want. It's the same team. There's different ideas, different engineers. They want to go one direction, they go the other direction. But in GT racing, we kept reiterating this earlier on, that GT racing, the car completes the whole 4 hours, whoever drives it. So you've got to set the car up to each of the three drivers. In this case, and not the only one, Wilcox's another example, but Olsen is one of them, Dennis Olsen, jumps from one car in his team to another car in his team, and they're side by side on the track in positions, and it's all down to times now, but he's got to jump from one car to the other. So it's quite an extraordinary feat for a driver. You've said many a time, Bruce, about this circuit of the driver's almost got to press reset and start again. And you've got to almost do that in this car. He's got to, in this situation, clear his mind, get in the car. No, it's not familiar. No, it's not the car you've been driving before. Unfortunately, it'll look the same because it's the same make and model and it's the same team. So all the colours and bits will be the same, and you think you're driving the same car, but you're not. And that yet another variation they've got to take into consideration driving on this circuit.
Okay.
As it gets warmer.
Now, it's really extraordinary, as we were talking, Peter, start of the race, it was the 23 Mercedes fighting with the 19 Porsche. Brilliant lead battle. Then, with the 34 Walk-on-Horse Motorsport BMW and the number 6 Auto Arena Mercedes, going, hold on, we're in the tail end of the top 6, we're doing things differently. They pitted very early after only 4 laps. They've got their battle. That now is in the lead of the race, 6 against 34, 1.2 seconds between them. And a car that's done neither is in third place. It started third, it's the Rover Racing BMW. But then you've got these other brilliant battles, but it's like you've got 2 lead groups and they take their turns at the front of the race, and the Rover Racing BMW is not quite on their pace, even though, well, until the nanosecond ago, it had the fastest lap of the race. In fact, that's just gone to Dominic Baumann. He's got under 8 minutes 10. That's a good lap for the race leader. But by not quite being on the pace, which is the Rover Racing BMW, in terms of overall pace, is he going to be in a position by dint of doing different length runs, a 7-lap run, an 8-lap run before that most recent pit stop? Is that going to put him at the front of the race? But here we are with him 53 seconds down on that pairing of Baumann and Cronjes, but they've all done 2 pit stops. So you think, wow, they're 53 seconds ahead. But, of course, for Baumann and Cronjes, their tyres have already had the sharp edges taken off and aren't going to be as sweet for a great deal longer. Yes, their fuel load's going down, but their tyre life is really starting to hurt them.
New fastest lap of the race, Olsen. 808.070.
Wow.
Nearly an 807. Just the same. Just putting it out there. Temperatures I mentioned earlier, you said at the beginning of the race, Bruce, that it was obviously damp. We saw qualifying was totally wet. It was damp and miserable at the start of the race. And as we got about an hour or so in, you just said, do I see a glint of sunshine there? Well, now we're getting lovely reflections off the cars in the sunlight. It is now, as I said it might be, according to the weather forecast, my app was correct, it is now 29 degrees ambient. So it's pretty warm inside one of those cars, whether it be a Golf or a Get-Speed Mercedes or whatever it may be. It's going to be pretty warm in there. And don't forget, these drivers are wearing exactly the wrong clothes for any kind of sporting physical activity, exerting themselves. Most athletes have clothing designed to get heat and sweat away from you. A racing driver, you go and put fireproof underwear on, 2 or 3 layer suit, a balaclava, gloves, a helmet, a hands device, and then go and sit inside a sauna for an hour and pedal it round, exerting how many G-forces on yourself. So it's like being on an exercise bike in the sauna. It's not really the right clothing for it, is it?
Yeah, it's something wrong slotted. Of course, it's all for a purpose.
Which says a lot about racing drivers, why they want to go and do that in the first place.
It does. It starts small, goes big, but and again, the beauty is not every driver here in the field in the NLS is going for ultimate gold. They're going for the pleasure, particularly in the classes further back down the field, the pleasure of competing on the Nordschleife. A lot of people have been doing it for 20 years, and they might miss a year until they can get a deal together with a friend, or possibly even a former rival. Hey, why don't we pair up and get a new insert name and class of car here and go racing? We could be competitive in class, and that is something that when people start watching the NLS, it escapes them a little bit.
It's the old rule, isn't it? Keep your friends close and your enemies even closer.
Yeah, but
rivals, etc.
No, exactly. But a lot of people think it's all about the SP9 cars at the start of the field. They're the easiest ones to see. They're the fastest cars. They're the most dynamic cars. But there are just so many classes that if you can't afford to be or have no ambition to be an SP9 class car, it's a bit too quick for you, you can race something else. And if there are 5 or 6 competitors in class, that's what you're going for, class victory. And ever will it be such.
And as you said, I think it was last time, Bruce, or possibly the round before, probably was, it was a double header, wasn't it? But you said that this is also a family. And this is where an awful lot of these people in those classes, you say, that's where the champions come from. GT3 cars, the SP9 cars, yes, they are the glamorous, they're the headline event. Yes, the most obvious ones, the ones that draw the attention because they're at the front. And they attract the big names of Dumas, Winkelhock, etc., yes. But for the people that run businesses to go racing, and very much gentlemen drivers that can get a BMW, a Cayman, a Golf, a Seat, whatever it may be, and go racing, it's all at one venue. So you've got all these different clubs running these, was VLN, now NLS races. Different club each weekend runs at the Nürburgring, but it's the same setup, same places, same hotels, same paddock, same crew, same circuit, and it's not that far away, and it's a lovely part of the world anyway, and it's the most fabulous, one of the most fabulous circuits in the world, and you get to go and drive not half an hour. You don't go to Snetterton and pay your entry fee and have half an hour. You've got 4 hours of racing, and you've got 9 of them in a year.
But it's 9.
I'm packing my bags. I'm off.
No, can you stay at the end?
I've sold it to. I'm going to stay to the end, have I?
Yes,
I've sold it to myself, there, Bruce.
Yes, you knew it was going to happen. But I mean, it's also a lot of these drivers get to know other drivers up and down the paddock, because even if they've done well in class, they stand around beneath the podium. There's so many classes to go on the podium. There's a time to chat. You know that moment when you're full of adrenaline and happiness, and you know a lot of friendships are made in the NLS. And I think if that element disappeared, which it won't, it would be not the championship it is, and that is why people have competed in it. Whenever you look at old footage from the VLN, in fact, early this morning, seeing some from 1991, of course the cars have been transformed out of all recognition. The circuit, we were surprised that trees have grown up around the outside. You automatically think that everything around the Nürburgring, apart from a few stretches.
Who'd have thought that in 30 years? But yeah,
exactly. Well, it's 30 racing years. They're shorter, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah.
But the fact is, there are still some names probably that were there then that or just learning their craft then are still competing in it today, and that says it all.
As you mentioned, that young veteran Tommy Coronel, for instance, who probably was around then actually, more than likely. I'm sure he was actually, but he would have been certainly in single-seater formula by then.
So Dominic Baumann and Christian Cronjes, that's the 6 Hout Racing Team Mercedes, 1.2 seconds ahead of Christian Cronjes in the 34 Walkenhorst car. That's the pick of the Walkenhorst BMWs this season, and they're lapping faster than they have before. Small gap between them, plenty of traffic. We haven't had too many tumblers this weekend, too many fallers. Had a few incidents where cars have gone to the edge of the circuit, but at the moment they are leading the race. Precious little between them. The V4 class, always competitive here, but today not so much. Suddenly the gap between number 701 and 707 in second place is fully 44 seconds. What is going on? Pit stop sequence. That is why it's got so big. And as I said, that one emerged from the pits as another one was diving past. But 701 leading that class for now in V4, the much more standard production saloon class. Christopher Rink, Danny Brink and Philip Lyson. Those names always at the top of the table in their 325i.
And again, what a competitive category. And as you say, a relatively standard road-based car there that nothing's particularly cheap in motor racing, but compared to some of the SP9 cars that are, multiples of hundreds of thousands of euros, pounds, whatever.
Everything's got noughts on it.
Exactly. Yeah, these 325i's are pretty well a road-based car with safety equipment added. So you've got a roll cage, you've got the right seat, you've got the right harnesses, all the different things that's needed. There'll be some uprating of the suspension. Obviously, your tyres are a race tyre, but it's still very much a road-based car. I was talking to somebody the other day who was actually races an ex-BMW factory car, Schnitzer-built M3 GT4 car in the UK, and it's taken to BMW for its servicing because they can do the basics on it. Its ECUs and brains and things are slightly different, but its engine is standard, to the point that in their first race meeting with it, they lost an engine in testing. So they picked one up off on eBay, put it in it, went out, put it on pole and won the race. Because it's a standard engine. The brain's a bit different, but that's fine. And it's very, very similar to this. A very standard car. You can go and do the racing, and you can be amongst these cars up on the Nordschleife. I've sold it again.
You've done.
I'm in the wrong business.
No, exactly. Right, I was just having a
We've
little
known
look.
that for years.
Yeah, I've just been having a little look. Nicky Katzberg, not long into the Rover Racing BMW, he's 46 seconds down on Christian Cronjes. Cronjes hasn't had such a good lap for Walkenhorst. Still second, but he's 3.5 seconds or thereabouts down on Don Baumann. But interestingly, down into turn one, Nicky Katzberg was thinking about diving up the inside of a back marker and suddenly thought, oh no, I'm not, and had to have a big swerve, go back to the outside and yet still get around the corner. He's got a 20-second advantage over Josh Burton in the KCMG Porsche, but that was one of those little moments that could have ended up stuck in the gravel. Suddenly having to jink to the outside going into turn one wasn't what was planned by Katzberg. He did react, but that won't have helped the start of this lap at all. Won't have helped his nerves at all. But how quick is he relative to those around him? Top two cars, he's 5 and 7 seconds a lap faster last time around than they were, but he's on fresher rubber. Don't forget 6 and 34, the Auto Arena Mercedes and the Walkenhorst BMW pitted a long time ago. Their second pit stop, I have to turn my pad.
Nicky Katzberg, second sector there, though. Sector 2.7 seconds quicker.
Yeah, well, he's way quicker than they are.
Yeah.
The second sector alone, okay. But
Exactly, just in the second sector.
Yeah. Person who's on a bit of a charge at the moment, about to change position. I know it's 9th, only to 8th. It's the number 30 Fricadelli Racing Team Porsche. Went Maxime Martin to Jeroen Bleekemolen. Now back in the Belgian's hands. He is all over the tail of Milan Donche in the number 44 car collection Motorsport Audi that Marcus Winkelhock handed over to him. So that's probably going to change this time around. I think Martin will find himself back around the tail of the top 6. But so just to reiterate, cars 6 and 34, we've got 17 laps on the board. They're on 18. They pitted after lap 12 for their second pit stop, having done the shortest first stints of anybody. They're going to pay the price later in the race, but they're sitting, just to reiterate, respectively 46 and 50 seconds clear of Nicky Katzberg, who's running a more standard number of laps. He pitted after lap 15. We've only got 2 further laps on the board. The Dutchman is faster than the cars ahead, but I would think they've stolen such an advantage. I will touch upon what happens when we get to the point relatively soon. We have another 15 minutes to go precisely, after which the final pit stop times can be counted. If you stop for your final pit stop 69 minutes before the end of the race, which is coming up soon, you have to be stationary. Your pit stop time 357 seconds. If you stop 40 minutes after that, which is unusual and unlikely, you save 105 seconds. But by then your tyres will be absolutely shot to pieces. But basically, the later you can make your final pit stop, the more you might have a smile on your face at the end of the race. But to have achieved that, you'd have done longer stints earlier in the race and would have paid the price accordingly in terms of tyre life. However, it's up to the teams when they decide to put their cars in. But certainly for Baumann and Cronjes, number 6 Mercedes, the 34 BMW, their choices are remarkably limited. They'll be making their final pit stop probably a lap or 2 ahead of their rivals.
Well, this is what you said earlier about drivers and their mind management and tyre management as well. And it's how they drive. Yes, you can go and put in a stonking lap, but what's the point if it takes so much life out of the tyre that shortens the run by a lap, or at worst 2 around here? What's the point? Because the car's then significantly slower over that. It looks great, and it's a great ego thing, and it looks great on the lap times. That's wonderful. But what you need as a driver, as you say, I think you mentioned one of the earlier rounds, that the clever drivers, the thinking drivers, the drivers that work with their teams, and just say, okay, are you better off doing an 8-lap run or a 7-lap run within so many seconds of a set time in traffic, nice and consistent, whatever, and keeping it there, or putting in that one great lap? Yeah, wonderful. But it's killed the tyres, it's killed the brakes, it's worn the car out. But there are some drivers that can just do that, and we've mentioned earlier about Maxime Martin, almost make the car look like it's floating. They can do both. They can put that stupendous time in without wearing the tyres out as much. And not quite sure how they do it. It's no pun intended. It's a bit of a black art in terms of, that's also the colour of the tyre, but it's how they do it and get the best out of them and not overstress the car. And that's when you get drivers at that level. You mentioned earlier on about drivers being on a different level. When you get a driver at that level, they know they can call upon you to do that and say, okay, we need a lap of this now, we need a lap of so-and-so time.
It is. It's different ways of doing the things, and you have to have the ability to be able to choose plan A, plan B.
And possibly change during a stint as well. You might go out with a certain plan in mind, and as they say, right, switch to plan B, because there's a reason for that, because another team suddenly thrown in a shorter pit stop or a longer one, they can see an advantage. And it's also then not just what you want to do, you've got to keep an eye on all the other teams around them. What do they do? And also second guessing their strategy. And if suddenly they throw in a curveball, coming a bit early, that starts you thinking, well, what are they doing? Why are they doing that? Hang on, they're going to leapfrog us at a point later. Right, we need a quicker lap now, or whatever. And it never stops.
Well, it doesn't, but also there's also the element of if you suddenly have a track festooned with slow zones, and just be able to react to those. The tyre temperature drops for a little bit if it's a long run past slow zones, but again, that's part of the challenge. Why people enjoy it. Why crews like CP Racing come over from the States they compete a fair bit in Europe. Charles Espinal at the wheel at the moment, but they're racing in the SP7 class. But again, it's to compete on this amazing circuit, take in all the variables and test yourself as how you react to changing circumstance. And it really, really is a channel. Where are they in their class? SP7, Espinal third in class at the moment. SP7 class, really strong run, still by the H&R Special Faden team, running in 13th place overall. That's a very strong run. And Jochen Krumbach at the wheel at the moment, showing with Hopper and Krantz. But what you tend to see a team that's up the front end one weekend, one race meeting, is probably going to be up the front end at the next one, because it takes planning. That car just crossing the start finish line at the moment to put another lap on the board, but for an SP7 class car to be around the tail of the top 10 is a good solid run. First and second though, Dominic Baumann, Christian Cronjes, still in that order. It was 3.4 seconds at the start of the lap. It's about under half a second, I suggest, as they go through Tiergarten in through the final sweep of corners. The Mercedes jumping off the curbs. They'll be going on for further laps. Let me see, how long has this lap stint been? That's 18 laps on the board. And those two came in after 12. That's all right, 6. They could do maybe a couple more laps. Could come in after 7. I think they'd go for 8, though. They're going to take the pain in this stint. They want this stint to be as long as can be, because don't forget, they pitted after only 4 laps. And even at this point in the race, trying to change positions, Cronjes dives up the inside into turn 2. Not quite enough space. He left turn 1, went to the right-hand side of the track, then cut across the left, trying to catch Dominic Baumann unawares. Very nearly worked, but Baumann suddenly saw it move gently across in front, and the BMW driver had to come off the power. In fact, it's advantage Baumann. Not only has he kept his lead going out of the Mercedes arena, his Mercedes is not only just a little bit further up the track, there was a car between them too. That has been dispatched, but again, that was Cronjes saying, I'm here, I could attack you at any moment. Didn't quite work, but certainly well worth doing. 0.289 of a second between them when they cross the start-finish line.
Now, you say Christian Kron's absolutely monstering Dominic Baumann there in the BMW, but as you said, that car, that Mercedes, just looks so stable. It's not having to use any exit curb or anything. It's just nice, steady. He can place that car exactly where he wants, and basically he's making Christian Kron do all the work right behind him. He's having to use all the track and a bit more, within track limits obviously, but he's having to work that BMW really hard to stay in touch, let alone try and get past. And we've said so many times in this sport, we've seen it thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of times. Catching up with somebody, being with them is one thing. Getting past them is a whole nother kettle of fish once you get there. It's a totally different thing. However, that's not going to stop Christian Kron's having a go at it. And you say 0.289 across the line. And we're only nearly 3 hours into racing, 2.5 hours into over 2.5 hours, and it's less than 0.3 of a second between them. Okay,
what I wanted to throw at you now.
Oh, here we go.
Is the fact that I haven't had any lunch. No, it's 46 seconds behind that lead battle. The lead battle covered by a third of a second. 46 seconds back to Nicky Gatzberg in the 99 Rover Racing BMW. But, of course, he's going to stay out for longer because the 99 car came in last after lap 15. They're on lap 19. So he's got plenty of life left in those tyres. That means that his final stint is going to be shorter than theirs. They surely have to come in some distance, maybe 2 laps, even 3 laps ahead of him. So by the end of the race, they'll be really, their tyre life will not be as sweet as it could be. They'll all be on the same fuel load at the end of the race, so it'll be a case of cars at the lead of the race with tyres that don't want to play versus those that are chasing with tyres that have much more life in them. Could be a big factor.
And that's the point. The all drivers have this eternal search for grip at the end of the day, and it's the tyres that make all the difference. And that you say new tyres, old tyres, and it's quite hard to convey to the layman, if you like, of just how long these tyres don't last. We're talking a matter of laps around a circuit. We're talking, an hour or so out of a set of tyres that cost. They're not hundreds, put it that way, per tyre. Well, they possibly are per tyre, but and that's one of the hard things to sort of conceptualise, that you do this and you lock up. A tyre life is so important. You have a lock up, and it puts a flat spot on that tyre. That tyre now doesn't work any optimum performance. It slows the time down. The car doesn't handle it, so it immediately compromises that stint in the car. And if it's early in the stint, you've got a problem. And it might be that you're locking up to avoid somebody else spinning in front of you through no fault of your own. You've got to, and that's one thing that happens. And all of a sudden, you've got another factor to take into account.
Well, you do, and in fact, the car we saw recovering.
It's an easy job, really, isn't it? Just sitting there driving around in circles. Yeah.
Keeps you out of trouble. But the car that we saw spin one of the KCMG Porsches, that was the number 19 car, which had been their front-running car. Josh Burden then really bailed out of that stint as early as he could because the tyres were clearly compromised. His performance dropped away, but he didn't want to do too short a stint because that would then affect them for the rest of the race. It means the subsequent stints,
team player,
would have to be longer. But I think he did a 5-lap stint before he brought that one in.
You're right. Yep, it was 5 laps.
Yeah, indeed. Lap 7 and then on lap 12. He probably wanted to come in after about 3 laps on that stint.
Well, probably come in after that spin and just say, "I'm so sorry," and just give it to somebody who knows what they're doing.
But right now, Burden is getting very close to the car in front. The car in front is Dennis Olsen. It's a sister car, the 2 KCMG Porsches, 4th and 5th at the moment. So set for the team's best result of their 2020 NLS campaign so far. But Olsen has the fastest lap of the race, though, still. You
did predict earlier that car was potentially in line for a podium, you thought. And currently, 2 of them, 18 and 19, running 4th and 5th.
4th and 5th.
Can you just pick the next 6 numbers that come into your head and we'll just write them down and we'll split it?
I've already written the season review.
Somehow I know that's quite true as well, yes.
Getting a chance to see the black and red livery of car number 25, which is leading the Pro-Am SP9 class. Huber Motorsport really starting to move their way up through GT racing, and they've also done a lot of sort of Porsche Super Cup over the years, but it's Marco Holzer at the wheel in 9th place overall, but he is now at least, pride has been restored because the leading Pro-Am car is now ahead of the best of the AM runners, which is sort of how it should be. The top AM runner, 1 position behind, is car number 39, and that's Christian Kohlhaas, sharing with Stefan Ost and Jules Simkowiak, the Racing 1 Ferrari. So Ferrari they took overall victory last time around, had it taken away, but a class win this weekend will put a bit of a smile back on the faces of the Ferrari fans. So that's the number 39 car they'll be cheering for. That's the Racing 1 Ferrari. Another yellow flag out at Arenberg at the moment. A corner that has, I'd say, more than its share of people getting it marginally wrong.
Yeah, just been upgraded to code 60 there, actually, and a yellow flag at Schwedenkreuz as well.
Yeah, Arenberg, tricky, much tighter right-hander than the drivers realise. They're arriving at fair speed, the long run, when you've left Kittelbacher up through Flugplatz and then Schwedenkreuz, but Arenberg, you're going up the hill and it suddenly tightens and you go, oh yes, this is a track of many sectors, I must be paying attention. Number 966, haven't seen too much of the Cayman class today. 15 seconds to the good over 917. 917 is making its way forward, but it's Team Mathol Racing at the moment leading the way, 15 seconds. Very good looking livery, white and a crisp metallic darkish blue on the flanks of that Cayman. Looks very tidy, very well balanced looking car. 917 has been in the thick of that action as well, and it's back in the hands of Kai Riemer, second place in class. 15 seconds down, that can be gained. There's an hour and 12 minutes remaining in this 4-hour race. Gap between first and second overall at the head of the race. Dominic Baumann leading in the the Hout Racing team with Auto Arena Mercedes. 0.289 of a second to the good over Christian Cronjes in the Walkenhorst 34 BMW, or is he just waiting for them to come round and complete another lap? And we'll see. Has advantage swung the way of Mercedes, which actually in the stints this race so far, Peter, the Mercedes seems to be sweeter for longer than the BMW. You think that's a fair comment?
A perfectly fair comment and entirely accurate, because we did comment earlier, didn't we, that that Hout Racing car has been the star of this series in 2020. Really, it's been up thereabouts all the way through, but it just didn't seem to be on song today. But you pointed out very accurately and very quickly that it had a slightly different strategy. And all of a sudden, there it is, with almost just approaching three-quarter distance. It's at the top of the timesheets, and that's where the points count.
Right, the real question is how soon these pit stops will be coming. Can Cronjes and Baumann squeak another lap to make their stint work the right way? We're going to have a change of position very soon indeed. We've had the change of position, in fact, because Cronjes has just moved ahead. So getting to the sharp end of the race now, and that battle is swinging one way and then the other. In fact, this has been a race with far more overtaking at the front between two different batches of cars at different points in the race. So it goes to prove you can pass on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And today the drivers are earning their keep. They started in the wet, they've gone to dry. Fabulous conditions. It's getting very hot on board their cars for the final hour. And we're ready for the final flurry of pit stops, starting any time now. Just remember this, Cronjes and Baumann owe us a pit stop. Will it be this time? Will it be next time? Some of the cars further down the field already starting to make a move. But if you're making a third pit stop right now, you're going to have longer on your final set of tyres. Bear that in mind. Cronjes and Baumann, 1.4 seconds is the gap between the pair of them at the front of the field. 44 seconds further back to the Rover Racing BMW, which when they pit will take over the lead, but then that in turn will have to pit. So just remember that gap, 44 seconds. It seems like a lifetime. And then it's a further, let's not discount the KCMG Porsches running 4th and 5th. They're another 30 seconds down, half a minute down on Katzberg. So Katzberg and the Rover Racing BMW have sort of raced on their own. And it's been an extraordinary thing. They were hunted down by David Pittard in that first stint, if you remember, Peter. But then he got ahead, and then the Rover Racing BMW got back in front just when it looked like it was beaten in the early stage of the race when the track was damp underfoot, under tyre. But then with the Pittard car, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW being one of two runners to pit very early indeed after only 4 laps, that put them on a different tactic. And it's going to be this final round of pit stops that really show.
Eine Legende. Die gefährlichste Rennstrecke der Welt. Der kleinste Fehler wird sofort bestraft. Denn nur wer auf Qualität setzt, kann das Rennen gewinnen.
Spezialfedern. Das Fahrwerk.
Come on, accelerate your blue. Ignite your blue. Ignite your blue.
Toyo Tires.
Final pit stop. Chasing though, Nicky Katzberg. Anyone walks into the room now, walks the side of the circuit, they go 44 seconds down. He hasn't a hope. However, with the balance of time you have to spend in the pit stop, the sooner you pit, the longer you have to be in the pit lane from in to out. The teams know that. Not all of them know that. We've had races in the past where people have been just slightly too short on their pit stop time at the final pit stop, and it's cost them.
So what you're thinking, Bruce? Pit early, longer stop, leave it, stay out longer, shorter stop. What's your thinking at the moment? You're the team manager.
Well, at the moment, the only one who's really got the choice is Rover Racing. They've got performance left in their tyres because they're on lap number 20 and they pitted number 99, came in after 15. So he could do another 2 or 3 laps, preferably 2. I would keep him out as long as possible. He's in that lucky position. He can choose if he does a 7-lap stint or an 8-lap stint or a 6-lap stint. He might want to halve the difference. But the front 2 cars, the number 34 Walkenhorst BMW and the number 6 Auto Arena Out Racing Team Mercedes, they don't have the choice. They rolled the dice early. They pitted after only 4 laps on that opening stint, which means they can't have a short final stint. Their final stint's going to be long, and it's going to hurt them because it's not only a longer pit stop, but it's going to be tyres that are less sweet at the end of the race. They've got a long final stint and their pit stop has to be longer because they're going to be pitting earlier.
Now, the 23 car in the pit, that's the Get Speed car that was on pole position. That's having a driver change most assuredly. So John Schaffner coming out of that car.
Yeah, Fabian Schiller getting back on board.
Yeah.
Don't forget he led the race several times in that opening stint. Brilliant battle with Dennis Olsen in the number 19 KCMG Porsche. But right now, well, it won't take it to the front. But can it be Am victory?
Leading 2 cars into the pit now, Krones and Baumann.
Okay,
the Valkenhorst M6 and the Mercedes Haupt team car both into the pits. Christian Krones and Baumann in now. I would also watch that number 23 car that whilst it's not going to be potentially a front runner now, but I think it might himself quite up the order with Fabian Schiller at the wheel of that car now, as we thought it was. Turned out to be John Schaffner. So
well,
it'll certainly move up the order, let's put it that way. How far, I don't know. 11th, top 5, I think, unlikely. But you never know. You never know. Fabian Schiller has pulled out a few surprises this weekend, not least of which putting it on pole position by 5 seconds in the rain.
5.445 seconds if you want to go all the way back. But yes, it's a really spread out grid. But right now, the main battle for him is to win the AM class. He's coming from 2nd in the AM class. It's now 39 Racing 1 Ferrari that's leading that. That is the target for him.
Just 55 seconds, 56 quarters a minute behind, isn't
Also, I just want to throw something else in. Dominic Baumann in the number 6 Mercedes ended up 4.7 seconds behind Christian Cronjes in the 34 Walkenhorst BMW. So the Walkenhorst car had a very good couple of laps before the pit stop. Not only did it take the lead, but it stretched its advantage. So Nicky Katzberg will go into the lead of this race because his rivals are serving their 3rd pit stop. He doesn't have to do his for some time, but he did have a disadvantage of 44 seconds. It's come down to 26 because, of course, the others were slowing to go into the pit lane. But he's now leading in his BMW. That's the Rover Racing car.
Burden in as well.
Yes, quite right, Josh Burden. But the sister car, Dennis Olsen, number 18, staying out for a further lap. So Burden, of course, the 19 car, got out of sequence somewhat because it had a spin early on in Burden's stint and then had a short stint. Now it's got to have it couldn't afford to have a longer stint. Everything had been shunted forward in terms of their timing of when they came into the pits.
So, as you predicted, almost exactly on the hour by a matter of 10 seconds, we're counting down to the final hour. The leading cars in the pit lanes, number 34 Valkenhorst BMW M6, Christian Krones brought that car in. The Mercedes of Team Haupt in 2nd place, the KCMG Porsche of Josh Burden in as well, and it's going to be yet again for the 4th round in a row. We're going to have a final hour of some fantastic racing, and it's not done yet by any measure.
Certainly not, and expect to see Christian Cronjes, I would presume, hand over to Mikkel Jensen, and the young Dane has been one of the stars of this series this year, so look for him in that final stint for Walkenhorst Motorsport. The BMW team took victory in the 1st round. That 34 car then followed it with a 2nd and 3rd place So looking really, really good for NLS points. But the pride today is going to be whether it can beat the car started by Patrick Assenheimer, the number 6 team Hout Racing team Mercedes. Started by Assenheimer, Dominic Baumann will be handing over to Dirk Muller. 4.7 seconds between them. In fact, that's in terms of our lead battles, that's almost as big as it's been. I know it went to 6 seconds, but really it's been very tight at the various points in this race, but with different pairs of cars fighting for overall honours, down to the fact that we had these split tactics. But it's 6 and 34 that broke order with the others. When the track conditions were slightly greasy in the early stages of the race, they pitted very early. They're paying the price for it now. Look how long the pit stop is. The car sitting, all the work is being completed and waiting until that minimum pit stop time, which is a big one because they're pitting early in the final hour and 10 minutes.
339, 336 seconds, depending. It's 61, 60 minutes when they come in. So it's 3 seconds less for every minute less. You see what I mean?
And there's a further penalty that goes because, of course, their final stint will be longer than their rivals' final stints, and their tyres will not be as good in the closing laps of this race. So these are factors that they would have worked on. They'd have had their slide rule out, but the pit stops have been made by 34 and 6. They came in that order and are returning. So it's the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW going back out. If anything, lost a little bit of time in the pits relative to the rival car. Now in the hands of Dirk Muller. He's taken over the Team HRT, the Hout Racing team, and is about a second at the most behind the erstwhile race leader.
Mikkel Jensen in the 34 car. As you say, they're both out of the pits. They were 4.7 seconds apart when they pitted. They are nowhere near that now. It's like 0.47 apart. And already, even on the outlap, Muller stating his intention to harass that BMW right in front, all over, monstering all over the curves around the back of it, lights flashing as you go out through the Grand Prix loop. If you think you're going to get yourself into position there, Mikkel Jensen, have a steady outlap and get yourself stabilised and whatever in the car, forget it. You've got a Mercedes glued to the boot, probably in the boot. They'd have to move the golf clubs out the back of that M6 to make room for that Mercedes in the back of it. Muller, if ever there was a declaration of intent for the last hour of a race, it's just there it is right in front of us. It's all over the back of it. And Mikkel Jensen must be thinking, hang on a minute, can I just have half a lap to get used to it and sort of find where all the switches are and have a whammy window up, put the right tape on or whatever, tape, CD, whatever it is, podcast now, download, Spotify, something.
Well, I just, as they came out of the pit lane or even down the pit lane, I know that the areas where they stop for their pit stop are apart. You can't always gauge. It's a very long head-on shot. But I thought Mercedes has made a good pit stop. I can't believe how close it's got. It's 4.7 seconds. It'd been built up in the last 2 laps before the pit stop after Cronjes took the lead. But that's all just gone away. But the important thing for the BMW is it's still ahead as they went out onto the Nordschleife. Certainly Mikkel Jensen will be relaxed at that point, but the challenge came very early on from Dirk Muller, but he couldn't make it stick. But that was a really good pit stop from the Hout Racing team.
I'm not sure he's relaxed. I'm not sure that's quite the right term.
No, you say that. You big up all these drivers, but
I'm sure he won't be relaxed there. I'm sure he's got a set of mirrors, 3 mirrors full of Team Hout Mercedes right behind him, with, as you say, Dirk Muller at the wheel of that car, and you can even see, it sounds silly as Bruce, not Bruce being silly, it sounds silly as the car came down the pit lane. It just looked as he came out of the pitch. He was that little bit closer. 4.7 seconds going in. Typical driver mentality. That gap closed in the pit lane. And you could see, even while they're on the speed limiter, you could see it was almost like rubbing the hands with glee. I've got a sniff of something here. And the moment that limiter was off, pounce. There he was, straight behind poor old Mikkel Jensen, who thinks, I've got a 4.7 second lead here, it's not a problem. Team will have told him that, will have informed him, gets out, and he goes, well, if that's 4.7 seconds in my mirror, then there's something wrong, because I know distances and all that in the mirror may appear different and all that, but it was like that Mercedes was there, and Dirk Muller was just like, right, almost like it was the start of a race again, which is very similar mentality to a pit stop exit. This is your chance, element of surprise, get up there, surprise him, all over the back. We need to see what's happened out on the Nordschleife. We know that Mercedes wasn't as quick through the, what I'm going to call the arena section, the GP part of the circuit, in the damp this morning. It just didn't seem to have the front end, certainly not like Get Speed car, even with Fabian Schiller at the wheel, was struggling. We saw on that first lap and a half, 2 laps, still trying to get heat in those tyres, and he just couldn't do it. It took a while. He still maintained the position, but that car of Dirk Muller was all over there, and it's quick through that bit. But the BMW seems to come back into its own over the Nordschleife circuit. But where's the finish line? What we keep saying about that Mercedes: grunt, grunt, grunt. He gets a good run down Holdhout, all down the back, and all of a sudden through Tiergarten. Good line at it. He's got to do it there, hasn't he?
Yeah, you certainly feel if you're in the Mercedes in that thing, if your nose is in front, you'll be first to finish line out of the final corner. Right, the pace, respective pace is what we need to look for. Mikkel Jensen, Dirk Muller, they've done their third pit stops. Their cars have served their third pit stops. Will Nicky Katzberg come in this time around? I doubt it. He could. His pit stop, any pit stop he does is going to be shorter than the minimum time that had to be served by the rivals who came in last time around. But he should have the speed, he should have the tyre life, he should have everything to stay out longer. Stay out as long as you can. Then your final pit stop will be the shorter. So we've got 6 minutes past, well, it'll be 7 minutes past any moment now. Katzberg does go on for a further lap. So he's going on to lap number 21, back into the lead of the race, because of course the two cars of Jensen and Muller have served their third pit stops. They will be dropping down the order, but then as their rivals make their third pit stops, they go back to the front. They should surely still be at the front.
And that immediately hands Katzberg a 20-second advantage of time on the pit limit now. And that's if he'd come in this lap. He's got another lap to go, so it's going to be another 2 seconds. If he comes in at the end of the next lap, in my prediction, that's going to give him 310 seconds as opposed to 339 seconds.
Okay, 29 seconds. Remember before they came in for their pit stops,
Call it 30 seconds.
They were 45 seconds to the good. So it should be enough, almost whatever he does. But the longer that Katzberg can stay out, the less time he'll be having in the pit lane. So if he can nurse this third set of tyres and squeak an 8th lap out of them, that will be the massive helping hand. That's the only thing he can do.
So that's a deciding factor now. Can he do another lap after this one? That could make all the difference.
Well, different ways of doing things. I'm surprised actually everyone else pretty much stuck to their 7-lap opening stint when they saw that the field had been split.
And Drudy, but Olsen in the pit from P2 and the number 18 KCMG Porsche, and indeed Drudy in the R8.
So, who is lapping fast? What we've got is a bunch of cars getting to the end of their tyre life, so their lap performance is falling away. We've got two cars having got onto their final set of rubber. They have got to really make it work right now. They've got the longest final stint in this race. We've got best part of 52 minutes until the checkered flag can be shown, but they've already rolled the dice. They've already put their final set of tyres on the cars. They're going to have to be light on their feet because their rivals will be able to push their tyres much more. They've got a shorter pit stop by stopping later, and their tyres will be sweeter. They can afford to push them harder, make them work for them more to get those fast laps, but they're going to need super fast laps to get anything like clawing back that 44. It's still exactly 44-second advantage. Pro-Am in the SP9 class, still led by Huber Motorsport, got that under control. In the AM class, it's the 39 Racing 1 Ferrari that leads the way. But can Fabian Schiller close down on that one? Of course he can. He's in the 23 Mercedes that started from pole position. And certainly in his hands, that really can fly. So expect possible change in this final hour in the SP9 AM class. SP7 is still the H&R Spezialfäden Porsche in the Porsche Cup class. Krumbach at the wheel. Cup X, it's always the domain of the KTM Crossbows, or Expos as some people call them, and it's at the moment Jörg Griesmann who's leading the way in that class. SP8T, haven't talked about that too much today. That's the class 4 GT4 cars, and it's 155 Black Falcon, no longer running in the top class, but Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, Gabriele Piana, and by process of elimination, Mike Stursberg doing the work. And they are leading that class handsomely at the moment. Quick times are rare on the track. We've got a few slow zones which don't help. So the fastest lap of the race, 8 minutes, 8.0 seconds. And that was by Dennis Olsen, who clearly wasn't satisfied with the number 19 Porsche with which he led the race. He's got to the number 18 Porsche to see what he can do with that one. And it's winning the KCMG battle at the moment. But, yeah,
To just put that in perspective, we talked about driving different cars and going from one car to another in the same team. As you said, led the race in one car, jumps in the other car and sets fastest lap of the race in the different car on the team. It's not a bad day's work, is it?
Well, it just means putting 5 other noses out of joint. 4 other noses. Both of his teammates in both of his
Well,
cars.
he's not making any friends.
No.
No.
I remember talking to Olsen at the end of last year. He'd won the FIA Nations Cup. No, it was the 9 hours. Sorry, it was the Nurburgring. It was the Kyalami 9 hours in absolutely biblical rain and electrical storms and stuff. And he just said, that's the race of my life. So many incidents could be had. Right, more incidents. I talk about incidents. Klostertal is the scene of the latest one. Early-ish around the lap. Marshall's post 132, in other words. But, that is also why the lap times are a little bit slow at the moment for all concerned. We've either got people at the very end of their tyre life. It's the fast left-hander, not a huge distance before you turn up the hill to go to the carousel. And we've also got drivers having to slow for the slow zone. 44, well, Nicky Katzberg, would he come in after 21 laps? No, he's missed his chance to do that. Will it be after 22? So 2 laps after the Walkenhorst BMW and the Getspeed, no, it's not the Getspeed, sorry, the Hout Racing Team, number 6 Mercedes, made their stops. Can he make it out to 3 laps difference? Because as we pointed out, a 3-lap difference is really starting to come his way. But it seems strange to say that when effectively one group of cars is leading the chasing group by 44 seconds. You think you're not going to gain that in the final hour, but you are because of this closing scale. Whether it all comes off that disadvantage, I can't tell you. What I can tell you is it's now Nicky Katzberg leading by an equivalent margin, 44 seconds over Dennis Olsen. So it's the BMW from Rover Racing and the Porsche, one of the 2 Porsches from KCMG up front. And it really is quite spread out. Certainly one car we thought would go well today was the Fricadelli Racing Porsche, hands of Maxime Martin and Jeroen Blekemolen. Not shown their hand with their 3rd pit stop yet, but they haven't been able to be right on the pace. It happens, and Peter, one thing we've noticed over the handful of races we've had this year, a few degrees change of temperature, and it just means a different manufacturer's car can suddenly look sweet, and the next race, a few degrees cooler or whatever, could look a bit foolish.
Well, we've seen that in this race, haven't we? We've seen the difference, the balance and the performance between the Mercedes and the BMWs, M6s and the AMGs. Totally different. A car that we described in the first 3 rounds, particularly the Hout Racing car of Mercedes, of just being 90% stable over 100% of the lap, whereas the BMW seemed to fluctuate a bit. That changed completely this morning. It might have been on pole position by 5.44 recurring seconds.
Very good. 5.445.
There you go. I was close enough.
You were very good.
Not quite as accurate as you. Not quite there yet, but
No,
I'm learning. I'm still. I'm in the jump seat. Remember. But as you said, that was slightly irrespective of time set at different parts of the qualifying session, etc., etc. So it wasn't that relative or that indicative of what the car could do. Come the race, we saw that car whilst it stayed at the front, and that was largely down to the skills of Fabian Schiller. He was struggling. We watched him on those opening laps whilst it was largely dry, but there were damp patches. He was still weaving, which is unsurprising. Comes again, Dottinger, and that towards the end of the lap, he was still weaving to get heat into the front tyres of that car, which told us it didn't work. It was at the front of the race, but it didn't work, and hence the KCMG Porsche was all over the back of him, Dennis Olsen. But then it's dried out, and as soon as it started to dry out, that Mercedes just came back to its where it was. I'm 90% reliable over 100% of the lap. Catch me if you can.
Yeah.
And everybody else suddenly got the work to do. And again, we saw that switch around, that the Porsche in the dry is having to use all the curbs, lots of the exit curves. Now it's dry, so they're safe to use again. It's having to use a lot more of the track to maintain the same pace. And sitting behind that Mercedes, it sits there, almost, dare I say it, boringly reliable. But it does what it says on the tin. I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just a tick, tick, tick. It's that metronome. Does it, does it, does it.
Okay, does it, does it, does it? No, it doesn't. That's the Rover Racing BMW. Does it come in after 22 laps? No! I said go as long as you can. Not that they listen to me, but that's exactly
Well,
what...
obviously they do. I wasn't sure they'd get another lap out of it, but...
Well, Nicky Katzberg is doing just that. He's But one thing that I've noticed is the battle between the Walkenhorst BMW and the number 6 Mercedes, Dirk Muller at the wheel, is going in the favour of the car at the front of that pairing, which is the BMW. And I've been a bit slow at looking at my Twitter feed today. Alan Prosser, remember the Patrick Assenheimer had to take to the back pit lane when the little BMW put him in there? Apparently a wing mirror went missing in that.
That's what we saw something come off, didn't
Yeah,
we?
we saw something come off, so he's glued it on that. And I'm also pleased to see that someone else thought it was a NASCAR Camaro coming out of the pit lane when it was the Aston Martin. Do you remember that?
Yes,
I said it seemed
Chris Goodwin,
sacrilegious.
yeah, the Garage 59 car.
Yes. Well, no, it wasn't. It was one of the other cars, other Aston Martins, actually. Goodwin's car looks a little more Aston Martin from the front. It was the Pro Sport car. That's right, car number 176. So I'm glad it's just not my fading eyes or my wonky imagination. So,
Or the other way around.
yes. 22 laps completed by our race leader. Hasn't made a third pit stop. Waiting to see who is going to blink next at the front end. No choice for those that have made their third pit stops. That's the cars now in 6th and 7th positions. The 34 Walkenhorst BMW 5.7 seconds back. The number 6 Mercedes, Dirk Muller at the wheel now. And really it will give a good opportunity to see the benefits of keeping your third and final regular pit stop as late as you can in this race. It's now, let's call it 43 minutes remaining in this race as one of the Walkenhorst cars, the sister BMW, comes in. You'd have to be at Stanford for 289 seconds. That's a minute and 6 seconds less than if people came in with 69 minutes on the clock. So it's a sliding scale. The longer you stay out, the more of an advantage it is. Nicky Katzberg has no immediate challenges in the Rover Racing BMW, but he owes us a pit stop. But for every lap he can stay out, that pit stop will become shorter. If he comes in after 23 laps, which will be next time around, I think that's the logical time to come in. Waiting for the next... Oh. No, just wait. Sorry. Surprised myself. I was waiting for the next time that Mikkel Jensen and Dirk Muller came over the finish line. 5.7 seconds apart last time around. And advantage slightly swinging towards the Walkenhorst BMW. Again, just checking, flitting across between screens, trying to see if anybody is really starting to put in quick laps. We're in that period in the race where drivers have only just come out of the pits and therefore they haven't put a representative time in, or they've just gone into the pits, which obviously slows down their previous lap. The visual, as one looks down the Dottinger Her, is it looks as though it's still about 5 seconds between the Walkenhorst 34 BMW and the Hout Racing Team number 6 Mercedes. Dirk Muller trying to use any back markers to get a bit of a toe down the straight. In fact, now I look at his car, it does indeed miss the driver's side mirror after the clash with the BMW that dived into the back entrance of the pits. Over the start-finish line goes Mikkel Jensen. What's the gap between them going to be this time around after 22 laps of racing? In fact, our timing screen seems to need a bit of a reset. So it's not yet yielding that information. Gap between them, Jensen and Muller, 2.4 seconds. So it actually came down again on that lap. So they're up into 3rd and 4th positions. Maxime Martin has just pitted the Fricadelli Porsche. That's after 22 laps. Again, traffic always has a little role to play at all points in the 4 hours. Hopefully it all evens out and nobody feels they've had a reason to feel a little bit disgruntled. But if you walked into the room right now, I've said this several times, but if you walked in, you go, good grief, Nicky Katzberg is leading this race by 3 minutes and 18 seconds. But of course, he hasn't had that final pit stop. And the car behind him, that's 3 minutes 18 down, the Fricadelli Porsche, is just serving its pit stop, probably going back in the hands of Maxime Martin to Jeroen Bleekemolen. But it's those in behind. So the best part of 4 minutes down, but no, 3.5 minutes down, the Walkenhorst 34 BMW and the number 6 Dirk Muller Mercedes. Their teams rolled the dice with the first pit stop after only 4 laps. Now we're getting into the sharp end of the race, and They have done their final pit stops. They're waiting for their rivals to do the same. Surely next time around, Nicky Katzberg will come in, but it would have been a really good opening stint from him and a really good final stint as well, because it'll go back to Steph Dusseldorf, but the longer he can stay out there, better for all concerned in his team. And so,
An incredible job doing that, you say, from Nicky Katzberg there. There were 40 minutes of this race to go, so he's going to pit at around about 30... How many minutes to go? 30...
We've got 39 minutes remaining in this race, so you're moving the ruler further down the page all the time, which means a shorter pit stop.
So it's going to be around about, say 33 minutes when he comes in. That'll put him on 262 seconds required in the pits, compared to those cars we saw pitting on the hour. If you pitted with exactly 60 minutes to go, you had 333 seconds in the pits, knocking that down to 262, so 130 seconds, so it's 2 minutes less in the pits. It's a big saving. You've got a 45-second advantage already.
And it's really unusual in these races, the NLS, to have such a big dichotomy in terms of the race tactics. Sometimes it's a lap or two difference, but immediately going to a 3-lap difference in terms of your pit stops was
absolutely
either a sign of desperation or a very, very early signal of intent.
Very, very brave and inspired move, I think it was. And I think a good call on the weather. I think the weather's helped enormously by staying dry. I thought it might come in a bit of rain a bit later on. That would have affected it completely. But I guess their weather apps are far more accurate than mine, clearly, on their intel. But I think a lot of that is also down to Nicky Katzberg getting an extra lap out of that car, which I really wasn't expecting. I thought he'd be in at the end of the last lap. I didn't think he'd be starting this one. I thought it's possible, but the tyres are worn, and to be doing reasonable times in that car still. He's doing, what was his last, an 8:10? Sorry, an 8:36 last lap. 8:36 the last lap. So it's still doing a good job on those tyres, and as you say, that car will go out with such an advantage and new tyres for not that long, so he can really exploit those tyres in that last stint.
Yeah, he'd have done a seven-lap opening stint plus the formation lap, don't forget. We've got a safety vehicle on the circuit, then an 8-lap, and if he comes in this lap, another 8-lap stint. Safety car keeping out of the way. It's a course vehicle rather than the pace-leading safety car. We keep those off the circuit at all times if possible. But really, my eyes, it's got to be this time the flashing into the pits of the 99 Rover Racing BMW, surely after 23 laps. No point taking a risk, but if they could squeak one more lap, here I am talking about taking a risk.
You said that last lap. And I thought you were brave calling
I said go as late as they can.
Absolutely.
7 laps, 8 laps, 8 laps. Why go 7, 8, 9? Because you know your final run with 35 minutes, 36 minutes left on the clock is going to be a shorter one, the shortest one you've had in the race. Your tyres are going to be sweeter, definitely, than your rivals, and really anything else you've had in your opening stints. So don't be silly. But again, they'll have the abacus out in the pit lane. They'll be working out, if we do that, of course, our lap time might drop, but so will our minimum pit stop time. So they've got to keep thinking, keep sitting there, paying attention to all
into the pits. Katzberg in as predicted. He hasn't gone for that extra lap.
There was no point.
You should be.
But if you could,
you should be a politician. You really should. So Nicky Katzberg brings the Rover Racing M6 into the pits from the lead with a what advantage did he have? 40. What do you reckon it was? 45?
Well, it was harder to tell because we've got Jeroen Blekemolen in between having on our timing screens, but that's because he's sort of going to be moved down from our timing screens, because then Jensen and Muller in the Balkenhorst BMW and the number 6 team HRT Mercedes will go past him, because of course he's listed there, but he was serving his pit stop at the time. So for the Fricadelli team, they will fall down the order. Probably ended about 5th place.
Came in on my prediction at 36 minutes to go. That's 272nd pit stop required, stationary. Rover Racing team ready for him with a flagman, boardman, and a fresh set of sticky slicks there to go back out onto the Nordschleife with. Is there going to be a driver change, or is Nicky Katzberg going to stay in that car?
No, well, they went Katzberg, Dusseldorf, Katzberg, I would think, Dusseldorf. Gosh, a yellow and purpley, mauvey coloured BMW coming out of the pit sort of took me back to Patrick Watts' Audi, his Mazda, all those years ago, the British Touring Car Championship.
A man that's still the star of historic racing and Goodwood and stuff, Patrick Watts, and
even as we speak, he's driving somewhere across Middle Europe to collect a new racing car. Yes. I saw this morning.
Yes. saying everywhere's really quiet and getting all the tourist hotspots to himself. And
They knew he was coming.
well, indeed. Well, he is in waste disposal, so they're probably not quite what rubbish he's taking with him. That's the problem. No matter what rubbish he's picking up and bringing back, but I'm sure he'll make it quicker, as ever he does.
And it'll appear at Goodwood in some form or other. Who knows what the next...
That being exactly the key phrase, exactly. Yes. So the leading car, Nicky Katzberg, is into the pits. It's been saved, it's done. It's filtering through Garage 1, through the parking lot, paddock, back out again, and into Garage 2, back into the pit lane where it's now being serviced. He stayed in the car, hasn't he? Hasn't been a driver change.
No.
So not content with a whole series of laps, he's staying in it. He's got new tyres, and that's how much quicker he can go. So
No, he only has just over half an hour to go and perform, but the key is the pace he can achieve and attain in this and maintain in this, because he's going to have tyres that are going to have plenty of life left in them, whereas his rivals, which is Mikkel Jensen and Dirk Muller, they're on lap number 23 at the moment, and they came in for their pit stop after 20. They've already had, they rolled the dice early, came in 3 laps before their rivals, and at the end of the race they also came in 3 laps before their rivals, so their tyres will be 3 laps less sweet. Down the Dottinger Höhe they come. They are going to be behind the Rover Racing BMW, because that is now pulling out into the fast lane of the pit lane. It's got to go towards pit exit, cross the dotted line. They're still coming up the Dottinger Höhe, may only now be just about reaching Tiergarten. So the pendulum, by these really strong stints, the car that was running third, don't forget, in front of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW in that opening stint of the race, is now well clear, and worse than that for the rivals. He's got fresh rubber. Theirs was fresh, but it was too bold a gamble as the Walkenhorst 34 BMW crosses the start-finish line down towards turn 1. In the background of the shot, the black nose of Dirk Muller's team HRT Mercedes comes into view, but the favour in every way possible goes to Rover Racing. Their pit stop was shorter, their tyres are sweeter, and they're in front. How can anybody beat them? I can't see a way. In fact, I'm trying to see the timing difference again. It won't let us know, but that was comfortably out of the pits before the rivals came onto the start-finish straight.
certainly was, and as you say, he's got just over half an hour of the race to go, 32 minutes to go, so 3-4 laps. And those tyres, brand new tyres, going to get their absolute maximum. He can now afford to exploit those tyres.
Nothing personal. I wanted him to come out behind his rivals on that fresh rubber, and then we could see the difference in performance. But the fact is, Rover Racing didn't blink when their rivals pitted. They didn't come in on lap 5, a lap after their rivals pitted on lap 4. They didn't come in on lap 6, but they stuck to their original format. They did a 7-lap stint, an 8-lap stint, an 8-lap stint, and now they got this blast at the finish, and they're in front of the race. So you got to think they're feeling pretty good with life at the moment.
Well, the best lap that car set, the leading car, is an 8-minute 10.1. The fastest lap of the race so far belongs to the Dennis Olsen number 18 car, KCMG Porsche. That did an 8:08.0. So we'll see what Nicky Katzberg can do with those tyres, but in some ways he doesn't need to be honest.
Absolutely doesn't.
That's the point. He's got a good car under him, a good gap, fresh set of tyres. There's nothing to be gained by setting the fastest lap of the race at this stage, and all he needs to do is just keep his head down and maintain that lead that they've worked for, and that's all he needs to do right now for the next 30 minutes. Well, 29 and a half.
What I would love, you were talking earlier about, weather apps, and investing in tyres is obviously good for a racing team, but at the Nordschleife, if you're not investing in a really, really good weather app, then you could come a cropper, and you'd have to presume that something that Walkenhorst Motorsport had on their app, and something that Team HRT, don't forget a team that's based across the road from the circuit, had caused them to come in after 4 laps. It forced the remainder of their race to be a difficult one. But the fact that very few of their rivals followed, we had them on lap 4, none of the front runners for another 2 laps. I think they blinked.
No pun intended, they saw something, didn't they? It was interesting talking to Alan Hyde last week. He was looking at the weather app when we were working together at Brands Hatch, and he was saying that the guy that has invested the most time, effort, energy in different types of apps, he changes them all the time, is Alan Gow, the touring cars. And apparently he's forever looking at the weather app and getting the right app to get the best information possible, to the point that he's now passed it on to Alan. Alan told me something. This is how the story started. And I said, I need to know what that is. And he said, I can't tell you. And I said,
Too confusing.
Surely you can tell me. He said, no. He said, Alan would kill him. He said, it's confidential information. And that's from Alan Gow that runs touring cars. I know.
That would make so much more sense if you ran a team.
I know. Well, he does. He runs all the teams.
Yes, I know. Of course.
That's the point. Yeah. So it's somewhere like here, it's all important, and it goes back to exactly what you said when you started this little thread, if you like, was that they saw something that nobody else did, and that was, we thought at the time, hello, that's quite brave.
Okay.
Or they did something.
In fact, at that point in the race, 3 laps going on to the 4th lap, the conditions were drying out. They had that little flurry of rain, and everything seemed quite normal. But I just presumed at that stage they saw something, that we were going to have a sudden downpour. But they didn't put them on rain tyres. That clearly wasn't the factor. But it made the rest of their race very, very difficult indeed. And as Rover Racing, who stayed true to the natural pattern of the race, 1 hour pit, 2 hours pit, 3 hours pit, effectively, they are sitting on a very, very big advantage. How big? 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Can the chasers claw it back? I don't think so, not with half an hour remaining in this race. Mikkel Jensen in second place in the Walkenhorst BMW, which means it could be 4 podiums from 4 outings.
You
for that
say
crew.
that, though, it is NLS, and look what happened in the last one. We were watching this with laps to go.
I take things as I find them.
And people as well.
5.3 seconds, the gap between second and third. That was the battle that it was one of a pair of battles, because the different pit stop sequences, of course, 34 and 6 separated themselves from the rest. Walkenhorst Motorsport and the Hout Racing Team Mercedes. But really, when looking to the rest, it was the Rover Racing BMW that got to the front of that grouping. Don't forget, before that early pit stop, he had been fighting with the Walkenhorst BMW, and it really was very, very level between those 2 cars. So maybe the Walkenhorst crew would be going, if we'd stayed on and hadn't done this and hadn't done that, you'd just taken a regular pit stop sequence, they could be fighting together for the lead of this race. As it is, so there's a huge, huge difference between them. Of course, it's not really 3 minutes 17 seconds. That's just according to the position of the start-finish line and cars coming to the pits for their pit stops. But next time around, we'll let you know what it is. But it was more than visual, because the Rover Racing BMW saw it accelerating out of pit lane. The previous shot on our screens had been the Walkenhorst car still going down the Dottinger Hoa. So clearly, when the car that's got the fresher tyres for the run to the finish came out of the pits, it was ahead. That was brilliant for that, but it was a big margin. We'll quantify that for you next time the timing beam is broken. But you need some disaster for a car on fresh rubber to not be able to beat cars that are some distance behind on older rubber. Simple physics.
But you never know. You never know. The physics is right, the science is there, I get all that, but...
So your weather app's better than mine, because I'm not using one.
I'm not going to get into who's better than mine and all that, so we're not going to start that. Not with half an hour to go up to 3.5 hours of this, no.
Yeah, no point in fisticuffs. Save those to the paddock.
But BMW's front 2, as you say. They've been there knocking on the door all the way through this series. This is round 4 of 9. Mercedes is second. Now, you predicted, or you opined, shall we say, earlier, rather than predicted, because that sounds like it's set in stone, that the KCMG Porsches might be in line for a podium, or could get as far as that. One is running 4th, that's Dennis Olsen, and Liberati is in 6th place at the moment, so not a million miles off that. I don't think they're going to get that, because they are
I'll tell you why
32
not.
seconds adrift to Muller in 3rd place. That's not going to happen, is it? But it's not far off. It's an improvement, but they in the wet, I wouldn't have said, if you'd have said to me at the beginning of this race, in the wet or damp, which car's going to be more stable, the AMG Mercedes or the Porsche? I'd have said the Mercedes all the time. And it was completely the opposite way around. The Porsche was, as you said, monstering all over the curbs, able to take liberties, and was clearly the quicker car, even out behind. You said we saw on those opening laps, we had some great in-car footage, which you couldn't see, but we were able to describe it, looking back with a rear-facing camera as well. And it was pulling up all the time, looking left, looking right. Sometimes it was almost under the door mirror of a, crikey, is he going to get through? Is he not going to get through? But that car was absolutely phenomenal in the damp conditions, and then just faded away a little bit. Forget the spin, that's just one of those things. But but for Burden. But it was just incredible in the wet, where the Mercedes didn't seem to have the grip.
It has ebbed and flowed this race, but it's almost like the race was forced by those early pit stops. And I tell you what's not being forced. So sorry, look at my screen, and suddenly it's a brilliant battle in SP10 for outright honours, separated by next to nothing. It's number 1 in the lead, Yannick Fubrich, but Gabriele Piana right under his tail, and trying to work his way up the inside. So car 190 pushing on very, very hard indeed. Late stage in this race. Fubrich just came out of the pits. But,
so that gap that's settled between Katzberg and Jensen, it is 17.3 seconds.
Wow. Okay. 17. But, you know, tell a pro racing driver, you're going to come out, you're going to be about 20 seconds in front, maybe 17. Oh, and your tyres are fresher. No self-respecting racing driver will ever yield that advantage. Blue skies, little fine weather clouds over the Nürburgring. Very different picture from how we had it at the start of the race. So conditions shouldn't be a challenge for him. Concentration shouldn't be a challenge. He's got nobody right on his tail. It's about him now.
I'm going to throw a curveball in here.
I can see you were building up to that.
Drivers think differently. He's not going to say, I've got 17 seconds. He'll say, I came in with a 44 second lead. Why is it only 17? Trust me. Trust me.
You're saying he's not very bright. I think that's very
No,
unfair.
no, not at all. Not at all. He'll be asking the team, why is it being decimated from 44 to 17? Not at all.
They'll go, we'll tell you later. Klostertal, another place, another fumble.
Exactly. Just
These are the sort of elements that can make a big difference. Right now, we've got a KCMG Porsche being chased very hard all of a sudden. The Fricadelli Porsche trying to win that inter-Nissan battle. And it's Jeroen Blekemolen chasing after Eduardo Liberati. But the better of the two KCMG cars is now number 18, has been for a while, Dennis Olsen. But he's not likely to gain a great deal of positions or any, because he's 32 seconds down on the car in third, which is Dirk Muller in the number 6 Mercedes. Still a few slow zones though, always can make a difference. You just have to hope that you get to them fair and square and they don't catch you out. So far, Nicky Katzberg 17 seconds the good with 22 minutes remaining in this race. That is a very, very comfortable position to be in.
We knew that radio message would just be, just crack on and head down and get the job done, Nicky.
Yeah.
We'll talk afterwards. That's what it'll be.
Absolutely.
Something along those lines. You said, just get the job done. That's all we need to do.
Well, of course, particularly when you've got a two-driver lineup, he's sharing the Rover Racing BMW with fellow Dutchman Stef Dusseldorp, is they both had a turn in the car and a turn out of the car and been able to see, but also importantly for Dusseldorp, who drove second, he was able to see how the two of their rivals pitted so much earlier than the other at the end of their first stint, and would have been aware they were going to have to do longer stints later in the race, which gives you confidence. But for a long time, the timing screen has you some distance behind. But I said it's when you get to the final stint and the last of the SP9 runners to serve their final pit stops, you really get the true picture. And it wasn't a good picture for anyone apart from Rover Racing. 17 seconds to good. Let's see what it is when they get to the finish line next time around. 21 minutes remaining. Marcus Winkelhock, just having a look at him. Car number 20, it's Audi Sport Team R8 LMS, shared with Matthias Drudi and Fred Vervisch. And this is the second Audi that Winkelhock has driven in this race, and he's now
It's obviously the new thing, isn't it? Drive two cars in your team. It's obviously the new thing to be doing in NLS.
Except they do that at KCMG if your name is Dennis Olsen. But you see, Marcus Winkelhock started with Car Collection Motorsport and has then gone to the Audi Sport Team. It's the same type of car. But actually, in fairness, the Audi Sport Team is sort of run under the awning of Car Collection Motorsport. But all these little bit of, I'll help you, you help me. Another slow-moving rescue vehicle down the Dottinger Hoa, staying over to driver's right, as is the tradition. Waved yellow flags there, though, so all drivers coming up must be aware of that. And one of the cars coming into the background of the shot is the SP9 AM leader, Fabian Schiller. No one close to him. He's managed to topple the 39 Racing 1 Ferrari. That is really some distance further back, about another 23 seconds down. So Schiller immediately got in and made a difference. The car and the driver who started in pole position been taken over by Janine Hill and John Schaffner. They played their role, but give it back to Schiller, and he can make that car absolutely be driven as it's supposed to be. And it really, in his hands, looks so super balanced.
Yeah, we'll get its idea across the line in a minute, but green flags by the time it got a tier guard on that 23 car. As I say, our pole sitting car you mentioned there, and this time 8:31. It's the best time for that car being an 8:13. That was set by Schiller a little bit earlier on in the race, because it was our pole sitting car.
Well, it's always going to be a sort of tale of two parts of the race in an AM lineup, and Schiller doing, again, a really cracking job. So 24 laps completed by the race leader, 17 seconds are good. It's Nicky Catsburg leading for BMW from BMW. It's the Rover Racing team at the front, and Walkenhorst, who've had such successes this season. If they finish in the position they are now, they're nearly 6 seconds to good over the number 6 HRT Mercedes. Then that'll be their 4th podium. Their record will run first, even though they finished second on the track, but they were elevated to victory. Then second, then third. Now another second. Big twitchy moments from Fabian Schiller, kicking up the dust at the chicane on the Grand Prix circuit, running wide at the exit, gathering it together. So already in the lead in the SP9 AM class over Jules Simkovic by more than half a minute. But pride is one thing, and he's just pressing on. And you know that element, it's easier to concentrate at 100% than it is at 95. And I think that's really what is the thinking behind Fabian Schiller.
Our colleague Joe Bradley has said years ago, and repeated it quite often in between, quite rightly, that you cannot teach a racing driver to drive slowly. Sitting behind safety cars and things, it just doesn't work. They just need to be going at this, and almost that sort of, okay, you're in the lead, you've got this advantage, the tyres are this, that's just nice and steady. It can put them completely out of balance. They don't know what to do. They want to be doing that, obviously not risking it too much, but nobody's told Fabian Schiller that.
Some drivers don't need to know these things, and some choose not to listen. But one person who's chosen not to listen is Marcus Finkelhock. He hasn't been told that he's done a double stint and he's now in another car, because he just banged in that car. He's the fastest driver by about 2 seconds that last lap. He's catching right up with Edoardo Liberati. So we might have an Audi in the top 5. He's 6th at the moment, but he's about to try and pick off the second of the KCMG Porsches. So maybe he goes better when he's tired.
But knowing what little I do of that character, I think you summed it up perfectly with your build-up to that of one driver who's chosen not to listen is... It's like, yes, if everything was going to follow that sentence, it was going to be him. It's no, I'm going to do it my way, thank you very much. So the Rover Racing BMW is coming up through Dottingher into Tiergarten, onto the end of the Nordschleife lap, back onto the GP circuit with 16 minutes to go as it crosses the line. 25 laps completed. We have a yellow flag at Esbach and a slow zone at Brunchen as well. That's all we've got at the moment, but the fastest lap of that car is an 8:24 from the last lap, and it's an 8:10 is what it's best during the race.
But importantly, Mikkel Jensen in second place actually lost about a few hundredths on that lap. Expected to. The tyres on Catsburg's car are fresher, but it just goes to prove the gap is going to go out. And back to third place, Dirk Muller, the number 6 HRT Mercedes, almost 6 seconds down in third place. And certainly Jensen just seems to have the legs on that. But second is as much as he can hope for today for Falkenhorst Motorsport. The cars in second and third, they gambled and it hasn't worked. We've got 15 minutes left on the clock. And by dint of being able to pit later, 3 laps later, it was just absolute luxury for Rover Racing. Had they come in 2 laps after them, their advantage wouldn't be as much now. But of course, that extra lap, when your tyres are less sweet, can cost. It's a balance, but the basic crux is in the NLS. The later you can leave your final pit stop, by dint of doing longer, earlier pit stops, the sweeter things can be. You get a shorter pit stop for your final run. Your tyres are fresher in the closing laps than your rivals. So you take the pain early on in the race, first 2-3 hours of the race, and then you get the pleasure in the last half hour or so.
It's all relative, isn't it?
It is
It's-
already. You start the sentence, and as you go through it, you realise that it's
Take
still
the
about
pain
to.
early on, yeah, in the first hour or two.
Yeah.
Yes, somewhere in the first half of the race, maybe. But on my calculations, this is going to be the penultimate lap, is it not? We're going to get this and one more.
Yeah, but I need to see exactly where they are. They're just going. Yeah, 2 more. This one more.
Yeah.
One would think. Right, KCMG, their best results so far in the NLS this year is an 8th place. I think they have an 8th and a 10th for their best 2 results.
4th and 5th at the moment.
And 4th and 5th, but Liberati's being pushed very hard indeed by Marcus Finkelhock, who's now in the Audi Sport Team number 20 entry. So that could be something that gives. But Dennis Olsen, he only has a fast button this weekend because while his rivals are lapping in 8-minute 24s, and Liberati and Finkelhock 8:50s, he's done an 8-minute 10.1 second lap. Whoa. So what can he do with that though? He's much quicker than Dirk Muller. He's 18.6 seconds down. Last time we looked, that was 32 seconds. So massive swing. Massive swing. 14
Let's
seconds.
say 14 seconds a lap quicker. Quite extraordinary.
Yeah, well, they know what they've got to do. It's a big mountain to climb. You'd suggest Dennis Olsen couldn't do that in 2 laps, but if he's taken 14 seconds in 1 lap, he got 1.5 laps less, and he took 40. Yes, he can do it.
So he could get on the podium, as you said.
He could indeed. Well, what
Wow.
life has Dirk Muller got in the number 6 Mercedes tyres? We're all set for the final run to the finish. Katzberg leading by 17 seconds. He's running exactly the pace of the fastest of the cars chasing, and that's Mikkel Jensen. It's BMW versus BMW. There is a Mercedes up there. Will it stay on the final step of the podium? Well, we will find out very soon indeed. Suddenly, 4 hours duration for this race is almost complete, and it's going to be BMW surely winning this race. They're running first and second. You'd have to say that's an intelligent guess, but Rover Racing seem to have run it absolutely spot on.
Come on, accelerate your blue. Ignite your blue. Ignite your blue.
Toyo Tires.
Looks like it's going to be a glory day for BMW. And things can happen at any moment. And just as I was about to say, we could have incidents. We've had an incident. A Porsche Cayman number 263 limping home, right rear tyre flailing away. That's the SP4T class.
Any car in the class.
Only car in the class, so must get to the finish to win the class. Limping on the right-hand side of the circuit. And suddenly that final flick of corners that get up around Tiergarten seems quite a long way. But it seems a lot further when you're arriving at about 30 kilometres an hour with your tyre still on the wheel rim, but only by about 10%. Luckily, we haven't got a lead gaggle of cars bursting through. That has one more corner to make, and then it can be out of the way. The race leading car is already going out of the Mercedes arena. Advantage down to 16.8 seconds. Doesn't matter, it's lost a second. So half a second, actually. So what? That's very, very comfortable indeed. 8 minutes, he's got to be counting against the clock. His last lap was 8 minutes 14. But we have 7 minutes left on the clock. He's fine. This is the final lap of the race. Dirk Muller able to do nothing, actually gained a tiny amount of time on both of the first two cars, but he's 21.8 seconds down on the race leading BMW. It's not happening for him. It's all about Rover Racing. Bringing it home, Nicky Katzberg. It'll be a Dutch celebration. His teammate, Stef Dusseldorp, fellow Dutchman, and Rover Racing have been running cars, but never higher than 5th in the championship this year in any of the races so far, and this is going to knock all of those into the bin.
So it's going to be tight onto this last lap, but I think it will be the last lap, but just being how far around he was there. But Nicky Katzberg, extraordinary job there. You say no real need to be pushing it too much, but he's not equally important not to just become complacent and fall into the trap of driving a little bit slow and making a mistake and suddenly falling off with a lap to go. And we've seen that happen in various categories of motorsport over the years, that you think it's all done, you think it's all tied up, and you just say, I'll just back off. And you say, it's what we're saying about the drivers aren't taught to do that, and all of a sudden it's that you're not used to that rhythm. You need to stay in that rhythm and keep it going within a percentage of that time. Otherwise, all of a sudden there's a wheel on the grass, and all of a sudden and it's suddenly stationary in a cloud of dust, and you're thinking, what happened there?
Yeah, it's going slower.
And they're on the radio going, everything okay? And you're going, yeah, car's fine.
Its location not so good.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, this is definitely the last lap, and I'll tell you for why. Because it was as the race-leading BMW was leading the Mercedes arena, effectively out of turn 4. It said 7 minutes left on the clock. He has a 16-second advantage. So with that as a buffer to back off, it's definitely the last lap of the race. Just looking for other cameo roles. Who is close? Liberati's been passed by Winkelhock, so the KCMG Porsches are now 4th and 6th, not 4th and 5th anymore. The number 20 Audi just going now down towards Hatzenbach, having made that move the end of the previous lap. The gap between them was very small, but it's going out. So Winkelhock supercharged, making a charge. He's going to go no higher than 5th, but since Audi have not really been in the hunt this weekend, in fact this year it's been a bit of a mixed bag for them in the NLS. As the track conditions have improved, Winkelhock has really risen to the task. So at least they get a top 5 points. That's handy. They're not going to catch Dennis Olsen for 4th. Is Dennis Olsen going to catch Dirk Muller? No. Had a worse lap last time around and actually lost ground. It was going to be a big ask. We thought he might just about squeak it, but his lap pace suddenly really fell away.
Which begs the question, can the star of pole position qualifying and the opening start of the race, Fabian Schiller, can he steal Dennis Olsen's fastest lap off him in the last lap of the race? We got to within a second of it last lap. It's a possibility. It depends on traffic, but it's an 808 dead for Olsen. Set, you say, very early on in that KCMG Porsche, and he's close. He's close, 809.1, so it's only 1.1 second off. If anybody can do it, Fabian Schiller can. I think it really depends on traffic on this last lap and whether he needs to or not. But it's just that little, almost a little bit of bragging rights. Just that very last lap of the race. Just go and bang it in and just go, fastest man on the Nürburgring today, fastest person on Nürburgring today. I think I'll have a cold beer, thank you, after the race.
And Lando Norris will say, who do you think you are? Lando Norris? His ability on the final lap so far.
Well, no, he'd be too busy unscrewing his McLaren with them, wouldn't it, taking it all apart and working with the team.
He helps the team and then take it apart, rebuild it so he can drive it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, good to see.
Absolutely.
Fabian Schiller pressing on through the compression at the end of the Döttinger. He's still leading the AM class. He's still comfortably clear of Jules Simkowiak. His next target is the Pro-Am race leading car, class leading car. That's 9th overall, but that's sensibly up the track. What was the lap time from Fabian Schiller? He followed an 8-minute 9 with an 8-minute 10.5, so way quicker than those ahead. He's not going to claw enough margin out of this final lap. He needs to gain 22 seconds to catch Kolb. No, the Pro-Am class winner will stay ahead of the AM class winner, which is how it should be. Second in the AM class is still Jules Simkowiak in the multi-shades of blue Ferrari, but that only now is going into the final chicane to go on to its final lap.
So rather like the last round, we were watching a Ferrari right at the end. That one was leading by, was it a second or so at the end? It was very, very close. Maybe it was 3.5 seconds in the end. I can't remember what it was.
Something like that.
Yeah, by the time of the end of it. So I think went on to the last lap 1.4 seconds behind and came out 3.5. It was a stunning last lap, but it's not the same Ferrari this time round, and certainly not for the lead of the race, which is going to say very much BMW's day so far. We are on the last lap, but it looks at the moment, all things being equal, the BMW M6 is the car to have had today. Rover Racing from Valkenhorst Motorsport. Valkenhorst, just you say, was it first, second?
First, second, third, and first. No, second.
Second, not bad. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's quite a performance for them this season so far, just 4 rounds in. Hard to think that as we started so late because of global pandemic, and we're nearly halfway through the season already.
Yes, we're sort of where we should be.
Exactly. Yeah, kind of caught up already.
So 1 minute 20 seconds remaining, and all is good and fair for Rover Racing. It's going to be in BMW 1-2. 16.8 seconds to the good at the start of this, the final lap. The 27th lap can back it off, doesn't have to push. The main thing was making sure there wasn't a further lap, but had there been a further lap, according to when they get to the end of the 4 hours, it would have suited him better than the chasing cars. His tyres 3 laps fresher, and but doesn't need. He had that advantage. The team worked really hard, kept consistent, but it was consistent pace. Sorry, I just paused for a second. Also, the car was striking sparks that came up the start-finish straight. It might actually just be sunlight bouncing onto a very bright wing, which so it is. There's a very bright splitter on one of the BMWs in the Cup class. But again, these wonderful shots, that fabulous long straight, which gives always, when you see battles for position coming down the Dottinger Höhe towards you, using cars from other classes for slipstreaming purposes, you see what you need to see, and it's just so exciting seeing how good a slipstream a car can get, and whether they get to use it when they get to Tiergarten. A car that won't need to use it, doesn't have one in front of him, he's passed a couple of other cars. It's the race leader, it's Nicky Katzberg. Steph Dusseldorf, fellow Dutchman, will be in the pit lane, looking, mask on of course, to see what's happening, and it's his car coming through. 2 stints apiece, 4 hours of racing completed right now. 4-hour mark is just passed as the winning car comes into the final sweep of corners. The chicane onto the start-finish straight, and the advantage was 16.8 seconds at the start of the lap. That doesn't matter. It's the fact he was in front at the start of the final lap and in front at the end. So for Rover Racing, suddenly their season has come on very nicely indeed. Thank you. And at the final lap, as I said, back off, take it easy, just bangs in an 8-minute 9.1 second lap. Fastest lap for that car in the race. Second place only now being completed is another BMW. It is Mikkel Jensen, the Dane, who's had such a success this year, coming home. Eventual margin 21.8 seconds. Matters not. It's first and it's second. In third place, KCMG, best result by a country mile. The best result before today was an 8th. That's a third for Dirk Muller. Sorry, they're in 4th place. It's 3rd place for Dirk Muller in, the HRT Mercedes. Don't look down your notes quickly. 18, Dennis Olsen will follow home eventually in 4th place. He was closing, but really the closing stage of the race was about how Rover Racing, all they could do was throw it or blow it or win it. Win it was the better option. They worked very hard for that win.
And that was the one they chose.
They did choose that one. 2.45 seconds was the gap second to third. That's what I was looking at when I tripped myself up. The HRT Mercedes led the race, but really it was a battle all race long with the Walkenhorst number 34 BMW. They chose to pit early, very, very early at the end of that first stint, and their race was according to that thereafter. By not flinching, Rover Racing pulled off a fine win today, 21.8 seconds. Just waiting to see, very close indeed. Liberati fought right back onto the tail of Winkelhock, 0.8 of a second. Oh no, that was the time last time around, waiting for them to come through this time, and yeah, Liberati would have fallen further away from Winkelhock. Winkelhock takes 5th, Liberati 6.6 seconds down in the second of the KCMG Porsches. And just while you're on your toes waiting for the cars to come through to complete the top order, if you fancy free practice action from the IMSA WeatherTech event at Road America, what a circuit. That's live now on RS2 if you haven't had enough motorsporting action with us on RS1, 4 hours on the LLS here in a great day for BMW. Flick over and hear what's happening stateside.
There is no such thing as not enough motorsport. It's not possible.
No, I've had the electric treatment. I'm fine now.
Yeah.
So, just to reiterate, BMW taking a 1-2, but it was Rover Racing with the bragging rights, which will please them enormously, not just because it's a win, but because Walkenhorst Motorsport's been having the BMW bragging rights on the Nordschleife until this point in the season. So 4 races down, it's 2 wins for BMW and 2 for Mercedes. Will Porsche get a go on the top step sometime soon? Well, the best of their finishers was in 4th place today. Audi, their best finish today was in 5th, so 2 manufacturers desperately keen to try and take a tilt at overall honours. It'll have to wait for another day, but it was about mastering the weather conditions today and reading the race right. 2 teams took a gamble. They ended up 2nd and 3rd, but by not flinching, staying true to what they'd reckoned before the start of the race. Victory going to Rover Racing, and a really good job. And they'll take particular pride in that. They kept their focus. Then again, you can imagine the 2 teams that ended 2nd and 3rd will be going, if it only had been a bit more wet or something. Whatever it was they saw caused them to jump early, and it didn't work. Their cars were quick, but they'd hampered themselves. In the closing laps of the race, they were seconds away from the pace of the winning car. That told the story. The Rover Racing BMW had all the sweetness in its tyres that their rivals had lost some 3 laps earlier, so the job was done. SP7, well, almost all race, it was the story of number 62, wins that class, the H&R Spezialfäden entry. Great job, 2nd car in class, some distance further back, number 79. So we had sort of, trying to see, we lost one of the other front runners in that class. 79 came through to take 2nd in class. That's Milan Kodicek, Bob Vilvert and Marco van Ramhorst. Again, another one of those cosmopolitan teams, but the car that had been featuring early on was Huber Motorsport, but the number 80 car must have tumbled down the order.
But the All-American team of CP Racing taking 3rd in that class as well.
They ran 3rd for a lot of races. Still got positions changing or trying to change on the run to the flag. Always forget, your minutes after the checkered flag has fallen on the race winner, you could have potential changes for position. And SP10 went to Yannick Fubrick, car number 1 on the door, because he's been a champion before with Griesner. SP8T to Stursberg in the 155. That's the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes GT4 car, winning SP8T. 2nd car in that class, some distance further back, the young BMW crew from Walkenhorst Motorsport. So that's Dan Harper, Neil Verhagen, Max Hest. So again, busy days, and for a lot of these teams, like Black Falcon in previous years, they have to look up and down the order to find all of their runners if they run them in the junior classes as well. So many classes at the NLS, and again, so many chances for people to take class victories and maybe earn the attention. Get them moving up the order to more senior classes in the years ahead. The 9th, the Cup X class for the KTM Crossbows, that went to 9:30, with Jörg Griesmann bringing it through to the finish of the race. Sorry, Reinhard Koffler taking it over to the finish of the race. But that Teichmann Racing entry was the class of the field. A little bit tatty, we noticed early on. There'd been a bit of front-end damage, but clearly not enough to slow it. And further down, Cup 3, hadn't talked too much about that today, but we had lots of footage from on board the number 917. That's the Schmickler Performance by Ravenel car with Ivan Jakoma, Swiss racer, bringing that to the finish well clear in class. But the cars parking beneath the podium, 2 of them have the Bavarian blue and white spinner on the nose. That's the BMW. So the race-winning Rover Racing M6, Mikkel Jensen bringing home the Walkenhorst car in 2nd today, and the car tucked in behind them is the number 6, the black Mercedes from Team HRT with Auto Arena. Started by Patrick Assenheimer. Almost all of it got to the finish, because early on a driver's mirror pinged off the side of the car. A clash that costed a wing mirror, could have costed a whole lot more. Could have been a spin as a back marker decided to take the rear entry to the pit lane, cut across his bow. when he was right in the battle with David Pittard. Luckily, lost a second and a wing mirror, but it could have been way worse than that. But a good, clean race today, but one with a real twist, Peter, with the way the tactics played out.
Well, it never fails to deliver, does it? We've seen 4 rounds now, all totally different. And obviously, this one was the first one that started with wet conditions. Certainly very wet qualifying and a damp start to the race. But it's, as you said, there's so many variables at the Nürburgring, so many things in this NLS, so much variety of car, driver, pro-am, lineup, speed, pace, etc. And then we throw in the weather, never mind the circuit and catching through back markers of traffic. And you'd have thought if ever there was an opportunity to throw something a little bit different in, try a different strategy, you thought now was the day to do it. So you can see the reasoning. But those that didn't, Rover Motorsport, they were the ones that brought it to the top, as you said. On the hour, every hour, 1, 2 and 3, metronomic on the track, in the pits. They just delivered. They just did it by 22 seconds at the end.
Yeah, well, that was Katzberg going, I'm not just in front, I'm very quick, and I've got fresher tyres and banging in that car as fast as lap of the race on the final lap. But, can you imagine the consternation up and down the pit lane when Walkenhorst and HRT pitted after 4 laps? The rest have been going, what have they seen?
What do they know? Exactly.
What do they know that we do not know? These aren't just any teams. These are 2 teams that always are at the front end of the series.
Exactly, and that's the point. It's not just any old team, and nor is it just one team. One, you might think, oh, okay, maybe they're trying something a bit risky. You could almost put that to one side. 2 of them, you've got to be very confident in what you're doing. If you're sitting there going, why are they doing that?
Here's one thing I just want to throw in. At the time they pitted, David Pittard for Walkenhorst Motorsport was fighting with the Rover Racing BMW. He was 4th on the track. Assenheimer was 6th or 7th. I think surely Assenheimer has enough experience not to go, oh, my chief rival has just pitted, I'm going as well, because it's very early in the race. He can't have done that. There must have been signal from the pit saying, we think. That person who said we think is now on a rack in the paddock. You thought? We told you not to do that. But
told you not to think. You're not paid to think.
But, in a series as competitive as this, there was the potential for changing conditions. There is an element of gambling, and the gamble today clearly didn't come their way. Here we are finishing in glorious summer sunshine, and by staying true to their original suggested pattern, Rover Racing did a great job. Looking at the others who pitted at the same time, effectively after 7 laps, the next closest to their rivals was the number 18 KCMG car, which is 50 seconds down. So doing a like for like, that is a really, really great run from the Rover Racing crew. We've got
one of the Porsches coming in with it looks like it's got a little bit of bodywork.
Well, it looks like it's got a puncture, left rear puncture.
Exactly.
And that's one of the regular front-running Caymans. Walkenhorst Motorsport running down to greet. It looks like it's David Pittard running down to greet Mikko Jensen. Oh no, it wasn't David. It was Christian Cronjes going there for a photograph in front of the second place car. They've had a lot of success this year. 4 races, 4 podiums, and certainly for NLS honours, they have to be a good bet. But it's not in series as competitive as this. It's not just finishing well; it's finishing. You drop a score in an 8-race championship, you come home with a 0. But they're going for the overall top step of the podium. Didn't get it today, but certainly Walkenhorst enjoying their racing enormously. Let's hope all results stand. So far of the 3 races, we've had 2 late race outcome changes. Hopefully by now all the teams have got the hang of it all in terms of the regulations. But the fact is, and I have to keep reminding myself, we are racing. Many championships are only now kicking off. We've had 4 4-hour races, and I really think it's a huge tribute to the NLS. The drivers love it. We love it. And it's also, I think in so many ways, showing racing around the world on this, the most organic of circuits, is sort of something for the purist again, isn't it? We're not just racing anywhere, we're racing here.
100%. And as we said a little bit earlier in the show, didn't we? So I think just almost to a pre-race in our build-up, that race 1, round 1, we said it's a bit of a template. It's the first sort of, I think your phrase was full metal racing. First time in the world properly. I think the Australian supercars were earlier that morning.
No, there'd been a Creventic race in Portugal, I think 2 weeks before, but that was the forerunner. But this was the first real main front-running championship coming out.
As you said, it's not just a race for 20, 30 cars. It's a race for 140, 150 cars. And just think about that, as you say, and it's a 4-hour race as well. So everything's on a bigger scale. It's all, it's all going up a size. 150 cars, 24-kilometer lap circuit. Everything you've got to do. Never mind all the social distancing.
And
Hats off to NLS.
And you get to the end of that all. Today's 4-hour race, Nicky Katzberg and Steph Dusseldorp winning for BMW, for the Rover Racing BMW crew. 22 seconds, as near as nothing, ahead of another BMW. So great days for the mark from Bavaria. Christian Cronjes, David Pittard and Mikkel Jensen, second overall for the Walkenhorst Motorsport crew. Great year for them so far. Then the new team, Hout Racing Team, Patrick Assenheimer, Dominic Baumann and Dirk Muller, third in their Mercedes. They were just 2 and a bit seconds down from the Walkenhorst BMW. Then the best of the Porsches, best results so far this season for KCMG. They took a 4th and a 6th. Their 18 car, both of them were driven by Dennis Olsen. He was definitely the Porsche star today. And in between, Marcus Winkelhock doing, I think, about 3 stints in 2 different cars, coming home in 5th place overall. SP9 Pro-Am, only 1 runner in that class today. Marco Holzer, Lorenzo Di Rocco Di Torre Padula and Patrick Kolb. And then the AM class, 1 position further back down on the track, only a handful of seconds behind, 7 seconds down. Brilliant final stint from the driver who led from pole position in the opening stint of the race. Fabian Schiller sharing with John Schaffner and Janine Hill to win the SP9 AM class. So many stories to tell today. It was about getting the weather right. It was only slightly changeable, but it put seed of doubt into the mind of 2 teams. They took their turns leading the race, but they ended up 2nd and 3rd today. And the plaudits going to the team that stayed rock solid. That was Rover Racing, and that's been a big step up for them this season. This season hasn't gone their way, but it certainly has today. And they will be enjoying the sunshine here. Summer's afternoon, it got increasingly hot at the Nürburgring around the Nordschleife. And again, 4 different races, 4 totally different race stories across the NLS this season. And expect next time we come out racing, which is at the end of August, the 29th of August, we'll have another twist in the tail. We'll probably have some more runners coming to join us ahead of the Nürburgring 24 hours, because track time at the Nordschleife is worth its weight in gold, but racing track time in a multi-class race is also something that really, really you need to have under your belt ahead of the 24 hours.
And when is the 24 hours? September?
It is indeed.
September.
It's going to be run behind closed doors, and I'll tell you the date. I wish you hadn't asked that when I just closed that screen, but that's how it works, isn't it? Should have all the dates.
I'd like to have said that I'd done that deliberately, but I didn't actually.
No.
My apologies.
I would do it to you just for a laugh.
I know you would.
Of course I wouldn't.
That's
I'm
the
not
difference
like
between us. Yes.
But looking further down the order, for KCMG, I think that was quite a useful race. Best result so far, an 8th. And they come home with a 4th and a 6th, and one of the cars had a little spin. Otherwise, it would have been a 4th and a 5th. And that would have to be seen as a very good return to their input, their progress.
Absolutely. We said great progress, and it's apart from that little spin from Josh Burden earlier on, okay, that's one of those things that happens, but a great result. And also, they've got to take some solace and a great deal of satisfaction as to the pace of that car in the damp at the beginning was phenomenal. It was, as we said, he was monstering the curbs, and I just wasn't expecting that to be the case. Dennis Olsen, it just like it was on a dry qualifying lap, and it wasn't. It was damp. I was thinking, this shouldn't be able to do this. And it wasn't unsettling the car. It just looked absolutely rock solid in the damp all over the curbs.
And he was
surprise me.
Do it consistently.
Yeah, absolutely.
It wasn't like it was just a handful of places where he could attack, and he was able to attack corners in a way that certainly Fabian Schiller couldn't, because we'd see him coming from 4 or 5 car lengths back to 1 car length off the tail frequently, and that wasn't with the slipstream. That was around the twisty bits. He was really, really attacking.
It was almost as if he was having to back out of it to have another go, wasn't it? It was almost a piece of elastic. It wasn't that consistently right. I can shoot by, as you said quite rightly earlier on, that on the GP loop, nice and wide, plenty of place to overtake. Next on the circuit, on the Nordschleife, not so much.
Right, just also looking further down the order, let's just talk through. We've talked about the AM class being won by the Get Speed Performance Mercedes. Second place in cars going to the Racing 1 Ferrari. Jules Simkowiak, the guest driver this weekend, doing a very good job. Third place, Heinrich, Klaasen and Adams. That's car number 50, another of the Audis. And Cup 3, the Porsche Cayman number 917, typical Porsche number there. Even Jacoba bringing that home, sharing with Riemer, and they won that class quite handsomely indeed. SP3T, that's where you get to the world of VW Golfs. Number 10, one of two cars from Max Cruz Racing, and that was Andreas Gordon, Jasmin Preissig, and Benjamin Leuchter, who drove, again, like a lot of the drivers, two cars. The SP6 class, 32nd overall, another class winner. That's the Porsche Cayman. Vava and Schmickler. Cup 5, the M240i Racing Cup class. It was a turn this weekend of Eichenberg and Oberheim in 35th position overall, with a good enough advantage over the next car in class, which was Merlini, Zetsas, Griesner, et co. 146 starters, I'll just double check. 146 cars starting this race, and anyone who gets in the top 50 of this has done a really good job. The TCR AM class, by the way, just having a look down. Oh, it's just gone off my screen. I have to scroll to another screen to see that. But just looking for other class winners. V23, Porsche 718 Cayman. That's Weber and Fehlenbach taking victory in that. The V5 car, another Porsche Cayman class. Fischer, Zils and Sandberg. VT2, BMW 330i's. Stahlschmidt and Rink. Of course, we looked at the 330i's. It was a very standard one driving around with a couple of fairly well-known drivers on board, with Andrea Caldarelli and Giacomo Altori, just getting some experience of the Nürburgring for later in the year. Renault Clio took victory in the H2 class. That's Epp, Holthaus and Bora, 61st position overall. H4, BMW M3 GTR, great car. Driver doing it all on his own. Hot day, Clay Schluter having a run to victory in his class. So a lot of these drivers now coming about 5 laps down. The race-winning car does 27 laps. They do 22. Shows the speed, performance, well, the speed and the performance, the handling around various parts of the circuit. The GT3 cars that run in the SP9 class at the top of this field are in another world. It's very, very exciting as you see them coming up the order and doing their overtaking. But the drivers at the front, Peter, their ability to overtake and guess to an extent, you can predict, but you're still guessing a little bit which way the slower cars are going to go. Because if you're in a, sake of an example, a GT3 class BMW M6, and you come across an Opel Astra Cup class car, a Renault Clio, a 325i standard road-going car, different planet.
Less haste, more speed.
Yes,
as they say. But as you say, you can guess, and all the experience in the world can't allow or won't allow for what the car in front may or may not do, and it depends on their experience. And a lot of the time, you've got to hope that they just stick to the rules and say as you way. The faster cars, or the drivers of faster cars, you'll hear them always say to cars that in a different class and therefore slower, you just stay where you are, and I'll get round you. And that is absolutely what they need. Because stay where you are. Don't start second guessing. Don't try and jump out of the way. We saw, you commented earlier, the great use of indicators. That just tells the person behind, I've seen you, and yes, I'll do what I can to keep out your way. But more to the point, that driver's seen you, so they're aware of what's going on around that periphery vision. What you don't want is somebody behind going, oh, look, hang on, there's a really quick car coming through. I'll jump out the way, because you're already committed, or they've already committed, and it's, you don't want that, and all of a sudden, it's not what you want it to be, not quite the result you want.
Yes, at certain points in the faster car, you cannot change the dynamics of physics.
No.
Once you've committed your car, you're fully loaded on a corner, you need to have a fairly good idea that you're not going to have to change your position. But it was all about BMW at the front of the race today, but 2 different BMWs. But at the end of it all, it was Rover Racing that took the plaudits. But that wasn't looking like a likely thing early in the race. 2 teams jumped one way. They came away with podium results in 2nd and 3rd, but for the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW crew and the Team HRT Mercedes crew, well, they rolled the dice. It didn't work for them today. They'll be back to fight another time. It was Rover Racing that enjoyed it very, very much indeed. But as with all of these races, 4 hours ago was the start of the race. It seems a very long time ago. We've just finished in glorious sunshine here on the Nordschleife. But we started with, after a very, very wet qualifying, we had a damp track and then a little bit of rain when the drivers were on the formation lap. But it does seem a very long time ago that Fabian Schiller got away from pole position and was chased down by Dennis Olsen. But it was made for great viewing. But it does seem as it was a different race from a different time. We have to do it all over again on the 29th of August.
4 weeks away.
4 weeks away. The teams will be scratching their heads, particularly Walkenhorst Motorsport, working out what they got wrong, and likewise HRT. But they could have been one cloud moving a kilometre to one side away from it working in their
Absolute
favour.
hats off to the personnel at Rover Motorsport that sat there and just went, no, we're going to remain steadfast. We're going to stick to the plan. And as you said, not just when one team, but two leading teams that know their onions decided to do something different. You've got to be you've got to have a lot of courage and convictions to stick with that and say, let's stick with it. Let's just stick with it. You just say on the hour, every hour, metronomic. It might not, and I'm sure at the time people will be going, yeah, but they're doing this and they're doing this and they know what they're doing. And like, no, we're sticking to it.
But it was at a point in the race where we weren't having massively changing conditions. It was drying out. So it must have been something they thought they saw coming in.
Plus, something else that might have played into their hands as well. They're only a two-driver lineup. So they knew what they got. They had got less variables in terms of drivers, and they knew which driver was going to be in the most. So they knew they knew that pace of that car could be consistent for so much longer in the race because they knew who it was. He's going to be in it all the time, wasn't
So much to think about, isn't there? But actually, ironically, this is one of the least weather-affected NLS races I've seen. I've seen every form of weather conditions over the past 3-4 years in this series. We're more used to sudden showers, and that's where you do the do we, don't we? But there wasn't really a sudden shower. There was a light shower before the start, but when they pitted after 4 laps, I could see nothing. What I could see was the fact that the sides of the track were drying out. Even as you look down that long view down the Dottinghurst, we started with wet patches at the side of the circuit.
What Rover Motorsport clearly could see, very clearly. They stepped to their guns, stayed where they were, and it got them the top result. So by some, was it 22 seconds at the end?
Yeah.
Still, after 4 hours, it's still only 22 seconds.
I know it is incredibly extraordinary how things can change, and you know, you always need to look back over the races. Over the course of the race, we almost have to rewind and watch the race again because so much happens early on. But right at the start, it was a Mercedes leading away from pole position. That wasn't the one that went on to win the race. It did end up winning the AM class, but fell to 10th place overall. But again, it shows the mix of cars that you have at the very front end of the field, fighting for different honours. And Fabian Schiller, in his own right, in any pro lineup, could have been tilting for overall victory. But obviously, competing in an AM lineup, his car was going to drop down the order.
But they've won their class.
They won their class indeed. They won it with 37 seconds in hand. But it did take a recovery drive from Fabian to make sure it stayed there, build on the work of Janine Hill and John Schaffner. But he did what was required of him. But he also did that thing that professional drivers like to do, just said, in any car, I would have been a contender. Yeah. There's no debating that. Brilliant qualifying in the wet. 5.445 seconds to the good. But a lot of the spread at the top of the grid was enormous today. It was about 20 seconds for the top 10 because clearly it was just so horrendous out on the circuit. And
still, it never fails to deliver this series, does it?
No, it's a bit like if you're a British listener, a Giles cartoon. If you're an international, a very concentrated cartoon with many things that you see differently each time you look at it, and that is how these races go. But the fact is, we've had fantastic days racing. Very few bent cars. I noticed we obviously saw the Lamborghini coming in with a battered tail. That didn't go on. Michele Di Martino.
The Conrad car, yeah.
The Conrad car. But for everyone else up the front, we saw a wing mirror get pinged off the side of the number 6 Mercedes. It ended up in 3rd place overall. The car, not the wing mirror.
I said the car, not the wing mirror, yes. I wonder where the wing mirror is, though. I wonder if Marshall's got a little souvenir or he's going to take it back to the team.
Well, who knows at this point. But it was a grey day on a greasy, wet track. Cars using their windscreen wipers at the start of the race. And down to the first corner, we thought, ooh, cold tyres, cold brakes, this could be potentially difficult. And Fabian Schiller ran a little bit wide, but he had a 2 or 3 length advantage, so he was able to do that. But it got away and then immediately started being chased by Dennis Olsen in the better place to the KCMG Porsches that suggested it could be the team from the Far East. It could be their day today. Twitching behind the battle for 3rd place between the 2 BMWs. David Pittard, as is his wont, found his way past because he's the king of the early lap overtakers, went into 3rd place, was almost immediately replaced within the next half lap by the Rover racing car in the hands of Nicky Katzberg. And then it was just the most fantastic battle out the front because Dennis Olsen not once but twice got ahead of the Schiller Mercedes. And out of the pit stops, it was an advantage for the Mercedes, with the Rover Racing BMW having gained ground, and a super tight moment at the chicane, the Vidal chicane on the Grand Prix loop, giving a concern at various points. Unfortunately, Josh Burden undid the good work of Dennis Olsen. He spun that 19 Porsche that had been running in second place. But we had the 34 Walkenhorst BMW and the number 6 Mercedes in their own race. They'd pitted very early for fresh rubber, but a back marker came across, decided to try and enter the pit lane through the back entrance, clattered into the side of the number 6 Mercedes. It was able to continue, -1 wing mirror, and the battling between those two cars went on for the duration of the race, from the track being greasy and wet to the track drying to the sun coming out. But the fact is, they had pitted very early. They required the other teams to try and follow their lead. They didn't, and they were fighting their way thereafter to try and make up ground, but they knew they'd be on older tyres at the end of the race. And the rival team, Rover Racing, they didn't flinch. They stayed true to their pre-race planned pattern. They didn't pit early. They pitted exactly when they wanted that first pit stop, and by the end of the race, they were 22 seconds to the good. Nicky Katzberg, who did the lion's share of the work, and Steph Dusseldorf, 2 Dutch drivers, really enjoying their day's action here in the NLS. So 4 races down, photos taken beneath the podium, and it's been another great day of racing, with plenty for the drivers to celebrate, plenty for the rival teams to think about. But right now, that's it for us, for Peter Snowden and me, Bruce Jones. We're back on the 29th of August for round number 5. Enjoy your summer in between. Keep watching motor racing, and don't forget you can listen on RS2 to what's happening at Road America.
Thank you. Good night, Bruce.
About an hour in, I suddenly started getting a migraine. And it was so hot.